How do you know it's God talking to you? And then how do you know that he actually spoke to the writers of the biblical scriptures?
Yeah, so the I know that God spoke to through the Holy Spirit the writers of the scriptures. I would argue. So I mean, are you looking for like an argument or something like that? Is that what you're
No,
trying to do?
no, it's a discussion. It's a question.
Well, yeah,
Like, are
because
y'all not used to people asking questions
no,
about your religion?
I'm just not sure of the temperature of this stream. I'm not familiar with your channel.
I mean, I'm not a
So
believer,
okay,
and I am like I don't just accept any answer. Like if it doesn't make sense to me, I'm going to tell you it doesn't make sense. I do study the Bible. I study the history of the Israelites, the history of the Levant area. So I'm knowledgeable. I'm not the most knowledgeable on this subject, but I am knowledgeable. And so this isn't going to be a space where I'm just going to just agree, if that
yeah,
makes sense.
and you shouldn't. Good. Yeah, so I guess to directly answer your question is because everybody has a worldview, meaning that they're presuppositions about this thing we call reality that are untested by science. And so whether or not those worldviews actually comport with reality or can make sense of reality, that would be the question I would put on the table. And then I would go on to argue that only Christianity can do that, can make sense of this experience we call reality.
Yeah, but I'm not asking you what questions you have though. This is the question that I have.
Yeah,
Right? The
so
question I want to know, how do you know when a God or if this God is talking to you? And then how do you know that a God actually spoke to those who wrote these scriptures? This is the question that I have and the question that I want to discuss.
yeah, well, we know that God is speaking to us when those when what we believe God is saying to us comports with what God has revealed in the Scripture. And the reason why we know the Scripture is true is because it could not be otherwise. So,
I don't, what do
in
you
other
mean it
word,
couldn't be otherwise?
well, because propos- if the propositional content that's laid out in the Bible about there being a God who created all things and he's always truth revealing and loving and all of that stuff, if that was rejected, and the triune nature of God, if that is rejected, then the alternative worldview, whatever that looks like, cannot make sense of this thing we call reality. So there must be a God if we want to talk about things that are possible or impossible in the world. If we want to say that we can know something in a meaningful way, the only way that that can be justified is if this God has revealed it to us, or else we could be wrong about everything. But when it comes to the revelation of God, which would be the Scripture, there would have to be certain characteristics about this God, being that it is like relational and loving and things. And so now we're talking about only the God of Christianity. And so because of those attributes, that God isn't like some divine trickster or whatever, then we can know that the revelation of this God is true because he loves us and he has a plan for redemption for humanity.
Give me just 1 second before I respond to you. Hey, y'all.
Sure.
Thank y'all so much for coming in. Welcome to the YouTube fam. Y'all know what the deal is with the first 15 minutes of the live. Please get to 100 shares. That way we can get pushed out to the FYP. I did start taking guests earlier today because it's Saturday. And we're not live as long as we normally are. So don't forget the shares. Make sure you feed the bees. Check in with your heart me's and send your popular votes. I appreciate y'all so much. And what's up, Oso and Fee? Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hey y'all.
Also, make sure you strap up. Oh, I
Yes.
did not forget. Same rules apply as earlier.
Uh-huh. Where's Mac?
Uh-huh. Mac is coming. Mac is coming. And you can go ahead and turn your camera on.
I gotta do
Mac is
all
coming.
that. That's crazy.
Yeah. So redefined, you made the statement that if anyone disagreed with the revelation that your God gave in the scriptures, then they basically, would disagree with reality or can't, comport reality. I think like reality is I guess it would be subjective to what a person is experiencing, right? Because I guarantee you, if I bring up the fact that your God told the early Christians to go into Africa and enslave West Africans because they were pagans, and that was the way to save their soul, and that your God condoned slavery, most believers would say that your God didn't tell them to do that, but they're following the scriptures. And then most believers will say, well, he was talking to the Israelites, then he wasn't talking to us. But as believers, you all follow the scriptures and claim that the scriptures are the words of your God, right? So that it's really subjective from a believer standpoint when this God is actually talking to someone.
Well, yeah. So there's at least three things there. So our experience of this thing we're calling reality, there are aspects of it that would be subjective, but when we're talking about reality itself, that would be a objective. We would be having a subjective experience of this thing out there that is objective. So I think you might have confused those two things a little bit.
What is the objective experience?
That there is some true state of affairs, and so whether
Like what?
whether or
What? Like
not
I'm asking, what is the subjective experience of reality that we are all experiencing?
that Christianity is true and that God provided for this.
No, I don't think Christianity is true. I don't.
Right. Well, that's and so that would be based on your self-admitted subjective experience
That
about
would mean
this
that it's not
objective true
objective.
state of affairs.
No,
No, that
that
would
would
mean
mean
your
that would mean
experience.
no, it's
Yeah,
not.
it would
That
be.
would mean that if it's based on my experience, right, and it's based on your experience, that would mean that is not objective. That's not an objective truth. If it depends on a person's experience, it is not objective. Like, do you know what objective means?
Yeah, I made a mind independent. So I made a distinction between the experience and the thing itself. Okay.
That would mean
So
if it's not mind dependent, that would mean that I would just automatically know that Christianity is true regardless of what my mind thinks.
no,
Yes, it does.
no, your mind would be the subjective experiencing
Right.
that which is objective. I'm saying that there.
No, you can't. That does not
I'll
work.
explain it to you.
You cannot make something subjective and objective at the same time.
Like,
If it is objective, then my subjective opinion does not matter. It
right.
is just
I agree
true.
with you.
But Christianity is not true.
Right.
It is
But
not
you're
true. There has been several archaeological excavations that have debunked the stories in this book, and in fact, the Jewish people who these scriptures belong to, the Hebrew scriptures, don't even see these stories as true. They know that they are mythology, but Christians do not. Christians look at these stories as if they are objectively true.
yeah. So again, like I think you and I both agree that our experience of something, regardless of what that might be, our experience could be subjective. But the thing that we are experiencing, it either is the case, and that would be the objective thing. Okay,
No,
like
like, am I
if we're like,
experiencing
let me give you an example.
hold on, wait. Am I experiencing, along with you, the truth that Christianity is true?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Well, that's an argument you'd have to make, which you're not
No,
able
look, what
to.
do
But
you mean?
let
I
me.
just made that argument.
No, no, no. You made a claim.
I don't subscribe to Christianity.
Right. I get
I
that.
think the God,
But you just
right.
made a
So I'm not,
claim.
so therefore it's not true.
That's not how life works,
I'm
though.
not experiencing, that's how
Yeah.
objectivity
No.
works. I'm not experiencing the same thing you are experiencing, therefore it
Right.
is not objective.
Right. No, your experience isn't. Look, let me give you an example. Let's say
No,
let's say
no,
let's say
no.
that
The fact
people.
that it is not an objective fact that Christianity is true.
Yeah. Well, that's a claim that you'd have to defend.
If it's subjective,
But
I
that's
wouldn't
based
have to
on right.
defend that. It is
But
not objective.
your claim is only undergirded by your subjective experience. So
If,
that's a
if,
that's a
if it's
performative contradiction.
undergirded by my subjective experience, then it
Right.
ain't fucking objective.
No, that's
It
no,
is
but
it is an objective proof that you need air to
yeah.
live. That's
And there,
subjective. I don't care if you agree with me or not. If you don't breathe, you will fucking die.
oh,
That
yeah,
that's an
right. Let's.
objective truth. That's an objective part of reality. No, I don't care if you and I agree on that or not. But you saying that Christianity is true, it's not an objective truth.
You
That is
seem a little
subjective as
triggered.
fuck.
You're a little
Because you
triggered.
because you are quite literally trying to say that subjective and objective
Right.
can exist at the same damn time.
Right. Well, yeah, they are.
No,
I'll
they're
explain.
not.
Well, I'd like to explain it. It's really simple. And I
Like
think you would
it's
agree
not.
with me. If
No,
you and
I
I
don't
reach,
agree
hold
with
on,
you.
if you and I reach into a box, we don't know what's in the box, and we start feeling around, whatever is in that box, that true state of affairs, that is objective. But we might disagree as we're feeling around in there on what that is. So you and I would have a subjective experience of this thing in the box.
But
But
you would have to
whatever,
be
but
claiming
whatever
that
in the box,
Christianity is the
yeah,
box,
yeah, right.
not
But
what's you're right.
hold
You would have
on.
to be no. You would have to be
I
claiming that
mean,
Christianity is the box because
yeah,
the only thing in that example that's objective is that the box exists. You
right.
would have to be
Yeah,
saying that
and there's
Christianity
something in
is
it,
the
right?
box, and that's not. Like
And there's hold
Christianity
on.
isn't the box.
Yeah,
Christianity is
there's
not.
something
It's an objective fact that
that
Christianity
that's
exists.
yeah, and I
No,
can.
stop,
Do you have
stop.
an argument?
No. It's an
Yeah, do you have an
objective fact.
argument?
Stop. It's an
No, you
objective
don't.
fact. It's an objective fact that Christianity exists. That's the box. Whether Christianity is true, that is subjective, and that's the shit in the box.
Oh, did you just mute me? You're crashing out a little
I did
bit.
not mute you. I don't have to. I don't have to fucking mute you. I didn't
Okay.
mute you.
Well, someone did. So let's think this through, okay? So you and I are having an experience of this thing we're calling reality. Reality is objective, okay? There is a true state of affairs out there, but we are experiencing it differently. You think there's no God, I think there is. So you and I both have a subjective experience about something that is objectively true. Now, when I said that there's only one coherent worldview, you actually prove that because when you say that everything is subjective, that would include your statements about
That's
God.
not what the fuck we're
So
talking
on
about.
your
That's
terms,
not
you
what the fuck we're
destroy
talking
your
about. And
own
stop trying to
position.
change your damn argument.
Like you sank your own
You
ship.
stated stop
Really
trying to change
weird.
your fucking argument. You
Yeah.
stated that Christianity is an objective truth. That Christianity is true. And that's an objective truth. And it is not. That's what the fuck you said.
Yeah, I got muted again. I think one of your mods is crashing out. But yeah, you just proved my
Kudos for the
point.
mod for crashing out, mod.
Yeah, yeah. I know it's hard when you don't have like you're not able to engage in a calm collective way because your position
Yeah,
has
yeah.
been
I'm
refuted by
sorry. Listen,
itself.
I don't listen to bullshit calmly.
Well, I have an
I
argument.
don't.
You only
I
make
don't listen to
assertions.
bullshit calmly. I don't.
Well, let's get into the details as to why, shall we?
No. That's none of
No?
your fucking business. No. For fucking
Well,
what? I don't owe that to you.
well,
Who
you
the
know, I
fuck do you
mean, I'm
think
just
you are?
yeah. Well, I
I
have
don't
an
fucking
argument.
owe that to you. I am who the fuck I am.
Yeah,
I
do you
am
more
who the
than
fuck I am, and I'm the only motherfucker who needs to understand why I am
is
the
that
way I am.
subjective too? Is that subjective
Yes,
too?
yes, it
Yeah.
is, and
Okay.
I don't give a fuck about
Yeah.
your
Right.
opinion about
So
it.
on your terms, you can't even know what you are because that's
I could
subjective.
give less than two fucks about
Right?
your opinion about me.
Yeah, and that would be subjective as well.
And okay,
So you can't really know anything in a meaningful way on
okay,
your terms, right? Yeah. So
and
on your terms, intelligibility
okay.
is
Oh,
destroyed.
I said okay, cool.
Yeah.
Now what?
Yeah. So that's why we know that your
Now what?
worldview is absurd and we know that God
Okay.
exists because we
Oh,
do know things in a meaningful
listen,
way.
I could give less than a fuck if your God exists. Your God to me, as I stated earlier, is fucking evil.
Yeah.
Your God is a supremacist, narcissist, genocidal ass maniac.
But see, the problem there is you have to borrow from Christianity just to talk about ethics because you don't have an
No,
ethical
I don't.
standard.
No, I don't. You know who
What
Christianity gets
what
their
is
fucking ethics
wait
from? From Egypt, from
is
Babylon,
is
from Assyria,
morality?
from Egypt. Christianity doesn't have one motherfucking original
You're
statement in it. Even your
you're
Jesus borrowed from Egypt. Your Jesus borrowed from Babylon, from Assyria. Nothing that he said was revolutionary.
you're really
Absolutely
crashing
nothing.
out. Like you're
I don't give
really
a fuck.
crashing
Okay,
out. Okay.
cool. Do you want to get on the
So
train and crash the
so
fuck out with me?
so is
Your Jesus said nothing revolutionary.
yeah.
Absolutely nothing. And then every time a believer comes up here, the only three motherfucking things that y'all say that your Jesus said is love your neighbor as you love yourself, do unto others as you would have others do unto you, and don't fucking sin. Although y'all don't do neither one of those motherfucking things, and you didn't even say that shit.
Is morality subjective?
Yes.
Oh, so slavery is subjective?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So then you can't even say that's bad, right?
I can
On
say
your
it's fucking.
worldview?
I can say that I don't fucking agree with it. I
But it's
can
just
say it's
your
not one of
opinion,
my.
right?
I can
But
say yes,
yeah,
yes,
but the nature,
motherfucker.
but the
What the fuck don't you
nature,
think about that?
right?
Yes, it is subjective.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
I'm the one who decide my own morality. I'm the one who
yeah,
decide what my body, this motherfucker black ass body is gonna do on a daily basis, and what this black ass body is gonna let anybody do to them on a daily basis.
yeah.
So
But someone could
yes.
just disagree with you and just be like, nah.
Okay, and if they do, just like you are right now,
But
they
I'm not
gonna
disagreeing with you.
meet this fucking crash out. The
No, I'm not.
fuck? Like
Hold on.
I don't have to allow anybody to do whatever the fuck they want to do to me just because they think they can.
No, I agree with you. But the problem is your worldview. You can't defend that it's wrong. I can,
Yes, I
right? So
can.
you
Yes, I
borrow from
can.
Christian. You
I'm
have to
defending that
borrow
shit
from
now. I haven't
Christianity.
borrowed a
But
motherfucking thing from
yeah,
Christianity because I don't believe that you should love every motherfucking body. Y'all are
yeah.
stupid for that shit.
But
I don't believe that you should love everybody. I don't believe that you should turn the other cheek. Your Jesus was dumb as fuck for teaching
yeah.
y'all that. That's why y'all are letting these motherfucking billionaires do whatever the fuck they want to do. That's why y'all let motherfuckers beat your wives, beat your daughters, fucking charge taxes on your asses like a motherfucker, give money to churches while they not feeding the homeless, then tell you that it's your fucking job to do it while their asses is riding in Bentleys and living in big ass houses just to fucking tell you to keep loving your neighbor, keep giving to the poor. I don't agree with Christianity.
But that's just subjectively wrong. There's nothing
I don't give
ontologically
a
wrong
fuck
with
if
it,
you call
right?
it subjective. You were
Yeah.
subjectively wrong when you claimed that my moral
But
framework was built by
yeah,
Christianity.
you have to because if it's only subjective, you wouldn't be so
What is
angry.
Christianity's moral framework? What is Christianity's moral framework?
That the God who is says that we should love one another because we are
I
all
don't
made in the
fucking
image of
love you,
God.
redefine. I don't
Right?
fucking
Yeah.
love you. I
Well,
don't
that's
love mother. I'm not. I
I
don't get
understand that.
commanded. I don't get commanded to love motherfuckers that have not earned my love.
Yeah, but you can't even argue that anything is wrong on your worldview. You're just saying you have an opinion.
So
That's
do
it.
you, motherfucker.
Well, no, I'm saying that it's
Yeah,
objectively
all
wrong.
y'all say,
Right? So your worldview destroys
y'all
morality.
just say love one another, but then your love looks like fucking abuse.
Yeah, we all need a
Just
savior.
because you say the
Yeah.
shit, just because you say the shit doesn't mean that you actually do it.
No, I agree with you. We are all hypocrites because we talk about
I'm not,
being
because I'll tell
perfect.
your motherfucking ass that I
Well,
don't love you.
well, yeah, but that's just subjective.
I don't have a reason to pretend like I love everybody and then not actually do the shit. I'm not going to be commanded to love motherfuckers who have not earned my love. I can respect your right to live. I
Right.
can respect your motherfucking space and not cause intentional harm on you, not be greedy and hoard up all the resources, but I don't have to fucking love your ass.
But that's why people impose their will on other people because they don't love them, and then slavery
No, they
happens.
impose their will on other
Right?
people because y'all have tricked them into thinking they have to love their fucking enemies.
Well, hold on a second. I mean, if just let's both think this through. Like, if it was the case, like, imagine if we lived in a world, which is, I know it's a fairy tale. Imagine if we lived in a world where everyone like did love each other and they treated each other right. Would that be a better world or a worse world?
I don't fucking know.
So, yeah, well, I think you do. I think you're being
No, I don't.
dishonest.
Motherfucker, if I
You don't
knew,
know?
I would tell you that. I don't fucking know because I've not
Okay.
experienced
So a
it. I
world,
don't
so a
fucking
world,
know.
yeah, that's just dishonest. So a world where there's
I
no
don't fucking
slavery
know.
because
What
no
the
one
fuck is love?
because everyone
What is
loves each
love? What is
other
love?
like that,
Redefine. What is
huh?
love? What is love?
It's an attitude or a disposition towards others,
Which is what? Which is what? How do you
where
love?
one is
How do you love a person?
hold on,
How do you love a person?
where one
How
is
do you love a person?
where one is esteemed in a higher regard than
How
themselves.
do you love a person? No, that's not love to me. How do you
Yeah,
love a person? That's not love to me.
yeah,
Redefine.
yeah. Well, I
So
can.
how you are loved versus how I want to be loved is two different things. So again, I
Well,
don't
that's
fucking
just
know.
subject. Did you just burp?
Yep, on accident. My bad.
So that's
I don't
fine.
fucking know. I don't fucking
Okay, well,
know
look,
if
hold
living
on,
in a
hold on.
world where everybody love each other is a better world because I
Yeah.
don't know how you love. I don't know how everybody love. That shit could be horrible as fuck.
Give me like 30 seconds. Can I have 30 seconds? So, biblically speaking, love is patient, love is
That was
gentle,
an
love is
accident, y'all.
kind.
Redefine. Hang
and
on a
that
second.
is the way that I hopefully I'm treating you.
You're
But
redefine. Hang on just a second. Even if, like, you're not, by the way, like, I don't, I've just been
how have
observing
I
and
not been?
listening
How
to,
have I not been patient?
if you let me finish, one way is that you're interrupting me. Like, this entire conversation has just not, if what you are intending to show is love, then definitely you're proving my point. Even if you feel as though your God sets the objective standard, in order to apply that standard, it requires subjectivity. So, to Thinker's point, the way you love would not be loving to me. The way you engage with people would not be pleasant to me. So the fact that, and I would assume that it's not to Thinker either. So the fact that an individual human has to apply this objective standard, by definition, makes it subjective. So when you guys say you have this objective standard from God, it's not saying anything,
Yeah,
because
but that's just your subjective experience speaking.
there's no one way to love. There's no one way to do anything. And you're right. Yes, that is my
Will
subjective
you guys
stand.
stop muting me?
Well, if you stop
Stop
speaking
fucking
over me,
interrupting her.
I'm not
Yeah, shut up
interrupting.
and that won't happen.
you are
Yeah,
interrupting me.
we're
I
right.
was in the middle of speaking. The fact that you have to
I'll be
apply it.
happy to leave if you keep muting me. I'm not being
Oh, bye, bye,
rude.
bye, bye,
Okay, all right.
bye,
'Cause you guys have nothing.
bye,
'Cause
bye,
you're atheists, right?
bye,
Yeah,
bye,
this is his way of loving.
And
This
so
is
bye,
go
it's
if you want to
bye,
be on
bye,
if you want to be in the world with
it's
redefine loving
it's
you,
Christ or
follow
chaos.
bye,
redefine. Follow redefine
And
out.
yeah, and this is the
bye,
chaos that we see from
bye,
those
Follow
who deny
bye,
redefine
God.
bye,
out. Follow
bye,
No
redefine
ethical
out.
scheme.
bye,
You can't
bye,
even say that the
You
things that you are against.
motherfucker,
bye.
didn't you say if you get muted you were gonna leave?
I just
Didn't
muted
you
him,
say
so
that?
bye.
Like this is what believers do. They make promises and they don't ever actually make good on their promises.
At
God
all.
set the standard for that. So
Like they're Jesus.
Motherfucker don't even know how to leave. Trash can.
I mean, the crazy part about it is to make a claim that morals are objective is just fundamentally flawed. Like, the objective things are empirically testable. You have to be able to, there has to be something empirical for something to be objective. Like we talk about all the time, you can test whether or not water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. We know that. You can't test whether lying is inherently wrong. Just like we use the example all the time. And, in Germany, if someone came to the door and was like, "Are you hiding any Jewish people here?" No, that was the right thing to do. But they want to be robots so bad while claiming God doesn't want robots. It's weird.
Here's the crazy thing. That motherfucker came up here to do some motherfucking philosophy, and the topic
Yep.
is how do you know that you're hearing from your God? Like
Philosophy.
y'all can't even talk about that shit. You can't talk about the Bible because you don't fucking read the shit. The only thing you can do is talk about morality and your God being the objective standard, because your God to you is like a fucking name tag or a status of power. You only believe in the God. You only push the God because you know that it gives you some fucking influence over other people. For the men that push this God, it gives you influence over women and children. The white people who push this God, white evangelicals, you do it because you believe that you are the chosen, and it gives you power and wealth over minorities. Like, y'all don't even fucking read this goddamn book. That's why you came up here and you twisted the fucking topic. I cannot stand Phil Bros. Don't bring your Phil Bro ass up here. If you are a Phil Bro, keep your ass in the chat or scroll. Hey, do that.
Yeah, I just came up to help Oso because it's gonna get hard for him in a minute.
Just so y'all know, and this is for the YouTube fam too. Send a super chat if you want Oso to experience period cramps, okay? Oso has a TENS unit on, and somebody find Mac's ass. Oso and Mac have TENS units on, and anytime there are secret words that believers say, they know what the secret words are. or a gift is sent, also has to turn he has the tens unit on at 5 right now. Is it on 5? On 4. So he's experiencing mild period cramps right now. Anytime a gift or super chat or these secret words are said, he has to turn it up to 8. He experienced the cramps this morning and also had to take a break. Although women don't get breaks from period cramps, but also had to take a break. He had to take a 3-hour break and go and relieve himself. So yeah, just to let y'all know if y'all want to participate in that. You did a good job though. You did really good. You and Bash. Bash did it this morning. Bash looked like he was about to give birth.
Thank you. I laid on the floor for a while.
You did.
I did indeed. It
You stretched out on the
no,
floor.
yeah, the carpet was cold, so yeah, I like
Well, that's
it.
good. That's good. Sometimes we lay on the floor to get rid of the cramps. So we have to crawl though. The cramps be so bad we have to crawl. At least you got to take it off. At least you got to take it off. Anointed by God.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. I was just wondering why is everybody so angry and cussing and screaming? I mean,
How old are you, anointed by God? And did you come up to talk about the topic?
I yes, I did. I'm 56 years old.
Okay, go ahead. What are your thoughts on the topic?
Well, I just don't understand what it is because it's I when I was listening to you
Can
guys
you
speak,
read
you
it?
guys
Can you read
I
it?
no
Can you read
what
it?
I'm saying.
Can can you read the topic?
I believe so,
Okay. What
but
are
you
your
guys were just
thoughts? What are your thoughts on the topic that you have read?
I'm gonna leave. I don't like aggression
Okay.
and anger. I'm
Okay.
not.
All right.
God didn't
Your
break my
God
heart.
is aggressive. Your God is the God of wrath, but you don't
Not
like
at all.
aggression and
Not at
anger.
all. Not at all.
Your God literally
You
said that
gotta have the
he is
Holy
the
Ghost,
God of
Peggy.
wrath. Like
You
you
gotta
don't
have the
know
Holy
your
Ghost.
God. You
I
don't
know him more than
you
you
have
do. I got
what?
the
The
Holy
Holy
Ghost. You
Ghost
don't.
literally
You
the
don't.
Holy Ghost
You don't.
literally made Samson kill
Sweetheart,
30
God bless
people.
you.
The
God
Holy
didn't kill
Ghost
nobody,
called
baby.
Samson to
God
kill
don't kill
30 people.
people.
You
He doesn't
don't know
kill.
your God.
You,
You
you
don't know
don't.
your God.
The Bible said you'll love you for less
So
than
did
thank God.
the Holy Spirit make Samson? Did the Holy Spirit follow Samson and help Samson kill 30 people or not? Did your Holy Spirit?
You're
Did your
listening to
Lord
the devil.
Spirit? Did your
Tell the
God
devil to loose
Spirit?
your mind right now in the
Did your
name of
God
Jesus. You
Spirit?
lying,
Did your
cussing
God
Jesus.
Spirit? Did
You,
your God Spirit help Samson kill 30 people or not? It looked like the Holy Ghost is scared. Y'all Holy Ghost is scared. Y'all Holy Ghost can't handle boundaries. If I tell you that you can't talk about the conversation that we had previous to you, that's what the fuck I mean. That's what I mean. Don't come up here trying to do what you want to do in here and then start fucking whining about that shit. Because I don't give a fuck whatever Holy Ghost you have, you still ain't getting your goddamn way. No matter how much Holy Ghost you think you got. And how the hell you gonna be scared of aggression when you serve an aggressive ass God? Antoine, Antoinette? Are you Antoinette and Tanya? Are y'all Christians? Are y'all believers? Okay. Okay, thank you. So all of the Christians have left. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, the guest box is open. There's 4 people in the guest box on my backup account. You can't hit request from my backup. You have to come to the main. You have to come to the main live. If you want to come up, I don't know why it's doing that. That's weird as fuck. Like TikTok has somehow merged my backup with my main account. And yeah, and so now when when they come to the live from the repost of my backup, the requests are different. Like I can't see them on the main account. I can only see them on the backup, and I can't bring them up from the backup. It'll say sending an invite. Yeah. I don't know. They did an update today, so I don't know. But don't get scared, believers. If you come up here with some damn sense, and you'll get treated like a human. But if you come up here disrespectful, we aren't going to allow you to be disrespectful, and we aren't going to allow you to cross our boundaries. Respect the live. Respect the rules of the live. It's just that simple.
And as adults, you should be able to engage in conversation with people who don't share your position. Like, there's no need to come up here like claiming you got the Holy Ghost and all this other shit. Keep it. We don't care. We don't want it. Like, you can have a conversation without turning into a complete asshole.
And then he did all that claiming about the Holy Ghost, did all that praying, and still, what did it do?
Not a damn thing. It never does.
Nothing. Did absolutely nothing. It made your ass run. And then you sound timid. I'm gonna go because I don't like aggression. What? You don't like people enforcing boundaries on your ass? Like, what's the purpose of you claiming to have this Holy Spirit? Like, what the fuck does it do? The only thing I think it does is it makes them look down on other people and make them think that their dirty drawers don't stink. That they can wear the same dirty drawers for a week in a row and they still think they're clean.
Yeah, because they are the only ones doing an assessment. Like, they got their Burger King crown on and their safety officer sash, and they are official because their God told them they are official. That shit doesn't mean anything here.
I don't believe it, Chris. I think Christians are afraid of me. They don't like that I cuss. They don't like that I will yell at their asses if they disrespect me. They are scared of me. But the crazy thing is that you all worship a God who will literally tell you that he will kill you in a motherfucking minute. Like, you worship a God that killed his chosen for asking for fucking food. He literally did not let Moses go into the promised land because Moses struck a rock when he was supposed to speak to it. After Moses did all that shit for him.
I thought about that story of the guy who was struck dead for stopping the Ark of the Covenant from hitting the ground. I don't know what scripture is that in, or what book is that in?
I think it's in Samuel.
I thought about it when I heard about the story. The young man who got to school and saw a kid coming to school with a GUN, stopped him from going into the school, and then he was expelled for a year. The
Yep.
kid who stopped the pew-pewing was expelled for a year because of their policy of not, touching it. They were like, well, he dismantled it, and he threw the bullets in one direction, so he did the right thing, but he was expelled for it. And I think what that speaks to is this authoritarian mindset that this belief system has in so many people, that shows up in businesses and parenting, in relationships, is the I'm in power, so you do what I say, follow these rules, point blank, period. And they completely lose all of the nuance that comes with being a human and living in a society for these rules that make them feel, I guess, that they have some sort of control. I don't know, but it's so ridiculous.
In that the story where he told them when he was feeding them the quails, when they were asking for food, and he fed them quails. Like, you literally serve a God who says, don't bother me with your human nonsense, right? Like, he literally will kill you if you continue asking him for your basic needs. He can see you half dying, and if you complain, he's going to kill you. That's the God that you worship.
And then he's going to bank on you figuring out some sort of way to justify that for him in 2025. Even though many of us look at it and say, what the fuck is wrong with him and what is wrong with y'all? But you bend yourselves over in pretzels trying to defend it.
Like, they're talking about arresting or executing homeless people who are unhoused, people who need help, instead of helping them, because all the money that they send to Israel, all the money that they send to Ukraine, right? The money that they spent on Charlie Kirk's memorial, they could have housed the unhoused people that they are trying to arrest or execute. That's the God that you serve. If you didn't carry this fake God around in your fucking voting booths, then we wouldn't have to be upset, Thinkers Den. VF Christian, how old are you? Hello, VF Christian? Wait, she's a nerd. Nobody give a damn about you being no fucking majority. Y'all whining because motherfuckers don't want to believe in your God. Y'all, like, literally, y'all don't want atheists to host lives because you scared that people are gonna stop believing in your God. Y'all whine, like, literally, y'all have made videos about atheists hosting lives because you're scared that a lot of people are gonna stop believing in your God. And you know, the moment that people stop believing in your God dies. Your God is only still relevant because you still believe in it. Venice, are you a believer? Venice. Yeshua's advocate.
Yeah, shalom. Shalom to you. How you doing?
I'm good.
Greetings
How
to
are
you.
you?
Very well. Pretty okay.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible?
First off, it's nice to meet you again, right?
Did you hear my question?
Yes, I do. So,
Okay, and
what's the
how
question
old are
again?
you? Are you
Yeah,
a
I'm
believer
18
in the God
plus.
of the Bible?
Yeah, I'm a believer. I'm a preacher of God's word as well.
Okay, and what are your thoughts on the topic?
Okay, the voice of a God. How do you know it's talking to you or someone else? First off, there's an establishment that, and I love that indeed, a God is talking to someone, but the assurance, the certain of if the voice is yours or not, right? If I could get that right.
How do you know the
Now,
voice is the God?
now it's very simple, right? It's very simple. Just like when a baby is growing up, how does he recognize his mom, right? Even if he's blind, there are many things that are involved, right? He uses his smell, right? He touches his hand, right? He feels that he knows, even if he cannot fuse, right?
Give me
As
just a
of
second.
touching.
One second, please. Non crazy cat
Okay.
lady sent a $17 super chat and it says sorry Oso. So Oso, please crank up the tense unit to 8 for 10 seconds. Actually, we're gonna do 17 seconds. $1 a second. Thank you, non crazy cat lady. Sorry, go ahead, Yeshua.
All right. Now, just for the layman understanding, for those who are still finding it difficult, I just have to go down, right? Let me use the analogy of a baby and the mom, the mother, right? Now, you find it so difficult when you listen, when you grow around baby, you find out that they have this strong instinct within them. They could recognize their mom even in thousands, right? For instance, if their mom are surrounded with other hundreds of mom, but by just perceiving them through smelling, right? And let me use the word smelling, just smell rather, just perceive them through the nostril, you'll find out that they will be able to decode their mom. Now, how do you know that it is the voice of God speaking to you, not the voice of anyone else? Now, your intention, right? And because of what I study in the unis and the higher degree, right? Now, there is the epistemology and the theory of knowledge, right? There's what we call the police, the first police of every man's conscience, right? There is always a knowing of rightness and wrongness, even in the theory of knowledge, right? So a professor called Professor Idumegu, one of the brilliant African scholar in epistemology. Can you all hear me?
I can hear you, but what you're
All right.
saying doesn't quite make sense, right? Because
All right.
like
It's going to make sense because,
a baby that doesn't know their mom, like if the mom gives the baby up at birth, that baby isn't gonna know his biological mother's voice without having learned it, right? Like
no, no,
5 years could go
no,
by and they be in the same place and that child not know that that's his biological mom by hearing the voice.
no, 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 no. Yeah, the baby now the baby, the knowings of the baby, the intuitive knowing of the baby, right, is a levels, right, is a level. Now the first stage is perception. They perceive, right, and that's why they can easily, even when you blindfold them, they can easily decode their mom,
Wait,
right?
are you saying
That's
that
the
a child
analogy.
that's given up at birth, are you saying that a child that's given up at birth would recognize his biological mother's voice after 5 years?
Not just voice. There are many ways to discover. I just gave you. There are many
No, are
ways,
you
not
saying
just
that a
voice.
child would recognize their biological mom after 5 years and have never met
After,
her?
no, no, no. You are taking me to your own
No.
subjective
Did you hear what I
analogy,
said?
right? You just
Did you
have
hear?
to listen.
Did,
You asked me.
no. Stop. Did you hear what I said? If a
No, no, I did get
mother
that because
gives
it's quite not logical.
if a mother gives up her baby at birth, right, and then 5 years later they end up in the same place, are you saying that that child would recognize his biological mother's voice or recognize his
But
biological mother?
that's deductively very, very poor because that's not the
No, it's
logical
not, because
assertion I was
you're
giving.
not
No,
around this God. You're
no,
not
they
around
can't. They
this God
can't.
the way a child. No, you're
No, no,
not.
no.
You
He
don't.
didn't.
No,
No, they
stop. You
can't. They
don't
can't.
smell the
He
God the
did
way a
go.
baby smells. You don't smell the God the way a baby smells their mother. Stop. Hold on. You don't smell the God the way a baby smells its mother. You don't feel the God the way a baby feels its mother. You don't get
How
to
does a
see
baby?
the
Okay, can I
God. The
ask you a
God.
question? How does a
Wait,
baby?
can you
How does a
stop?
baby
Can you
feel the mother?
stop? Stop.
No, no, no,
You
no, 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 no.
because
How does it?
stop talking while I'm talking.
How does it?
Stop
No, 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 no.
talking while I'm
You
talking.
took.
Stop talking while I'm talking. You are giving a an analogy of two
Do, you-
material sources. You are giving an analogy of two material sources that
do
can
you want?
feel each other, that can see each other, that can smell each other, that can audibly hear each other. That is not analogous. You don't see this God physically. You don't
What?
audibly
Can
hear the
would you?
God. So that it's not analogous, is what I'm telling you.
Just listen. Just listen.
No, because it's not analogous.
No, you'll be talking for hours
Oh,
to
your
others. You'll
ass
be
has.
talking.
It's not analogous.
You'll be talking. Just listen. I
I understand.
understand.
This
Listen.
is,
You're
I'm
sir,
not
going
trying
to
to
waste
convince
our
you.
time.
this is her live.
No,
She can talk
listen.
as long as she'd like. And she didn't interrupt you while you were speaking, so don't interrupt her.
She didn't allow
And
me to land. She
you'll be,
interrupted me. Unless she doesn't
she
want
runs
us
the
to
live
do
how
it
how
in a
she
just
sees
way.
fit. You'll just have to
Then
respect that.
she isn't just. Yeah, then she isn't
I'm not.
just.
I
She's
never told your
biased
ass
with her
I was
life.
just. I never told you I was just. And I also told you from the very beginning, I don't like listening to bullshit. It's not analogous. You are giving an example of two physical beings. Your God isn't physical. It's not the same. Start back
Are you
over.
done?
Start back over with
Do
something
you
that
want
is
me to talk?
analogous.
Hey, I've heard you. Thank you. Do you want me to talk?
As long as you don't go back to this bullshit.
All right. Now, right. You see, one of the first thing is knowledge isn't arrogant.
Listen, I
Isn't
don't give a fuck about that. I
no,
don't care
no, no,
about
no.
that. I listen. I don't
No,
care
you
what
need.
your opinion is of me. I
You're a
don't care
thinker.
about that.
No,
I
not
don't care. Damn.
not.
I don't give a no. Stop. You are here
You
to
claim to
talk.
be think.
No, quit. You are
Claim to be
here to
thinker.
talk
You
about the fucking topic, and that's it. The analogy that you gave is
Let's
not analogous to an immaterial God. Okay? Don't waste my time with that. I don't give a
I
fuck what you
asked
think
you
about me.
think.
I don't give a fuck what you think about me. Talk about the topic.
Okay, let's think. Then let's stop shouting and let's think. So
Talk
what I'm
about the
saying
topic.
is, oh my goodness, you're shouting, man.
Yep.
Let's
Every
think.
time you tell me to stop doing something, I'm gonna fucking do it because I have free will and I can do what the fuck I want.
Right, but you'll be held responsible for your.
That was for Oso.
All right, now you don't have. Would you want me to talk or you just want me to be muting me? Would you want me to talk at least?
Not muting you.
They are muting me. Probably is the
Talk
moderator
about the
now.
topic and not the host. You won't be
Now,
muted.
yeah. So, yeah, it is right. You'll be held accountable. Everyone will be held accountable for their free will. Right. Now, talking about, I gave you the analogy. Right. You said God is not material because you can touch Him, you can feel Him, and I wanted to ask you a question. Do you believe in the metaphysical?
How do you know that you are talking
No,
to
no.
a God? Answer
I
the
just asked a
question.
question. Host,
How do you
as a
know?
thinker, do you
How
believe
do
in the
you know?
metaphysical?
How do you
All
know
right.
that you are
All
talking
right.
to a
Listen.
God?
All right. Listen and learn. I know. Just listen and don't interrupt, please. I know it's your
Answer
life,
the
but
fucking
let's
question.
be
Stop
just.
worrying about what I do.
Now,
Answer the question.
now you need to be humble first off. The
I
spirit of
don't need to
God
be
is the
shit.
spirit.
Answer the fucking question.
I'm answering your question.
No, you're not. You're giving all this fucking
I'm answering.
you're giving all this fucking metadata. I don't give a damn about this meta commentary that I don't care about. Okay, I don't care what your thoughts are about me. Either you can talk about your God and the topic, or get the fuck down.
All right. Let's talk about a topic. Just stop
Talk about
muting
the
me and be
topic
quiet.
then.
How do I know that God speaks to me? Because the Spirit of God it works with humility. You need to be humble first off, right? You need to purge yourself off the dirtiness
Motherfucker,
and
I
all of
done
those
told your
wrongness first.
motherfucking ass. You think you fucking slick, bitch. He think he's slick. I am Lena.
Hi.
Hi, are you a believer in the God of
Mm-hmm.
the Bible? How old are
Yeah.
you?
29.
All right, what are your thoughts on the topic?
Okay, so I don't quite understand your question.
So, do you believe that God spoke to the writers of the Bible, of the scriptures?
Yes, I do.
Okay, the question is, how do you know that a God spoke to the writers, and how do you know when a God is speaking to you or to someone else?
Okay. So I don't, that's the only part I don't understand. You say how do I know that he's speaking to someone else? But how do I know that he's speaking to me? Is
Hold
because
on,
I,
hold on.
uh
When you say that you don't understand the part that says, how do you know he's speaking to someone else? What about that statement is confusing to you?
I mean, because I'm not someone else. Are you talking about the people in the Bible? Are you stating them when you say someone else, or what are you saying?
Have you not heard of prophets,
Yeah, that's what I'm
evangelists,
saying.
pastors?
Oh, okay. Yeah. But that's not, I mean, I'm not them.
But
I'm
how do
you.
you know when a God is speaking to them? When they say
Because
God
they want
said,
something, well, okay. So if the prophecy or whatever they say, if it comes true, or, that's the only way that you'll know that what they were saying was true.
so the prophecies in this Bible that did not come true, then that means that the prophets in this Bible were not actually hearing from a God.
Yeah, prophecies came true.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. And
So did Egypt ever go desolate for 40 years?
Egypt never became dominant.
No, I said desolate.
To your understanding, they probably haven't.
So I'm asking you, did they?
Okay, so what does that say that? And
Isaiah prophesied that Egypt would be desolate for 40 years.
they wasn't.
You said the prophecies came true, so when was Egypt desolate for 40 years?
How do you know that it didn't? They weren't.
Because I researched it, but I'm asking
How do you
you.
know
You
that that
said
research is
because I researched it. I'm
how do
asking
you know
you
that
because you
that
said, can you not do that? Like, what are y'all okay? Are y'all okay today? Like, y'all must really like it when I curse motherfuckers out. I'm trying to respect y'all, but for some odd reason, y'all don't know how to garner that respect.
I respect it
I'm
now.
asking you because you said the prophecies did come to pass. And
Okay.
so I'm asking you, how do you know that it came to pass? And I'm asking you, when was Egypt desolate for 40 years?
They could have been desolate for 40 years.
Could have been or was. And I'm sorry, it was actually Ezekiel, not Isaiah. Could have been or was.
So the same information that you're saying that you know, I don't know, but that is more prophecies that have came. Yeah, baby. It's more
Yeah, but
prophecies.
I'm talking about this one. I'm talking about this prophecy that Ezekiel gave regarding Egypt. You said that the way you know that that a God is speaking to a prophet is if they give a prophecy and it comes to pass. If it doesn't come to pass, then your God isn't speaking to them. So Ezekiel gave the prophecy that Egypt would be desolate for 40 years. I know that there was never a time in history where Egypt was desolate, but you said the prophecies did come to pass.
Okay, what if it didn't come to pass yet?
So when
You're
he gave
asking me
it during
about.
his time, sorry, why do you start talking when I start talking?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He gave the prophecy during his time, during the late Bronze Age, actually the Iron Age, right? To the people that he was prophesying to. How would they know that your God was speaking to Ezekiel if the prophecy isn't expected to come past for 4,000, 5,000 years in the future?
Okay, so can you ask that question again?
Yes, you stated that the way a person can know that your God is speaking to them or through them is if that prophet gives a prophecy and the prophecy comes to pass. We're talking about Ezekiel's prophecy where he prophesied that Egypt would be desolate for 40 years. You're stating that because it has not happened yet, that maybe it'll happen in the future. Ezekiel gave this prophecy during the Iron Age, right? And so to the people that was alive during this time in the BC era, right? How would they know that your God was actually speaking to Ezekiel if the prophecy isn't expected to come to pass for until 4,000, 5,000, even 10,000 years in the future because it hasn't happened yet. We don't know when it would happen or if it will happen. So how would they know if Ezekiel was actually hearing from your God if it didn't come to pass in their time?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Well, was some of them going to live for just those 40 years? The ones that he were speaking to. What if they, unalive before all of that, and it's just for us to know when this thing will happen?
Then why give the prophecy 2,500 years ago? Like, if you're telling people that something is going to happen, but they're dead before it happens, how is that a prophecy?
And then this is for us as well. So I mean,
No, nothing in this book mentions us.
no.
Not one word of this book mentions us in 2025. People have taken it and applied it to themselves and used it for some reason as a guidebook, but none of this was written to us. You think people fight with swords and chariots? Like,
The word is true, and it works.
the word is true because you believe the word is true because the word tells you it's true, and that's circular. The claim can't verify the claim. And to Thinker's point, you asked about how does she know that Egypt hasn't been desolate for 40 years? Because the country of Egypt has records. Historical documents show that there's continuous people living there. There's not been a 40-year span of them being desolate.
So that's according to what you searched, right?
That's according to actual history, the information that is available to us.
Okay, one second.
I mean, I'm just kind of wondering how you can claim that the prophecy came true when you didn't even look to see if the prophecy ever happened.
No, we weren't talking. She brought up this prophecy. I said that there's other prophecies.
You said, I said, so like the prophets in the Bible who prophesied things that did not come to
Yeah.
pass, you said they did come to pass. I didn't list a specific prophecy before you said that.
No, this is the specific prophecy that you're talking about.
Yes, because you made a claim when I stated, like the prophets in the Bible who prophesied things that did not come to pass, your statement after that was they did come to pass. You didn't even know what prophecies I was talking about. I
Exactly.
stated, right, but I stated that there were prophecies in the Bible that did not come to pass, and you said, yes, they did.
Okay, and you brought up the one that you felt like didn't come to pass.
Right, because I said there were prophecies that didn't come to pass, and you said, yes, they did.
Okay, so we're gonna talk about the one that you're saying that didn't come to pass. Let's just talk about it. And I
Like,
said,
are you okay?
no, I'm okay. I'm okay.
I don't think you understand what you said.
No, okay, okay.
Like, if
Maybe. Uh-huh.
you do you realize that you made a claim that all the prophecies came to pass?
No, I said there
See,
are
you
some
don't understand what you
prophecies
said.
that came to pass.
No, I said like the prophecies in the Bible that didn't come to pass. And your response to me saying there were prophecies in the Bible that did not come to pass was, yes, they did. Like, do you understand that?
I didn't say all though. I said there was some.
I said, like the prophecies in the Bible that didn't come to pass. And your response was, yes, they did come to pass. You did not say, well, some of them did.
I
You
did say
immediately,
that,
no, you
thinker.
didn't. No, I can
Okay.
replay it.
Okay.
I can replay it. Do you want me to replay what you said?
Now, if I said all, then that's. I don't think I said
No, you
all. But if
didn't
I
say
did,
all. You said, I said, do you realize that if I say there were prophecies in the Bible that didn't come to pass, and your response is, yes, they did come to pass, that you are saying that what I'm saying isn't true?
okay. So you made that statement, right? You said there were prophecies that didn't come to pass. I said some came to pass, but
No,
you
you
did not say
didn't. You
all.
did not say some came to pass.
Okay.
That's not true.
Okay.
I can replay it if you need to be reminded of what you said.
I mean, if I did say all, I'm mistaken.
You just said, yes, they did.
Okay. I didn't say all though, but if I did, can
But
you
you
replay
you
it?
were saying the ones that I was saying didn't come to pass, did come to pass. You did say that.
Talking about the one right now that you're talking about with Egypt.
Why is this hard? Why is this hard? Like, what is happening right now?
No, it's not hard. You just said something about Egypt, and I said, "How do you know that it didn't come to pass?" Me and you was talking about because you said you did your research. This the only prophecy that you brought up was this one.
Do you realize that? Oh my gosh. I don't know what is happening right now.
So you made the claim that
Oh my
prophecies
goodness.
have come to pass, but you don't have any documentation or proof of any prophecy that has come to pass. And Thinker mentioned that's not true because this is a prophecy that has not come to pass, which is Egypt being desolated for 40 years. That's how we got here. You made a claim about the prophecies coming true. Thinker rebutted that by showing you, well, here's one that did not come true. Therefore, we got here.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I ain't saying nothing different from. I think she thinks that I'm saying something
Do you
different.
realize that you originally stated that the prophecies came to pass when I said that there were prophecies in this book that did not come to pass? And your statement was, yes, they did.
Yes,
You understand what that means?
I said some, and you brought up one
You
that
did
did.
not. Okay, that's the first. I'm finna play it back because that's the third time that you have lied.
And if I didn't say some, then I said I was mistaken.
Like, this gaslighting that you're doing right now is ridiculous.
How is it gaslighting? I don't
Because you
understand.
know you didn't say some, and then you're trying to say, well, if I didn't say some, I was mistaken. You were the reason why we are talking about Ezekiel's prophecy is because when I stated, like the prophets in the Bible who had made prophecies that didn't come to pass, you said yes, they did. The whole purpose of you saying yes, they did is because you made the statement that the way you know that a God is talking to a prophet is if they prophesy something and it doesn't come to pass.
Okay, what scripture are you talking about? Because if you're talking about
Ezekiel 29.
15,
No.
oh, well, that one came to pass because obviously, hold on, let me go to scripture. And then what's your scripture for? You're saying that what's that scripture? Because yeah.
In the 10th year, and the 10th month, on the 12th day of the month, the word of the Lord came to me. Mortal, set your face against Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and prophesy against him and against all Egypt. Speak and say, thus says the Lord God, I am against you, Pharaoh, king of Egypt, the great dragon sprawling in the midst of his channels, saying, my Nile is my own. I made it for myself. I will put hooks in your jaws and make the fish of your channels stick to your scales. I will draw up I will draw you up from your channels with all the fish of your channels sticking to your scales. I will fling you into the wilderness, you and all the fish of your channels. You shall fall in the open field and not be gathered or picked up. To the animals of the earth and to the birds of the air I have given you as food. Then all the inhabitants of Egypt shall know that I am the Lord, because you were a staff of reed to the house of Israel. When they grasped you with the hand, you broke and tore all their shoulders. And when they leaned on you, you broke and made all their legs give you way. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, I will bring a sword upon you and will cut off from you human and animal, and the land of Egypt shall be a desolation and a waste. Then they shall know that I am the Lord, because you said, the Nile is mine and I made it. Therefore, I am against you and against your channels, and I will make the land of Egypt an utter waste and desolation from Migdol to Syene, as far as the border of Cush. No human foot shall pass through it, no animal foot shall pass through it, and it shall be uninhabited 40 years. I will make the land of Egypt a desolation among desolated countries, and her cities shall be a desolation 40 years among cities that are laid waste. I will scatter the Egyptians among the nations and disperse them among the countries. That did not happen.
Sorry, I had to call. Okay, so you're saying that did not happen. Now, okay, there's no record of that, but how do we know it's not going to happen? From here.
I think we've already asked you, like, we've already addressed that question, right? Like, what would be the purpose of your God giving a prophecy to Ezekiel to give to people during the Bronze Age if it's not expected to happen until like the unforeseeable future? And we're already 4,000 years past when he said this.
Okay, so what if it was spiritual and symbolic?
This goes back to, how do you know, right, when a God is speaking to somebody? Like, if you got to make excuses and say, well, maybe it's spiritual. As a matter of fact, this is what the Greeks did with their spiritual system, right? And what Jesus was upset with the Pharisees about, because they would reinterpret things using the Hellenization of spirituality, right? That's how the sages would give vague prophecies to people who would go up to the shrines, and people would basically reinterpret these prophecies to make them fit whatever audience or age of time, right? So that's literally what you're doing right now, saying, what if it was spiritual?
No, I'm saying, what if it was symbolic? Like you're saying that you have no record of it being desolate, which okay, no record of it, right? And then how are we to take what history says? If I mean, wouldn't they want to just hide that if it did happen? Wouldn't you think they would want to hide those things?
Hide that nobody lived in Egypt, that Egypt was uninhabitable for 40 years?
You're asking this question, right?
Like, how would they hide that?
It's not pulled up in no record.
How would they hide a land like Egypt being uninhabitable for 40 years?
Okay, but this what you're saying, it doesn't like, I don't know, because you can't, you're saying just throw the whole book away because one prophecy you're saying that did not come.
You are the one who set the framework for how to tell when a God is talking to a prophet. You are the one who said that a God is not talking to a prophet if the prophecy doesn't come to pass.
Yeah, because I know you asked me how do I know about like how he's speaking to me or if he's speaking to a prophet, and just like that prophet said that we was going to be in the rapture, it didn't come to pass. We weren't raptured. No one was looking for it. I mean, I sure wasn't, but I mean,
Okay, if that is one of the ways, then this prophecy that Ezekiel gave did not come to pass. But you are here today because you believe in this guy. You are reinterpreting it and saying, well, maybe it was symbolic, maybe it was spiritual.
okay. So if you, I'm gonna put it in your right. Don't, I mean, I don't want to say that don't hear from God, because then it's just like, I can't really say that.
Wait, say that again?
I'm saying,
Fee, can you take over? My daughter keeps FaceTiming me. I need to make sure she's okay.
Yeah, you can go ahead. I am.
yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you don't hear, okay, so say if Ezekiel is like, not saying that he is, but if he's like the guy who said something about the rapture, like, what if there is, because you got to understand some of these things have been translated, and what it says possibly can't even mean what it said in that verse. How do we actually know
Well, I
that?
mean, I think that would be even more reason not to believe it. If what you're saying is it can't be trusted, the translation, you don't know who translated it, it could be something missing, the prophecy has no date, you're saying it didn't, it could be symbolic, it could be metaphorical. Like, why are we accepting it as true if we don't have any evidence that it is true?
Okay, so that's just one of the prophecies that we have no record of. I poured the cheese on the table. No, man, I'm about to put it in your bowl. Come here. There's one of them that we don't have any record of, but it's like, I'm just wondering, as though you are, but it's not that none of the other prophecies haven't come to pass. That's what I'm saying.
What prophecy has come to pass?
So in Ezekiel, I think 19:15.
What does the prophecy state, and when did it come to pass?
1 second. I mean, it shall be the lowest of kingdoms, and it shall never again exalt itself over nations.
And who was that about?
Egypt.
What prophecy are you reading?
I'm talking about Egypt in Ezekiel 19:15. Hold on.
Ezekiel 19 doesn't
29.
even have a 15. It stops at 14.
Hold on, I was just reading it. Give me 1 second. I had to go and go. Um, oh no, my bad. 29:15. 29:15. Sorry. Well, it said it should. Dang it. Wait a minute. Okay. Oh yeah, it shall be the lowest of kingdoms. It shall never exalt itself above the nations, for I will demolish them, so that they will not rule over nations anymore.
Okay, so how is that a prophecy that's come to fruition?
I mean, are they ruling over nations?
Egypt is doing pretty well right now.
Not ruling over all the nations, though.
Did they rule over they didn't rule over all the nations even then. Like, you have to realize this book was centered in one part of the world. There were people on this planet, on other continents and in other countries when these things were written. I think sometimes y'all miss that. Like, there was folks in China then, right? And in Japan. Like, they had whole ass lives right now. There were
But are
people,
they
our
really?
ancestors were on the continent, serving their gods and living their lives, practicing their cultural norms. So this idea of Egypt, I think the 40 years, I don't know if that's the 40 years of desolation.
What about Nineveh's fall?
What about Nineveh's fall?
Okay, so, and I'm still looking into that. I'm just looking into prophecies that have been fulfilled throughout this Bible.
I mean, how powerful is a fulfilled prophecy that doesn't have a date? It's unfalsifiable. If it doesn't have a deadline, you can never know if it's been proven false or not.
How do
It's
you know that,
vague.
though, Fee? How do
How do
you?
I how
Oh
do I know
my!
what?
How do you know that it doesn't have a date? Like you're saying this.
Is there a date mentioned in the scripture? Like Nineveh
No, it's
will
not.
fall on this day in this year. It's not. Most of them, all of them, don't have dates.
Okay, should it put a date on it? It shouldn't have to put a date on it. It's just going to come to pass.
If it doesn't put a date on it, then of course it'll come to pass if it's given an infinite amount of time.
Right.
But that doesn't make it a prophecy fulfilled. That just means shit happens. I mean, astronomers have more predictive powers than these people in this Bible. They can tell you exact time when an eclipse is going to happen, where you need to be in on your part of the globe to be able to see it. These prophecies saying this nation will never rule everybody again. They didn't rule everybody in the first place.
All right. Okay. But who's to say? I don't know. I know that some like some. I'm gonna get my book. I'm gonna get. Hold on.
Look, I'm not your girl for prophecies because I mean I've read through them. I don't find them convincing. We can talk about it if you like, but I think Thinker's prompt was about how do you know when a God is speaking to you, or how do you know a God spoke to anybody in this book?
So how I know he's speaking to me is that his word it aligns with his nature and his character. I mean, knowing that you know his character, you know how he's speaking to you. Is it always audible? No. I wouldn't say that it's always audible. And if someone does say that he always speak audible to them, then I wouldn't really, I wouldn't honestly trust that.
Is it audible to anybody?
Yes, you have to be listening to. First, you have to know the character of God. First, you have to be building a relationship with Him to know how He speaks.
Do you hear him outside of your head?
And what do you mean by that?
If I were standing next to you when God was talking to you, would I hear him?
No, you would not.
So you only hear him in your head.
No, you will only hear Him through spirit because He's spirit. You will only hear Him through your inner, your spirit. But you're in this flesh.
I don't know what spirit means, but I'm talking about you hearing God. Do you hear God in your head? You said you don't hear it audibly, you only hear it in your head. If I was he's not going to talk to me because I don't believe in him. So he would only talk to you. If he's talking to you and I'm standing next to you, will I hear him?
No, you won't.
Okay, so you only hear him in your head.
Yeah, because we're all individuals.
Okay, how do you know it's not a thought that you're having as opposed to a God speaking to you? What's the difference?
The difference is that my own thoughts are just that I know the difference between my own thoughts. My thoughts are just guessing. When He speaks, it's by confirmation. And then outside of that external, you'll receive confirmation.
That's still internal. There's no external piece to verify that.
How do you say that? How can you say that?
Well, you haven't first distinguished between God's thoughts. Do you only think in questions? Or do you have novel ideas? Maybe I should ask that.
I do. I always think I'm an overthinker. I'm a woman. So I overthink a lot of things. So of course I'm going to always be like, okay, I'm overthinking everything and I'm just like not getting any answers. And even if I do come up with something, I'm still wondering.
Okay, so where does God come in?
With a definite answer that I'm looking for because I would ask because I'm confused about something.
Do you ever make a decision on your own without God?
I have before.
So what is the what distinguishes your decision making from a God decision?
Now, my little decisions, like me going to take a shower, me going to do the norm on a day to day basis, those decisions I can make, right? But if I'm talking about getting a new job or going to a new, doing anything that I feel like I know that it's either going to set me back in life or it's going to push me forward, I'm going to talk to the Father about that.
So if another person from another religion did the same thing with their God, would you believe their claim?
Now, if they did that with their God, I personally feel like everyone will come to the truth. And I honestly could say that there is a lot of spirit. So I don't know if their God is, if they feel like they're speaking to the true God. I don't think that he's going to hold them unless, because I feel like
My question was, would you accept their claim?
what I would say.
Would that make their claim true?
So can you give me an example? Like if they're saying something like,
Yeah, I worship a head of lettuce named Chauncey. I pray to him before every decision I make to make sure that I'm aligned with his will. And he guides me and he speaks to me and I make the decisions that he guides me to. Does that make that true?
I think it's more so about the heart. Like even if you don't have him right, I think he know who you think. I think he knows who you're trying to talk to. Even if everything that you don't have right, I believe that he looks at the heart. And if you're genuine about, because some people are in these types of religions like Muslim, or just people who are in this heavy indoctrinated thing where their families teach them how to do certain things, and I personally feel like it's the wrong way, and maybe they have it where they feel like they doing it the right way. For me, I
Well,
just feel like,
everybody thinks they're doing it the right way. And
yeah.
most people, the biggest predictor of your religion is the family you're born in and the location you're born on this planet. If you were born in the Middle East, you'd probably be Muslim. And you'd be making this argument that you're making for your God right now for Allah. But the reality is, all of these claims that believers give about a God talking to them, they are not testable.
Okay, how do you think that they're not testable? So if because I know scientists create everything, right?
Scientists don't
So,
create anything.
oh, they
No,
don't. They
no.
don't.
Science is not a creative process, it's an explanatory process.
So, okay, you're saying that they don't know how to make cars. Like who invented the cars and stuff like that? Because some guy was on my channel the other day saying that's how scientists do it. So
How scientists do how
invent
scientists
cars and
my
all this
son
other
said
stuff.
Henry Ford is a god. No, like I mean, there are science goes into engineering, into mathematics. Of course, science is a process. It's a process of understanding the world around us. There are different disciplines in science, of course, biology, chemistry, all of those things, but it helps us to explore the natural world around
I
us.
understand that, yes, of course. But what I'm saying that was ridiculous for him to even say what he said. So this is why I asked you all who love science and stuff like that, because I love science too. But I personally don't feel like that's how the inventions of cars came about or whatever. But back to
Wait
what
a
I was
minute.
trying
What?
to
I'm
say.
sorry. I didn't follow you with a car. What did you just say?
No, they said that the scientists create a car. They created. Oh, he said so. The car that you drive, scientists came. I mean, what he says that scientists created them or something like that.
Well, humans did come up with the concept of a car and an engine. And
Right. But that it's not based on science. Like we had an idea, which makes the invention.
who is we? I don't
Whoever came
understand the
up with
point.
the car invention idea.
So you're saying a human had to have the idea first?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that's how all of the stuff that we have come.
Okay, I was just saying something about the scientists. That so dude said that on my panel, so I figured that was incorrect. So this is why I said scientists made everything, but no, we discover. Which take back to my point. Scientists is discovering God's creation. They're not. They're literally in the middle of the creation, trying to discover it. But
Well, then why? Okay, so you're making a claim that the natural world around us is God's creation.
the
You have
natural,
you have
yes,
absolutely no way of substantiating that claim outside of a book That also includes talking snakes and magical fruit in a garden, right? So just because you've been conditioned to believe that this book is true, this is how the world started, this is the origin of Earth, and science refutes that completely, by the way. We know how old this planet is. We see planets being formed. We see stars being birthed out of like nebulae, like all of that. We understand the world around us. That's what science helps us to do. You all explain it as God spoke a thing and there was a tree, right? Like one is a claim with absolutely no evidence, and the other is trying to examine the world around us to figure out what we can understand. Those are two
But how
completely
can you
different.
trust science when science has been proven wrong countless of times?
Science proves itself wrong. That's the goal of science. I am. The only way we learn is by proving ourselves wrong. The only way we grow is by identifying what we have wrong. The actual goal of any scientist that's working on something is to prove where we've gotten it wrong so we can get it right. Religion doesn't do that. Religion starts at I'm right, that's it, full stop. Let's stop investigating and just dig deeper into our delusion. I don't want to do that. That doesn't work for me.
So why would you trust? Okay, so you think that when scientists are proven wrong, they'll be able to get it right, or haven't it got it right, and about how the world came about? Why are there two ways that the world came about? We need an actual answer of how we got here.
What two ways are you talking about?
Evolution and the Big Bang. Like, why are there two ways?
No, if you think that either evolution or the Big Bang is telling you how we came about, I don't think you understand either one of them. Those are not two conflating theories. Evolution
There,
has absolutely nothing to do with the origin of life, nothing whatsoever. It explains the diversity of life, but it does not say anything about the origin of life.
okay, so you're saying that they're two different ones, but they're not saying how it came about.
Evolution is not stating anything about the origin of life. The Big Bang Theory is about the expansion of our universe. Evolution explains the diversity of life on our planet.
But why are there two? Like, it should just be one. Honestly, I honestly
I
don't.
don't think you know enough about this to talk about it because
I don't
it
care to
should.
know about it because honestly, it don't make sense.
Well, if you don't know it, of course it doesn't make sense. I like to refer people to Khan Academy, KHAN Academy.org, I believe. It's a free resource online. It has classes at various levels that give you the basics of what I don't think it has anything about Big Bang, but it definitely talks about evolution. But the point is, do you realize that germ theory is a theory in the same way that evolution is a theory? And I'm pretty sure you wouldn't go lick a toilet because you know you would get sick. If you don't know what a scientific theory is, and I could absolutely understand you making the claims or bringing up the points that you're bringing up, but I would suggest that you read into it a little bit more, understand what it is before you say it should only be one, because that's not how that's evolution and the Big Bang address two very different things.
It's crazy
Okay,
that you
so
claim to love science.
if they address two different things, is Big Bang and evolution put together? So Big Bang is how it started. Evolution is
No,
so okay. So who's talking? Because I really don't know who's talking.
does it matter if it's the same thing being said?
Why shouldn't it matter if it's the same thing? I mean,
Huh?
why should it matter? Like, it should matter. It's supposed to matter.
Should it matter if it's the same information?
It's supposed to matter.
I'm not sure what you're saying should matter and what you think should be the same thing. I'm not following you.
B, you said that the Big Bang Theory is how it started, and evolution is how it grows. So are they both in the same category? Like they should, because that this makes sense that if it's supposed to be in the same category. So it's telling the story of
Right.
our existence came
No,
about.
no, it's not. Neither
Okay.
of
Okay.
those theories are doing that.
What science do you love?
I don't care. Honestly, I honestly don't care about.
You said you love science. What science do you love?
I never said I love science.
The Big Bang Theory explains the origin of our universe, the part of the universe that we can observe, our observable universe. And the theory of evolution explains the development and the diversity of life on Earth. That's literally, those are two completely different things. The Earth is only one planet in a huge universe. There's nothing about those two things that should align.
Okay, Phoebe. So, however they saying that it came about is false.
And see, this is where I get frustrated with Christians, because you don't even know what it states and you're claiming that it's false. In the same way, most of y'all don't even know what this book says, the Bible, and you claim that it's
So
true.
evolution
And
says we
hold
came
on,
from
hold
apes.
on. And that is just intellectual laziness.
Evolution
If you
says,
want to refute it, learn it and refute it. Tell them where they got it wrong. But to just sit back and say whatever they say is false, based on what?
okay, so evolution said we came from apes, right?
No, we are apes.
No, oh, okay, that's where I could disagree with you.
You
So
don't know.
just because you telling me that, I have to agree with you, because what you're saying, how evolution, you don't have to agree with me how I feel like we got here. I don't have to agree with you how you feel like we got here.
Oh,
We are
do
not
you always
apes. I
sound
don't
drunk?
feel like we're apes.
What do I mean when I say that? And what's your name? I'm sorry. I keep calling you I am. What's your name?
Lena. Her name is Lena. Sorry, y'all. I'm back. I had to go
Is
be
she
mom
okay?
for a second.
Is she
She's
okay?
okay. She just needed mom.
Okay,
She's
good.
she's okay. She's
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
you got a super chat.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Hold on. I'm gonna let y'all get back to the conversation. Hold on. Let me see. The super chat is a $20 super chat.
God
Are
damn.
you hanging in there? Also, here's a spiritual hug from Astronova. 20 seconds on the clock. All right, y'all go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know that the conversation is going to get too far, because Lena's refuting things that I'm not quite sure she's studied on. So I don't know if we're talking about the same thing.
What are y'all talking? I heard something about evolution when I came back. Are y'all talking about
Yeah, she was
evolution
saying
or?
that. Yeah, she was saying that the theory of evolution should match um, the Big Bang theory, which are two completely different things. And then she's refuting the fact that we are biologically apes.
How did we get to evolution from the prophecy thing?
You know what? I was trying to keep up with it, but I am about halfway to my target point in space right now, so I can't remember. Thinker. Also, do you remember?
Yeah, she said that she loves science and then proved that she knew nothing about it.
I didn't say I love science.
She literally did. That's the crazy part. I took note of it mentally. People wrote it in the comments when you said it, and then when it came back around, I never said that.
Also, I don't love science. I never say I love science.
Okay.
Lena,
The
When
I'm
you
gonna
YouTube
say so
is
try.
much about it, like how the
yeah, the YouTube is ARCH Thinker. Just go back and watch the clip. You said it. It was noted in the comments. I was
okay.
looking while I was making a mental note. I looked at it. They said what I was thinking. They typed it in there. You can go back and see it typed out
Mhm.
and hear you say it. And you can
Yeah.
see me look at you like, now why the fuck would she say that?
Mm. Okay. I said I don't know
Also,
All of
science.
also,
those
I
things will
also,
didn't
happen, I
think I said
promise.
I love science.
also,
Hmm
did you also say did you love did you turn up the thing?
hmm I did 20 seconds. What, do you want to count 20 seconds out loud or something? Because I did 20 seconds.
Oh, you did 20. I'm just, I didn't know. My bad. I'm just, somebody just sent, Shelly Belly sent $5. Here's a fiver to take 5 seconds off his next. Oh, she said this is to take
Oh,
5 seconds off your next time. Oh, so you get a break.
they love
Oh,
you,
Shelly, I love
Oso.
you. Thank you
Sh-
so much, Shelly.
Oh, Shelly Belly, you and I are going to talk later on. Conversations in the clouds for you, Shelly Belly.
Oh shit.
Lena, I'm gonna try again. So if we can go back to the topic, okay? What I really want to understand, right? Because we just saw the whole rapture thing happen. and people saying that it wasn't the God talking to Prophet Joshua or the other young man who said that he fasted for 3 days. Oh shit. Astronova, $25 super chat, countering Shelly. So so Shelly
So,
sent the $5 to take 5 seconds off. Here's
that's
$20. Marduk sent $9.99 for long body. So
okay.
twenty
We'll
nine
round that
ninety
up to a
nine.
fat 10. Okay.
Yep. 30
Also,
seconds on
Smack
the clock.
Lester and Bash are in the queue. I don't know if you want to get them
Oh,
up here
are
to
they?
help me out.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, just to let y'all know, on YouTube, you can also torture Mac and Bash as well. They also have their tens units on their period stimulators.
Not yet. I just want to play something real quick before I get down to that.
Okay.
But what I'm saying that was ridiculous for him to even say what he said. So this is why you all who love science and stuff like that, because I love science too. But I personally don't feel like that's how the inventions of cars came about.
So you did
So
say you love science.
I'm not knocking science. Like
Look,
I love science, but not in a way that I know all about science.
here's
Like
the
So
I
thing,
now
love
you
Derisha.
science, but
do?
not in a way like
Derisha,
that.
here's the thing I've noticed about you over the past few weeks. I've seen you on this app. You are way too comfortable lying.
I'm not
You
lying. Like
are.
I
You
said, I
are. No,
don't
you
like.
are,
I
and
don't
you
have a
do. And I've
passion
watched you
for it.
here and other places. You are way too comfortable lying, and you try to dismiss it, just like you're doing now. But the fact of the matter is, you said it, and then you backtracked when you said the prophecies were fulfilled, and the thinker said, a
Bring
lot of them
Hannah
weren't,
back up.
and you said they were. And we'll play that too.
A
But you're just
$20 super
you
chat for
say things.
Bash. 20 seconds on the clock, Bash.
I
Astronova
said, I'm sorry.
has paid
Yeah, I'm
$20.
not hooked up yet, guys. So just give me a minute on that. But
Okay,
This is
well,
for
I'm going to go ahead
Bash.
and get mine
and I've
knocked out. This
never
is a fat 30.
yeah, I appreciate the roses, guys. Give me a second. I have never tortured myself with this tens unit, so I don't know the settings yet. But I'll get it figured out. But anyway, yeah. Don't be so comfortable lying.
No, I didn't try to lie. Like
No,
I'm not saying
you
like
are.
I
You are.
lie
You were.
like that.
I watched you
But I'm
lying
saying
last.
I
I
love
watched you
science.
lying last night on a panel,
It's a
and I've seen you lie on
what
Christina's
panel?
live.
What panel? I wasn't on no live last
You
night.
gonna
So
lie
now
about
you're
that
lying.
too?
I wasn't on no panel last night.
Whoa. Oh God.
What panel? I was on my own panel.
Turn your
Yes,
camera on, Bash.
Is that not a panel?
I'm sorry, I thought
I
I
was
was
on
muted.
my
Oh,
own panel, but you wasn't on what panel? So you was on my
Do you
panel.
understand that
What was
people
I
can be
lying
like
about?
in a live and not on the panel?
What was I lying about on my own live?
Oh, I don't know the details.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't remember
So
the
you're
details.
lying now.
No. I know you were lying.
So you're gonna go listen to my word that I said I love science. Though I'm not saying like I love it as a passion. I don't care
You
for science.
said
I
I
said that
don't love
too.
science. I never said I love science. That's what
That's
you said.
exactly what you said. Yeah.
Well, when I think of it, what you're trying to say is like I think you're saying that I love, like I have a passion for it. Like I
You
love
said
science. I'm not
you
knocking
guys
it.
love science. I love science too.
I mean, I'm not knocking science. Like I mean,
You don't
I
love
love
science. You don't even
science, but
understand
I
you
don't.
don't even understand the basics.
Okay, but
You
I'm
couldn't
okay. I
explain
can
what a
say I don't
theory
like
was for
science.
$1,000.
So just
Just
because
don't
I
you
love
just
science
say
doesn't
things
mean
just
I
to
have
say them.
to.
I don't know why that is. I don't know why you're
I
comfortable
can
doing
love
that.
something, but don't care for it or have a passion, really, to be honest, for it like that.
What?
I can love
You
Screenshot,
it,
can
screenshot.
but
love
do I
something
want to
but
go
don't care
and
for
do
it.
all the things
Somebody
of
get that
science?
screenshot for me. Damn.
Are
We'll get it
y'all
on
getting
the
what
we'll
I'm
get it
trying
on
to
the
say?
YouTube.
I don't think y'all getting what I'm trying to say.
I got
I'm
the
saying
Because
screenshot.
it's
I'll send it to
it.
you.
No, it's a trend I've noticed with you. Like
that's not
you
no
came up on
trend.
it is it absolutely is. You came up on Christina's panel a while ago, and everybody was kind of enamored with you. They thought you were real sweet. But like with every Christian, I reserve judgment. And you've proven yourself to be a liar and very comfortable with it. And I think
Oh,
that's something you should sit with.
I'm not a liar. So
There's another one.
Yeah, that's
I said
crazy.
I
Because you've
love
been proven to
science, but
lie.
it
You've
doesn't
been
mean I
proven
have
to
to
lie.
participate in science. Like I don't have to
You've been
sit here
proven to
and
lie.
do
That's the crazy
all the
part.
scientific things. I love science. Doesn't mean I have to participate
No, you
in
lie
what
about what
it.
you just said. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
because you
Like there
just
are
said that you
words.
didn't say that
I
you
don't
love
have a
science. You said that you
passion
don't
for
love
it.
science, and now that you're saying that you lie a lot for somebody who claimed to be not a liar. That's
Oh,
crazy,
okay.
man.
So just pin me down for what you thought you think that I meant when I said I love
So
science.
when Mac played it back and you switched your position, that was what?
It doesn't matter what you meant by the word love. It could mean xylophone, right? But the fact of the matter is, you said, I love science too. And then also said, you don't seem to know a lot about a thing you love. And you said, I never said I love it.
Like you're making it seem like I
No, no, no. It
love
doesn't
it,
matter
and
what you
I
meant by
don't
the
love it
word.
like that. I just
It
said
does put any word in there you want. The fact of the matter is, you said, I never said X. And then there is audio of you saying X.
I mean, the fact that we've gone on two very long tangents to kind of pin down what you've actually said is problematic, right? If what you meant, you didn't mean you love it like that, you refuted saying, I love science until Twin played it back. And we could go back and forth all day long, but it's not going to change. The point of the matter is, you said a thing, you meant something different, but you said the thing, then you denied saying it. That's
you
And
only.
denied
I
saying
feel
it.
like this is similar to the voice of God, right? Like when we talked about Ezekiel's prophecy not coming to pass, you were like, well, maybe it's symbolic, like maybe it means this, or he didn't say that. Like this is similar to when believers claim that a God said a thing.
So,
Like
like I
you won't
said,
even hold
I'm not
yourself
having a
accountable.
passion for science. I love science, but in that love way that I'm not saying like I love science like that.
I mean
That's what I
right.
meant
Like you
saying
said a
that.
thing, right? You said a thing, right? You said I love science too. You said those words, and now you're trying to convince us that those words do not mean what they mean, and that is the same thing that we go through when we have conversations with believers about what this book says, or about what a
Hmm.
prophet says, about or what one of y'all say that a God said to y'all. Like y'all, your whole belief system is built on reinterpreting words to convince people that they don't mean what they mean. But I will tell you that Astronova means that he means what he means, and this is a delayed $20 for Mac.
Oh my
This one's for
goodness.
you. And he said, "Put the damn thing on."
Damn.
Y'all are some
Thank you,
haters.
Astronova.
That's why.
Bash's gift is,
There
if
is,
you see
and I'll see
Bash
you there.
experience period cramps, Bash's gift is the dog with the baseball bat. I don't know what it's called. Send
Or
that to
Frankie Frank.
Bash. Or
Did
do
they
they
bring
still have
Frankie Frank
those?
back?
No, he's dead.
No.
Oh, okay.
Y'all know I
That's just
love
for the
Frankie
culture.
Frank.
Yeah, send that to Bash if you want to see Bash experience period cramps. Eloso's gift is the Twilight. Is that what it is?
It could just be the potato in Paris, something like that one.
Potato in Paris. And Mac, what is the gift for you?
I mean, are we doing like a second per 100 or something?
No,
It seemed to be the
well, it's
rate this
10 for
morning.
the TikTok gifts. It's 10 seconds. If they send a super chat, it's a second $1.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think that's roughly the same thing, right? So, like
Yeah.
100 coins would be like a penny, or yeah. So I think it's. I'll pick a gift out of there. Okay, to identify that it's for me. Okay, let me grab one. It's gonna be a Zeus.
The setup
No.
was amazing.
Right. Right.
Just
A
carry the
thousand
one. Let me
dollars, a
see.
thousand coins or less.
Oh my goodness.
uh,
Oh shit.
okay. I guess the dinosaur. Right? Nobody has a dinosaur, right?
Wait, you
Mm.
gonna let them send the tiny dinies to
No,
make
no,
you?
no. A dinosaur is 1,000.
Oh,
Okay,
the big
to
dinosaur.
avoid any confusion, I'll go with the glowing jellyfish.
Okay, so send Mac a glowing jellyfish if you want to see Mac experience period cramps. Bash is the dog with the bat in his mouth. I don't know what it's called, and then Oso's is the potato man. So that's Mac.
Potato in Paris.
Yeah. So Mac, go ahead. You got two, Mac. So you got 30 seconds on the clock when you get strapped up. All
Oh,
right.
Bash moves his down.
Where's yours? Also,
Oso's
Mine's
is the
where his
potato in
is. I would.
Paris. Yeah.
Bash, you know you muted, right?
y'all had Bash walking around like he was in labor.
Ooh, mine is right there at the top of the right where you.
At the bridge.
Yeah, at the bridge. Yeah, yeah, right at the
and
gullet.
and men, those of you that are deconstructing your misogyny, get ready because this will be a series on Also Raised Live once a month. We will be investing in tens units for men to strap up and have discussions about misogyny. And the women will be controlling the apps, just to let y'all know. So this is something that's going to be a reoccurring thing. And then all of the funds donated when we do those lives will go to a battered women's shelter. So it's for a good cause, deconstructing misogyny and helping fund housing for women that needs to escape their abusers. But yeah, back to the conversation.
Can I throw
Fee, were
one
you
thing in
wait?
just to make it fun?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Every time somebody tells a blatant lie, it's got to be a blatant lie, like a X is not X kind of lie. 10 seconds for Oso.
Oh shit! I don't think Oso want to do that with Lena on the panel. I don't know.
Ten
I don't
seconds for
know.
Oso. But it's got to be a blatant lie.
Also gave a thumbs up.
And let's just do that in
Okay,
the circle.
okay,
Let's do that in the circle. We'll do that. I won't
okay.
make you do it by yourself.
And then 10 seconds for each blatant lie.
But it's got to be a blatant lie. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, okay. All right, Mac. Can you go ahead and are you strapped up? You're on mute, Mac.
Oh, sorry about that. I mean, I have the electrodes on. I have the modes. I'm just not getting it to like fire.
Uh-oh.
C is not intuitive, and every time I like pull it out of the bag, I have to like refigure it out. But I'll get there. What do I have? 20 seconds waiting for me?
30
You got 20,
seconds.
30
30
seconds.
seconds.
Yeah.
30 seconds. Yeah. All right. While Mac figures that out, we'll get back to the conversation. Lena, did you understand what I meant when I said you reinterpreting that sentence, I love science too, to say that it means something else? It's similar to what we go through when we're having these types of conversations with believers and reinterpreting what the Bible says, like reinterpreting words or prophecies to mean something else.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I personally, when you said that, when he also said, you said you love science, my mind started saying, okay, I don't love it like that for me to know everything about it. Like, I don't love it like that, but I know what y'all saying. Words don't mean words, which mean I did say I love science, but my meaning behind it, I really didn't
Okay.
mean.
What did you mean when you said I love science too?
Like, I'm not knocking it. Like, I love science, but it don't give me a passion to actually go and do all the scientific things that we can do. Like, I don't have a passion for it.
So when you say you love science, you just mean like you don't hate it.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I mean, I love it, but I don't, like, I thought he was saying, like, you love science. Like, when I started hearing him say, like, you love science, I was like, dang, I ain't say, like, I love it like that, but I love it till I don't hate it. Not saying that I didn't actually say what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, but you
That's obviously
you
the truth.
literally
That's why I'm
said
hurt.
I
I
never
didn't say
said
that.
you,
I
you
know
lit.
that. I know I
Yeah.
said
Okay.
that, but I should have said I didn't mean it like that instead of saying I didn't say that.
Okay. Okay.
Is it on, Mac?
Yeah.
Hold on,
But
I saw
okay,
that
here's the
face.
thing with this one though. Like, I'm trying to find. It works in waves, right?
Yeah,
So
it always mine working waves.
okay. So I don't want to like, I'm not trying to like give myself a break. I'm trying to find the one that's like a steady state so that I can just ramp it up, and there it is.
Ooh, I don't know. They got one of them. It's got to work in waves, bro. It's like
Yeah, you got to
That's
do
how
it in the
period
waves.
cramps are. Period cramps come in
Yeah.
waves.
Yeah,
yeah,
it's like a build, and then it
Yeah.
tapers
tighten up
off.
and then it. Yeah.
Okay.
10
Well
seconds of
then,
that.
yeah, I'll do those. That's no problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
But crank that when you get the money, you got to crank it up.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Yeah.
find one. So this one's there's ones that are like feels like what a cramp would feel like, and there's some that just feel like electric shock. So
Do the cramp one.
Don't electrocute yourself.
that's why I feel like it feels like really sharp. It's weird. It's like
Do the one that feel like you licking a 9 volt.
That's the one. That's the one for Mac.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Oh wow.
I'm loving this Broveries thing. Whoever
okay.
came up with that.
Mm.
I fucking love it.
There it is. Okay. Yeah, this was probably too mild.
Oh, yours is mild.
This one is. This mode is. I'm trying to
We'll
find a
fix
right
that.
mode. I'm trying to be. I'm like obsessed with fairness. So
We'll fix
I'm
that.
trying to
I
figure.
like that about you, man. Because yeah, I am too. I like to
I'm
be
not trying
fair.
to cheat the people.
Yeah.
They paid to abuse me. Oh, there's one.
Oh, there go one.
Yeah, you can tell when he's.
All right,
Found
guys,
it.
found it, and it was mode number one.
Not him singing. Now you have to sing at the home.
All
Yeah.
right, can you guys see? Is that like readable at all?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
All right.
It's woof. It's about done.
Yeah. 30 seconds of that, Chief.
Yep. I think I'm halfway there.
There you go,
There you
Bash.
go,
You're so
Bash.
welcome. You're so
Oh,
welcome.
why would you do that to me? Oh, we was
Why
finished.
me?
I thought
You
we was
must have got
finished.
two of them too, so that's like 30 seconds for sure.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I got to turn it. Okay, wait. Okay.
That's like 100
Hold
seconds
on,
at least.
Emir sent the $20 super chat. Let me get this straight. I can pay and get Oso back for all the time he got me with his hijinks. I'll take that deal. 20 seconds on the clock, Oso. Thank you, Emir.
Okay. Woo.
Thank you so much, my friend that I used to have.
Oh, this new position is horrible. I ain't gonna lie to you. The first one was bad. This one is horrible.
Yeah, mine might be a little high.
You want to go lower?
Yeah, I don't know. Like,
Who is sucking their teeth? Is that? Oh man!
Bash.
This one
Oh
is
my
bad.
god! I
This one
swear,
is
I'm loving
bad,
this.
man. The first position was bad, but this one, I put it down a little lower this time. This one is horrible. Oh. Oh.
Thinker, why do you sound like
Hannah,
a
Hannah,
mean child?
Cause I fucking love it.
that's
I'm loving
libel.
this. This is what Yahweh did to women. This is what Yahweh did.
We're on your side about that.
Did they ever talk about like period pain?
No, they say that
It's
when
childbirth,
he
right?
increased their yeah, but this is a part of childbirth. This is how children get here.
Yeah, I mean,
Gotta run help my mama with something real quick, but I just did my seconds. I'll be right back.
yeah, I shouldn't have said that because somebody did mention a labor simulator, and no.
That's a thing?
Yeah, it's right above their nuts. Right,
Okay, y'all
right in
get
their
make them
pelvic area.
2K subs and we gonna upgrade.
Also,
Bash when Bash
also in
get
the
back,
mouse in his pocket. Thank you, Joshua.
Joshua Mack.
Shit! It jumped
Yeah,
right in.
dude.
There was no build up. It was started at peak. Oh wow, that one got me good.
Hey, no, we have to work. We have to work with
No,
these
yeah,
period
yeah.
cramps. So y'all got to work too. So Lena, back to the conversation. Y'all got to work through these period cramps and still be able to think, still be able to have a conversation with
All right,
these
get to your
period
point,
cramps
please.
going on.
Oh, Hannah. I guess I'll just leave it on for now.
Lena,
I'm here.
okay. So how do you know when a God is actually talking to you? If you have to do the jump through the hoops and reinterpret it and all that stuff.
I think he was gone before that, but I explained that you have to read his word and you'll understand his character, and you won't think that it's just you speaking. Like you'll know it's him speaking.
So in this Bible, this God condones slavery based on discrimination of ethnicity, right? The Israelites were not to be slaves because they were Israelites. They were seen as holy and superior to other humans on earth. And any other non-Israelite foreigners could be enslaved for life, treated as property, and passed down to their children. When the early Christians followed that structure and enslaved West Africans in America based on the fact that they were not Christian, not European and Christian, and then they set the structure to where European Christians were indentured servants based off of Leviticus 25 verses 39 through 46. Would you say that those early Christians were hearing from God?
Are you saying that the early Christians? Yeah, I mean, So what you say you
Bash, you
like?
got one when you left. You
No,
got
I
you got
did. I
one
ain't
when
got
you
one
left.
right now.
Yeah, they gave it when you left. When you walked off, they sent the bat, the dog with the bat when you
I ain't
walked
got but
off.
one. I see one on the thing.
They might have accidentally sent it to me. Yeah,
Yeah,
make
that's for
sure that
you
if you
then.
want
That's
to
for
see
you.
the
I hate that for you.
picture, we'll give
I hate that
it.
for you,
Make
T.
sure, hold on. Make sure if you're sending it to the men that you click on their profile, and then if you're gifting me, make sure that you check first before you send the gift.
Yeah, I think they
I'm
said mine was a
sorry.
jellyfish.
I'm sorry to who sent that.
Yeah, that's a
I'll
cold
accept
view.
anything that you throw the thinker. Because although I'm not a multi-billionaire, um, I do have generational wealth. And oh wait, I'm mixing up backstories. Never mind. Continue.
Astronova with the $30 super chat. Y'all want to guess who this is for?
Gotta be also.
Since you are, I know how highly competitive you are, Mac. Here's a hand and helping you catch up to Oso.
Y'all are too sweet.
$30. 30 seconds on the clock. So yeah, I am saying that the God of Israel and the Bible established slavery based on discrimination. And so when the early Christians did the same thing, incited the Bible, are you saying, do you think that they heard from God?
I don't think he endorsed that. Like the early Christians lived in a society where slavery was a part of that economic and social structure. But that doesn't mean like he approved it.
But he did, right? Leviticus 25. Let me bring it up on the screen for you. Leviticus 25, starting at verses 39 through 46. Let's see. It says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired of bound laborers. Bash, there you go. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. So these were the rules for Israelite servants. They could not be slaves because they were Israelites. Then he says in verse 44, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So he did give the rules for that, which the early Christians followed. European Christians were indentured servants, and West Africans who were not Christian were lifetime chattel slaves.
Like I've read Leviticus 25, and I know those verses like they're difficult to hear, but the context really matters when you come down to that.
Okay,
That
give us the context of Leviticus 25.
the slavery mentioned there is not like like the
Also, I just
children.
want to let you know she said context, just in case you didn't hear that word.
She
Context.
did?
Yeah,
She
she said the
did.
context was different.
Yes,
Also,
Yeah,
that's
she
what she
said
actually
said.
context.
twice.
Yeah. So
Oh,
turn
okay.
it up.
Well, we're all participating in that one, so I don't know what
Yeah,
y'all
yeah,
are
I'm on
yelling
it.
about.
I'm on it.
Okay.
They're on my legs again.
Okay. Okay. Give us the context,
Oh,
Lena.
oh, I moved him. I moved him down.
Move it
Y'all
down.
better ask.
Is the word move, right? Don't move it down, King.
But it's not like the transatlantic, the transatlantic slavery. Like the one where it's not like that.
How is it
The who?
different?
Any of the men want to take this
Yeah,
one
how is
while
it
you're
different?
cramping?
The transatlantic?
How
That's
is
all
it?
I heard. The
Am I?
transatlantic?
Yeah, okay. How is it different?
It's just like this. It's just like it's tied to like the economics. Like these things when he was moving the way they were during those times. It's not like how we take it.
Like
But
as
I need you to tell me how it's different. You're still just saying that it is different.
How was it the same?
People were owned as property. They could be sold, transferred, passed down as inheritance. They could be beaten.
But those
They were
times they
forced to
were
do work.
just they was like they were just doing it to like for service. It wasn't like how we thinking like, and they were servants. They weren't.
It's the exact same thing. They went and got people from foreign nations, brought them in, made them do work. They could beat them. They could transfer them to their kids when they die. They could sell them if they want. They could do whatever they wanted with them. They were their property. How is it different?
Like I said, it was in service. They was not like you know
What do you mean by in service?
people sold themselves into service like to survive. It's not like how we look at it, like how it
No,
is
no. The people who sold themselves into
slavery.
service were Hebrews, and they had a term limit on how long they would have to serve. They were to be treated better. They were to be treated as hired workers, right? So that was less severe. It's still slavery, but that was less severe than the slavery that was for the foreigners, and less analogous. Oh, you also use analogous, and less analogous to the slavery that was like in the Atlantic trade, slave trade.
So do slaves like the translated? Do they have a chance that they can leave?
No,
Right.
and neither did the foreign slaves. I told you that these people were lifetime possession.
No, they had
It
chances where they was able
no,
to leave.
no, they don't.
How? Okay.
Thinker read it to you.
What they're saying
They're
they
your
are able
permanent possession. You can pass them down to your children as an inheritance. If they have children, those children are also your slave.
So in Jubilee year, they weren't commanded to leave.
Jubilee was not for foreigners.
Like you gotta
Ju-
turn it up while you're talking. You can't take a break.
no, I had it like full
Oh,
blast. Like,
okay,
He
but
need
okay.
to
that
hook
was
his he need to hook his up to a car battery or something. He ain't hitting right.
you know what? Maybe it's not. I think when I sit if I lean back, I know it's worse if I lean back.
Oh yeah.
But no, but it is. Where was I? Because I lost
You were
my.
About
saying
them
Oh
being
no, yeah.
passed
So
down, treated as property.
yeah, and it says in the passage that they are owned as lifetime possessions that you could pass on to your kids. And like I said, if they had kids, those were your slaves as well. So it's much more similar to the transatlantic slave trade than the indentured servitude that was reserved for Hebrews.
It's the same thing. I think a lot of times believers say that it's not the same because you think about the horrible
There you go,
treatment,
Bash.
right? But we're not
Was
talking
that
about
two
the
of them?
treatment. Yeah, we're
Oh no,
we're not talking
it
about.
was one because we were both at three.
Oh, there you go. There you
Oh,
go,
that's
Mac.
me.
We're
Wait,
we're not
that
talking
was to
about the
Oso.
treatment.
That was
Oh,
to
they
Oso.
accidentally sent it to Oso.
Yeah, because my score didn't go up.
I ain't see it. I
Y'all,
didn't see it,
y'all
Bash.
make
It
sure
wasn't
y'all
mine.
check who y'all sending it to.
It
The
is a
jelly goes.
jellyfish, but it was sent to the wrong person.
Back quit being petty. The woman petty the money, man.
Yeah, she paid it for you.
You man.
But I think a lot of times believers think about the horrible treatment, like the lynchings, the feeding the kids to alligators, the making people defecate on each other, that stuff, right? And say it's not like the transatlantic slave trade. But we're talking about the structure, right? And the fact that it's something that they practice, right, Lena?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So it is the same structure, and Israel, the God of Israel, is the first in the ancient Near East to establish slavery based on ethnicity, like to set discriminatory regulations on the practice of slavery and say that a certain group of people could not be slaves.
Now those foreigners, they weren't. They were permanent slave. They were permanent servants. Like when we think of slaves, we're thinking about the like how modern day slavery was. It's not. It wasn't like that. They were
What do you think the
servants.
difference is between a permanent servant and a permanent slave? What's the difference?
A permanent servant and a permanent slave. I mean, slavery is just it's it's like how it was in the
No,
modern.
no. What's the difference between a permanent servant and a permanent slave? I'm asking.
Permanent servant is just you doing the service that you know you're able to do, like you're serving wherever you're committing your service to.
What's the difference between what is the difference between this service and slave labor? Like what when you
This
say
is
service,
adjusted
what are
by
you
Google
describing?
Swarm.
So I'm just saying that they having to serve around whatever they're doing. They're just serving around. Whatever they have to do to serve, they're doing it to serve.
So
Seeing
let's say
Helmholtz.
if someone had a field, if a person who had a servant had a field and they had their servant work in the field, would that be service?
That's service.
Okay. If you had a slave in the field, what would be the difference?
Mm, I guess like I mean beating them,
You could beat these.
but does that mean you condone them beating them?
It,
But again, you're
It
moving
does.
into treatment, and we're not talking about treatment though. Like, I don't want you to confuse the treatment of a servant and a slave. We're talking about the structure of slavery. What is the difference between these two structures? Between you calling a human as property a servant versus a human as property a slave.
Okay, so you're saying the structure of it is just
son of a bitch.
You're so soft.
Yeah, what's the difference? Like, if a servant, a human is property of another human, and you call that human a servant, versus a human being property of another human, and you call that human a slave, what is the difference?
I mean, you are right to say the structure matters, and it's true. I mean, that owning that like another person is deeply like problematic by today's standards. Like, it's I think we have to understand like the structure of ancient servitude.
Yeah, like we that's what we're talking about, right? In the ancient Near East, multiple nations practiced slavery. Israel was the first and as far as I know the only that structured their slave system based on superiority.
But it wasn't about like the racial superiority. That's
It's
what
about
I'm.
ethnicity. It wasn't race because race was not invented yet. It was ethnicity. A Israelite could not be a slave, but a non-Israelite could be.
Okay, so that whole thing was, I believe it was like, so it was tied to like survival and death. Like it wasn't just about just wanting to beat them. Like how this type of
Again,
slavery.
you're going into treatment. We're not
Okay,
talking about where they're beating, like they could beat their slaves, but that's not what we're talking about, right? We're talking about the structure.
hmm
Why are they? Why they said I have to? Bash, come down, go down, and come back up. I don't know why you got flagged. Bash got flagged. They said Pink Beard live content contains themes some may find uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's him.
Some with
That's
some
him.
birth pains.
He finds it uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, but we're talking about the structure, right? Not the treatment. We can get into the treatment in a minute, but like the reason why I asked you this is because early Christians followed Leviticus 25. They structured it based on race, where Leviticus 25 is structured on ethnicity. And the superiority of the Israelites versus the superiority of Christians. What's the difference?
I mean that structure, like it included rights and limits and release. So I don't.
It did not include release. Non Israelites did not get released. They
Are
were
you talking
slaves
about
for
the
life.
Are you talking about the foreigners?
No, the foreigners were not released. They were slaves for life, and they were passed down as inheritance.
Yeah, and that limit was likely that they had to pay a fine if they killed the slave.
I don't want to go on treatment, so I'm trying to stay in the structure. Like,
But the structure is very similar between the chattel slavery in the Bible and the transatlantic slave trade.
okay, let me go to Leviticus.
It's on the screen.
No, I know that. Okay, so do you? I don't want to go on the treatment because I know that it's going to sound like that's what I'm doing, but the structure is just. Hold on, my background noise.
You didn't get kicked from my live. Stop fucking lying. I don't even know who you are, Sawyer. I'm gonna get whoever the fuck just sent that fucking meerkat.
Yeah, send us some meerkats. That's the least
No,
y'all can do.
hey, y'all want this live to stay up? Don't send no fucking meerkats.
That's the least you can do.
Well, I missed that. What's the meerkat?
She hate that meerkat.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna make mine the
I
meerkat,
thought
but
I
I
it
got
did
wasn't
my
gonna
something.
leg
do
over
it.
here shaking and shit.
She
I
hate
gotta
that meerkat.
squint my eyes and shit.
She does not like that meerkat.
Wait, does the meerkat do something like in
It
relation
just
to?
kind of stands there and looks at you.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. I thought it was like a Uno reverse thing or something.
Oh no, no. Oh, that would be nice. We got.
When I say structure, can you kind of like let me know what you're meaning by? I mean, I kind of think I got the idea, but I want to know.
Like the way it was set up, the setup of it. In Israel, in ancient Israel, I literally have to talk to you with my eyes closed right now, thanks to the fucking meerkat. Like in ancient Israel, the Israelites could not be enslaved. The Israelites were to be indentured servants because they were considered chosen and superior to all other humans on earth. Any non Israelite from any other foreign nation could be bought and acquired as a permanent slave of an Israelite. And they were basically their money. They were their kesef, and they would be passed down when an Israelite died. They would pass their slaves down to their children. The same way in North America during the transatlantic slave trade, Europeans who were Christians were indentured servants, and then the West Africans who were not Christians and they were foreigners were property of European Christians, and they were passed down to their children as inheritance. They were the money, they were commodity.
I get what you're saying, thinking, but what I don't know if I can talk about the structure without talking about the
Yes, you
treatment.
can. Yes, you can, because the structure exists no matter what the treatment is. What we are talking about is the fact that they followed the structure. That's what we're talking about.
I know which will look like modern day slavery is what you're trying to say.
No, we're talking about the structure of ancient Israel slavery and the fact that North America did the same thing. Ancient Israel slavery was based on ethnicity and the superiority of the Israelites. Transatlantic slave trade was based on race and the superiority of European Christians.
I'm trying to see how. Okay.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta take a walk for a second to get the meerkat out my eyes. Uh, Mac or somebody, can y'all take over?
Yeah, Mac, take over.
Okay. Okay. So, what is it you're looking to find in the rest of
You said I
Leviticus.
can't say, oh, no, I just was going to just the scripture, the like,
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what are you
nothing. I really
expecting to
wasn't trying
see?
to. I wasn't trying to look for nothing else. I was just really trying to read it for like go back and then like kind of scan it. But um, I'm still thinking about how I can't talk about the structure without saying the treatment.
I don't know what distinction you're trying to draw. Like, the structure is the same. The structure of the more modern slave trade was modeled on this text.
But the structure in ancient Israel wasn't based on like racism and
It was based
kidnapping.
on ethnicity. People who were outside of their group. So with racism, right, you have an in group and an out group, right? You're not going to do this to our own people. We'll do it to those people because they are less than us, right? It's the same thing. It's just that the dividing line is different. It's not about skin color and phenotype. It's about where you're from
So
and
it was
what God you
economic.
serve. What's that?
So it was economic.
It's all economic. I mean, that's the nature of it. That's why the truth of the matter is, like, take the God out of the picture and understand that men wrote these laws. They wrote them because they wanted their free labor and they wanted a way to justify it, right? So if you say God said we could do this, hey, who's going to argue with that?
Okay. But do you think that that's like ideal? Because it's not the same structure that we think about slavery today.
No, it is. I don't know why you keep going back to that well. Like, it's the same structure. The Atlantic slave trade model was based on it.
But he
I
wasn't
mean,
endorsing them forever. So that's what I'm like.
Why do
It's
you keep? Why are
of
we in
course
this
he
loop?
was. In Deuteronomy 11:1, Deuteronomy 12:1, he says, "My laws are to be kept always."
no,
He
but I'm talking
never
about
condemns it, Lena. He never says stop doing this. And he literally says, you may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. He says, you may also acquire them from among the aliens who have been born in your land. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. And in fact, if I go to the King James, I think the King James uses the word forever.
but the
Give me just a second.
yeah,
One second, Lena.
okay.
1 second. Let's see. If we go to
Oh, Oscar, you made it to the shitless buddy.
yeah, and King James says, "And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever." The foreigners did not have a pathway to freedom in the slave system in Israel.
But it was pointing towards Yahusha because they're not. I mean, they weren't slaves forever. I mean, there was
It says
freedom.
forever. It says forever. Where does it say the foreigners would be set free?
Are they still slaves now?
They're dead.
Oh my God! What?
I mean, servants. I won't even say slaves.
You did
But
though.
as Mac has stated, they are
I'm not
dead.
saying that I didn't say it.
They
So
they are dead. They died slaves.
And I still want to know what's the difference between a servant and a slave.
What I call
Good answer. Good answer, Chief.
Yeah, it's my faithful servant or my worthless slave.
them. Exactly.
Okay, so you're saying that they unalived. Um,
You can say
they
died.
were. No, you can say it. I thought they.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not
Yeah,
gonna
you can
get
say.
the.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, my background.
It's okay. We all have children.
I ain't got no kids. I don't
Well,
care.
except for
I might
Mac
not
and
have any children, but I know what it's like.
You know what it's like, also.
Mm.
He's definitely signed up for that labor simulator.
we either have children or nieces and nephews.
I got a ton of them. My baby sister having another one right now. Well, she just found out she's expecting another one.
Oh,
Nice. Congratulations.
congratulations.
To who? I'm already poor.
No, you're
Man,
not.
I'm poor.
Pouring some more alcohol, brother.
But I be pouring some concrete for my own headstone.
Not even granite or marble.
Just concrete. Just get me
Had to
out of
get
here,
something
Trey.
done quick. See y'all later.
Right. I'm trying to be poor like Bash too.
Right.
I might be whittling some logs for my headstone.
Whittling is crazy. Whew.
Lena, are you there?
yeah, I'm here. I had to make them go in their room. Um,
Where is it saying that they get set free?
okay, so they weren't set free, but uh, back then, it's just that they had like debt or they had to be in survival.
You do realize they were buying them from other nations, right? They would go to other nations and buy them.
Money gun's not gonna cut it. Just FYI,
Yeah.
money gun's halfway there.
That was just
Wow,
a tip
Mac
for you. That was
is
just a tip for you, Mac. You
That
know.
was it was for no, it was for you.
Oh, for me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
oh,
yeah.
Bash
Well,
has more
good
integrity
looking,
than
bro.
that. He's
Good
gonna
looking.
do it.
Good looking. Yeah.
Bash is gonna do it because you got integrity, right?
Integrity. Integrity.
Wait,
I'm
where's
trying to have intesticles when this is over with. I don't know what.
we got to get McCoy up here to tell us who currently has integrity.
I'm 100%.
Mm.
100%.
Lena, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just
Uh,
um
like you realize it's saying that they can go to other nations and purchase these people, right?
yes, I mean yes.
So they
So
were like in the ancient Near East, for example, Babylon slave system was 3 years. Okay, you could sell yourself to be a slave for 3 years to pay off debt. That's the extent of Babylon's debt slavery. Sometimes the owners would sell their slaves to other people, and Israel would buy them and take them back to Israel and make them lifetime slaves, taking away their opportunity to go back to their family in their own land. The same way the transatlantic slave trade took West Africans from their land and brought them here.
okay. So you're right. Like in Leviticus, it does say that like the Israelites could buy the service from, like other nations. But well, those services weren't automatically released like the Hebrews. But I do understand like the ancient world. Like in that ancient world, every nation had like practice slavery. So it's almost like we can't. It's how can I say it?
But Lena, I've already said that. I've already said that all the nations in the ancient Near East practiced slavery.
Yeah.
But they did not have slavery based on discrimination or superiority. That is unique to Israel, commanded or suggested by the God of Israel. And so my question is, when early Christians followed the words of your God, would you say that they heard from your God?
Hold on, y'all.
I also want to say this: when the American slave trade was going on, there was slavery all over the world too.
And you also
Right.
want to say,
I also want to say, who the fuck did that?
Also, I'm sorry,
I
that
didn't
was
do that.
Saint to Siren. That was Saint to Siren.
Oh, and not nobody.
Zena
That's gotta count, man.
May.
That's
That's gotta count.
personal.
Zena May. I'm sorry, my gift is a jellyfish, Zena.
Oh, that's
That's gotta count.
personal.
Mac is
Oh,
cold
she
blooded.
spent, yeah, Mac. She spent a pretty penny on that one.
Mac cold blooded.
All right, what was that worth?
1,000.
I'll
Uh,
walk it out. All right, we'll do 10.
giggity giggity.
Glyven.
It
oh,
was 1,300. Oh wow.
All right, I'll add a couple more seconds.
God, the mighty Jesus.
Mm-mm.
Oh boy,
Just go ahead and leave it on for an hour.
why would I do
Maybe.
that?
Okay.
I'm talking from Mac. He got to keep up.
Uh,
You know what? Listen, there was a lot of groaning this morning,
Hmm.
or I guess early afternoon, that I wasn't live and not on the tens. So
Hmm.
I had 2.97K coins gifted to me, so I will make those up
Oh, look at Mac with
starting
his
now.
just self. He's more just than Yahweh.
That's right. Okay, let's go. Oh,
Follow the
30
Lena.
seconds. All right.
that no right.
It's like moving. It's moving down my leg now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That is horrible. Oh,
Okay,
that's
15
so
more.
painful. That's so painful, yo.
Lena, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I like to answer your question. When you asked, like, do I think that they heard? I just don't believe that every Christian throughout history has heard, the Father clearly on every issue. I wouldn't.
I'm asking about this specific issue.
Mhm.
I'm asking about slavery. That when the early Christians said Jesus gave them the authority to save the souls of the savages in West Africa through slavery, and they followed Leviticus 25, and they structured their slave system the same way Israel structured theirs, except they based it on first it was based on the superiority of being a Christian, then they based it on the superiority of race in Christianity. So I'm asking, did they hear the voice of your God?
No, I don't think he would condone something like that for them to
But
try
he
to
but
do
he did
something.
condone it and for the Israelites. Like what, why is it different?
No, he didn't condone it then, and I don't think he would tell the early
How are you
Christians.
saying he didn't condone it and we just read it?
Hey,
I get
who's
what
up?
you're
Who's up on
saying.
the blatant lie sweepstakes?
I'll go first. I'll go first on the blatant line.
All right.
I get what you're saying that you know you will think that he's saying that he condoned it, but it's not in that way that you're saying it.
Do you know what condone means?
To what?
What do
Just
you
allow.
think condone
Well, I
means?
would say allow, but it's not in the way that you're thinking of it. It's not.
Then
That's not
what do you think that it means?
what condone.
Yeah, and the way you said it's not in the way that I'm thinking of it to allow it to happen.
No, I said allow.
Yeah,
I said
so
the
so
same thing,
what
but
other way is it? Like condone means to allow something to continue, specifically in moral practice, right? And if you're saying that it's not in that way, in what way are you saying he condoned it?
so it's not like back then how we thinking that slavery was now. It's not like how it was back then.
We
So
are not talking about the treatment. We are again talking about the establishment of the system. In what way are you saying he condoned it? That doesn't mean he allowed it.
so it was debt that they had to pay, and it was off survival.
Again, we just went over the fact that the Israelites were going to foreign nations to purchase foreign slaves.
They had no debt to pay off. There's nothing they could do to get out of it.
And are you reading this from a website or something, Lena?
Yeah.
No, I don't have nothing in front of me.
Say it again for me.
No, I'm not reading it on the website.
Okay.
You Google it because you're going through all the common talking points.
Yeah.
No, I don't have anything in front of me but the word until my camera.
Okay. So
You're not well, you're not using that. So.
when you're reading this scripture in Leviticus where it talks about the debts, there are people who can sell themselves into slavery. The Hebrews could sell themselves, right? Okay, and that I grant. But the foreigners, they weren't selling themselves; they were being purchased, right? They were going into lands and purchasing those people. These weren't people who were selling themselves,
Or just taken.
or just taken, right? So they were being taken from other places, right, and brought into Israel, or if they were foreign born in Israel, they could just be acquired that way. Right. So this wasn't a debt.
If you are in the guest request box and you joined the live through my backup, she left. If you're in the guest request box and you joined the live through my backup account, please request through the main Thinker account. I cannot bring you up from the backup for some odd reason. I see 2 people from the backup account in there. This live is for us to talk to believers 21 and up. So if you are a believer in the God of the Bible and you're 21 and up, the guest box is open. Dip seat.
Uh-oh.
Did you
didn't.
come up on accident?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah, don't tell us what allowed you to come up here.
He wasn't captured. He was sold. Joseph was sold into slavery by his brothers. The fact that she just left, that cognitive dissonance was kicking her ass.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. I really like I said, she came on Christina's live, and she kind of sounds sweet, so I think that kind of bought her some goodwill. But just in the past couple of weeks of just seeing her on other lives and stuff,
in our own.
Yeah, in her own. Apparently, that's not being on a live. Yeah. But just seeing that, it's like, no, she's just very comfortable lying and just saying whatever, will get somebody off the point they're on. But it's not like a skillful
I don't think I was brainwashed like her official. Once I, learned something, I accepted it. I didn't try to deny it or reject it and make excuses for it. So I don't think I was ever brainwashed to that extent, to where I reject information.
Does yours guys,
like I always say, the truth has nothing to fear when it comes to investigation.
Yeah, that's the thing you always say.
You always say that?
And nobody else says it.
Oh.
Yeah.
You always say that?
Yeah. That was Fee talking, right?
I've literally never heard you say that.
I wasn't looking at my screen. Was that Fee talking?
I feel like that was Fee. Fee said that.
Yeah, Fee says it all the time, yeah.
Oh, no, I said that. I said that.
Oh, you?
That's one of my sayings.
That's your saying?
Mm-hmm. I coined that.
You coined it? Oh, okay.
I coined that one, and I coined I'm shaking ass for my lasses.
I know you did, because I ain't never said that.
You can have that.
Yeah, you can have that. You can have that one, Chief. Yeah.
I got both of those.
I think she had just ran out of, I really do think she was reading off of a website and she just got to the end of the page.
Yeah, because she was holding tight to that, the debt. And then she wanted to talk about the treatment, which I think most believers, when they say it's not like the transatlantic slave trade, they're focused on the treatment, and they have a really hard time separating treatment from what existed, like the structure. Yeah.
And she also pivoted to the basis, right? So race-based versus economic.
Economic. That's how I know she's reading off a website.
Yeah. But do you know that it's like economically driven. Of
Oh
course, it's
wow!
racial. Of course, it's
That was
racism.
beautiful.
That is nice, ain't it?
But it's
Thank you, Looker.
Thank you,
Did
Looker.
we miss something?
No, he sent it to me.
yeah,
Yeah.
that
No.
didn't go up on
Yeah, but
anybody's.
Lord's tagging me about we missed something.
What we miss? I
I
ain't
didn't.
miss nothing. I ain't miss. Look up. Let me look up. I don't think I missed nothing.
Did I
Over
can't
here.
tell if I did. I thought my number stayed the same.
Yeah, when she said, "Are they still a slave today?" Like what?
Yeah, they still around. They
Like
still
what?
picking cotton at 3,200 years old.
Not getting the same output they
Yeah,
used to.
yeah.
But she does lives. She hosts lives.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
she's pretty
pretty
new
much
to
every
it. I
night.
think. Is it? Has
Yeah,
she been doing it for a while? Or she's just come around here recently? Because like, the first time I saw her was on Christina's. Like I want to say like last week.
I've seen her. I saw her
yeah.
before.
Maybe it was like 2 weeks. But yeah, was it? You seen her before that?
She's actually she used to pop in Christina's live some time ago, and then she kind of went away.
Oh,
Yeah.
probably was hitting the books.
Not
With her
probably
head.
not. Exactly.
I
Like
mean, like with a hammer.
Oh, okay.
or rolling up the pages.
Yeah.
If you are a believer in the God of the Bible and you are 21 and up, y'all, the guest box is open. Don't get scared.
What is a potato worth? She said somebody sent a potato.
Oh, I'm
That
sorry.
the potato is for Oso.
Oh, that was on
I
you
mean, I'm
also.
pretty sure I've been on top of all of them, but I mean, I guess I'll do what that shit. I don't think that I've missed anything though.
I feel like you missed it.
Sawyer, based
Well,
on
she said
your
you got one missed
comments,
too, so
Sawyer, based on your comments, I don't think you're a believer, right?
No, no, I'm not.
Okay, I'm gonna take you
Yeah,
down then. Okay,
yeah.
all right. Um, Emir with the $5 super chat. Y'all are safe. Says, is there any evidence that treatment of enslaved was better back in the days of the Bible? No, there isn't. Like the story of the concubine
Oh
alone,
yeah, yeah.
the fact that the Levite sacrificed his concubine to save himself, and then cut her body up, like
And
that
like
alone.
nothing was said of it. Like in the moment, right? There was not, like no pushback.
Right.
Like that was the solution to their, their
Got a
quandary.
finger in the mail.
Can you imagine? Like he sent 12 messengers out to the leaders of the 12 tribes, like with a box with a body part of that woman. Like that's in fucking insane.
like
yeah.
imagine just be like, who fucking leg is this?
Right. Like what?
Nah, this is gonna
And
be weird.
why?
This is gonna be weird, but like, did they salt them?
How did they hold? Yeah, that's a lot of traveling with a naked leg in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Embalm it a
It
little
would
bit.
smell bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Sawyer. I understand.
It's kind of like
Emir said Mac looks too comfortable with the $10 super chat.
so it's kind of like in a Christmas story when they
Yeah,
got
with the
the
lamp.
leg lamp and it's like fragile. I was waiting for it to kick in. Okay, here we go.
Fagile.
There you go. Yeah.
Must be Italian.
Yeah. Have some of that.
Which why wouldn't it be French? I mean, I guess that's just like that uncultured.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. Don't get scared.
I don't know. I'm
Theo,
gonna need
not
to see
today.
receipts from these super chats.
Today is only for believers, Theo. Not today.
Thank you so much, Rogue Mom. That was so fun of you to do for me. As I'm an integral man, I will
Yeah, right there. Right there. Let that kick in. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. You look bored, Bash.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. You dirty soup eating. No tuna.
Slurping.
Ooh, you.
When I tell you this has digested the noodles for me, I ain't had to do no work.
At the top of it, like right before it go down, is that's crazy.
It's churning it for me. It's making sure that they get real chopped up.
Yeah, that peak really peaks.
All that peak is
Mm.
kicking, bro.
I'm doing like you guys doing like a steady state. I think also was I don't know like I'm doing like a half
Mine just this little like warm up pulse grip. It's horrible.
No, but I mean like when you're not.
Oh yeah. My steady state is on full.
Yeah, so mine's
Yeah.
at like 50%. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. 50% basically. Yeah.
I know y'all believers are not scared to come up, and I know y'all are here. What we want to talk about is how do you know a God is talking to you, and specifically, how do you know that a God spoke to the writers of the Bible, of the scriptures? Don't be scared. Exactly, we don't bite unless
No, we just
we
use
They might
want
not.
to.
we just use electrodes.
Yeah.
Somebody ought to invite one of these porn bots up on stage one day. It's the way they be in the live.
My needs.
And when it's me,
You say what?
when it's me,
It'll be you.
When that
when they
porn
get
bot
up on
turns,
stage, they're like,
it
"Ah, you
turns out
got
to be
me."
Osa.
Yeah, the whole time.
You have no idea how much money I make off the stage. $0. I do it for the love of the game.
Just hating for hating.
Oh yeah, reset your thing.
Okay. Brian Jones, are you a believer and are you 21 and up?
Yeah, I'm 22 and I'm agnostic.
So we're looking to talk to believers in the God of the Bible. Like if you're agnostic, these questions aren't going to make sense for us to discuss with you.
Okay, so it's not it's just only religious community.
It's people who believe in the God of the Bible, like people who believe they talk to that God and that God spoke to the people who wrote the text. Like that wouldn't be you.
Oh yeah. No, I do not believe that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good one.
You too.
I feel like when I use the
Why?
bathroom.
Why do? I do want to know this question though. Why do agnostics want to participate in these types of conversations?
I don't think agnostics exist.
Really?
Belief is binary, right? You
Well,
either
Gnosticism is about knowing, not necessarily believing.
right. Well, when applied to like this question, it's about like certainty,
Yeah.
right? So like you could be an agnostic theist, you could be a gnostic theist, you could be an agnostic atheist, or a gnostic atheist, right? So,
Right.
and that's kind of why people got away from those terms. They really go with like strong or like weak or strong,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because like a strong atheist would be a Gnostic atheist, right? So that's you're making a positive claim at that point.
Yeah.
At that, but there is no God, right? You're definitively saying that, and so, but the thing is, like an agnostic in and of itself is not a thing.
Oh, just by itself. Yeah.
Yeah, because you have to either be an atheist or a theist, because you
Yeah.
either accept that a God is true or you do not accept that a God is true. There's no middle ground.
Yeah. That's a pretty binary question. I get you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and you're saying that sometimes people use agnosticism as like the middle ground.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like
Yeah.
that's how you use deism.
Same, but
But that's
not
still
really.
theistic, right? But yeah, I
Yeah.
get what you're saying. Like it's just kind of like they're not. I think at that point it's like a comfortability thing.
Yeah. Yeah, because they saying like whatever they proposing as God is like so. What is that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is that? What is
So
that?
yeah, like
It's
Promethean,
the
right?
Walmart brand.
Yeah.
Promethean. If you are on the fence, then you
So
don't believe, right? A belief.
I've been
Hang on one second.
developing my beliefs.
Hold on, Brian.
Hang-
Mac is talking
Okay.
right now.
I mean,
Right?
I thought you
Brian,
Hold
brought me
on,
up.
but
Brian,
Mac is talking, right? So you have
chill,
to wait your
bud.
turn.
Hell yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be good.
So, because I was responding to somebody that said like, what they say? I disagree. If you don't know and are on the fence about whether there is a God or not, if you don't know, right? The question is, do you believe a God exists, right? If you don't know, you don't believe, right? So that's what I'm saying. That is binary, right? Not knowing is part of it. You either say like, I'm not sure, but I believe there's a God, but I can't prove it or whatever. Like that's an agnostic theist. But if you say like I see no reason to believe a God exists, right? That's most of us most atheists are agnostic atheists, and for the reason that you're not going to take on a burden of proof that you can't meet. Zena, are you proposing? Anyway, hey, good for perfect timing because my little rant was over.
Yeah, get on it.
Brian, go ahead. What were you saying?
Yeah, so I've been developing my personal beliefs. I just think with the information in our world that I can't personally come to a decision on God. I don't believe in the Bible God, but I believe that a God could have created the universe conceptually. And I think about the fact that consciousness could be spread across reality and we could return to wherever we were before this. I just think about a lot of things, but I think the best term to encompass that is agnosticism.
Mac, are you cramping right now? Like,
I'm good. Yeah, I'm breathing through it. I'm good. I think I went a little long, and that's fine. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the question is, like, do you accept? Like, do you believe that gods exist? Right? Not can exist. We're not talking about possibilities and potentials. Because if you don't believe it exists, then you are without that belief. That is what the A prefix it means. It means without.
Well, I get for atheism, and I know agnosticism also has the A in it.
Yeah, because you're without knowledge. That's what the agnostic means, without knowledge.
Yeah, so I mean, really just my brain works to where I don't believe in a God, but I also don't not believe in a God. I mean, it really is just the middle ground.
Oh wow,
It doesn't go either way more.
this was well formulated.
but you actually do, because you made the statement that you believe that a God created the universe. So you do believe in a God.
I believe a God could have, but I don't.
That's not what you said.
No, it's exactly what I said. I said a God could have created the universe.
But do you believe that he did?
I don't know. That's why I'm in the middle ground of agnosticism.
There's no middle ground. You
But
either believe a thing, you either accept it as true, or you don't. Right?
Well, then that means
If the reason
that I'm not real.
if the reason
I guess.
if the reason you don't accept it is because you
real.
don't know, you still don't accept it.
You're not being real.
Well, I'm being real with myself, as real as I can. That's how I try to live every day. Like most.
You lie to yourself a lot, then.
No, I
I
don't.
don't think he's lying. I don't think he's lying.
I mean,
He's lying to
personally,
himself. I think he believes what
I
he's
think
saying, but
religious
he's lying to
people.
himself because that's not how reality works.
I think religious people lie to themselves if God isn't real. But I
What
think
is
it's
religion?
okay. I
What
think
is
it's
religion,
okay for
Brian?
people to lie to themselves to get peace.
Brian, what is religion?
What is, huh?
What is religion, Brian?
I think religion is more or less the belief of a higher power, and an organized structure for that.
Okay.
It's just a belief in a deity or God or whatever. But if you're saying that you think one could have done things, is that not religious? That's religious ideology inherently, is it not?
To think that someone could have done things?
To credit the creation of a universe to a God is a religious ideology.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I have some sort of religious ideology that falls into the name agnosticism.
Okay.
And what makes up religious people, but religious ideologies.
Yeah, I mean, I think as humans we have to be religious because it's
No,
not easy to contend with the
no,
fact that we could stop
no.
living. No?
If you don't accept the if you don't accept the claim of a God, you can't be religious because you'd have to tie it to a deity. Come on, Brian.
Well, Brian, why would you think that we had to be religious? Let me hear what you're about to say about that.
I mean, I personally feel like I don't have a choice in my religion because whenever I think about death, it hits like a freight train, and just non-existence because, big scary. I mean, it's the root of all fears is death.
Okay.
So I think that's why religion was created, is to ease that fear.
Sometimes you only see words in print.
Okay. So the
I feel like that's not an excuse though.
okay. Okay. And so because of that fear, you think that we all have to be religious?
I think it's in human nature, not that humans have to subscribe to that.
Okay.
So, I mean, if 30% of people are atheists, then 70% of people, that's the majority, are religious.
Okay.
But it's,
I'm not sure what that
well,
does for anything.
how is it not human nature if you can see the statistics of large amount of people being religious?
Okay.
I mean, I get religion could also be from a higher power, but then it's circulating through humanity. So,
But if a third of people on the planet don't have that, right? You get what I'm saying? Like that would be like saying it's human nature to be able to roll your tongue or something. Some humans can do it. Some humans can't. It is just as much human nature to be able to do it as it is to not do it. It's not like non-human. You get what I'm saying? Like if a third of humanity can do it, right? Then that means it must be pretty much in human nature to do it. Unless you're saying that third of humanity is somehow not natural.
well, I mean, I guess they are natural, but it's also a condition of the modern world, I think. I like what Gaming Cat is saying about religion kind of just being used mostly by governments and media to push agendas. I think that's mostly what religion does in our society, as well as it provides people comfort. But the biggest tool of religion is used to coerce people.
Okay. And you think that that's natural though?
I mean, it's happening, so I think it's natural and human nature, but I don't think it's right necessarily.
Okay. Okay. But that would also mean that that atheism would be just as natural, right? Because it's happening.
Yeah, it's natural. I mean, I don't think our world is very natural anymore because of all the technology, but it's natural in our world now.
Yeah, I don't mean like natural as in like.
Yeah, I mean, I think 2,000 years ago, without this technology, there probably wouldn't have been any atheists.
Oh, but there were lots.
Or I guess 2,000, that's a bad example, like 20,000 years ago.
There were lots. Like,
Lots.
I mean,
I mean, I guess.
Religion isn't even 20,000 years old.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe the Earth was created in the Bible time instead of 7 billion years.
No, I say religion isn't even 20,000 years old, not the earth.
the
Well,
earliest known
if the
religions
Earth
are
is
nowhere
7
near that
billion
old.
years old, then religion would be.
The
Religion is
earliest,
not 20,000 years old.
the earliest known religions are not that much older than Judaism. It's like a few thousand years before Judaism. Like, and I think that's being a little bit generous.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're not. The ideas of these religions are not that old. You have to have a culture to have a religion, right?
Yeah.
And,
You don't start getting religions until you start saying like civilizations form.
yeah, civilization.
Oh, that was pressure. I thought.
You thought that was Brian?
I thought
That's
also
probably how
had
they
done
got
his
to
big one over there.
This thing's really doing its job.
He's doing his job.
Brian, are you there?
All right, so wait, if religion kind of developed along with society, and it's a relatively new phenomenon, then why does it make more sense that it's the voice of God rather than created by humans?
I don't think it does make more sense.
Oh, so,
Right,
but I
and
mean,
that's a
that's
part
the
of the
faith part.
indoctrination. That's what is taught. That's the indoctrination into the religion that gives it the authority.
I think makes
Yeah, I mean,
more sense
I was
and
born
makes sense to more
Baptist.
people are different statements. And I think what you were saying was makes sense to more people.
Yeah, I suppose so. Just when I think through stuff logically. Faith and logic kind of seem to not so much overlap.
Yeah, faith isn't
So
logical.
it makes it very hard to debate, I guess. It's kind of impossible.
You kind of have to have faith that a God is speaking, right? You have to have faith that a God even created, right?
Yeah, you would have to inherently believe that.
You would have to have faith. Like even the you saying that, well, I guess a God could have done, that is some measure of faith that you would have to have because you don't see a God. You've not seen a God do a thing. So like even you sitting on the fence with that, you have some measure of faith.
I guess that's true, but I mean, if you have 50% faith, isn't that kind of agnosticism?
Well, not especially not if you're saying faith is illogical. Faith, is you believing in or asserting something that you can't see, right? And you're saying it's possible that a God created the universe. That a God, I don't know. Do you believe that it's possible that a God created humans too, or just the universe?
Uh, I mean, my only possibility for myself is that God set the universe in motion, created evolution and biology, and then as a result of that, humans developed. So
Right. So
effectively,
that's a level of faith.
yeah, it's a
But
level of faith.
but
Because I
then
mean, I think without faith, I mean, it would just be like life
But you're
would
also
be
not
pointless.
agnostic. I mean, you're not just agnostic. You're an agnostic theist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
I'm missing
All
out
right,
on y'all
let's
two
go
blessings.
tandem bash.
so I'm just mislabeling myself.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, wait.
That y'all
So then
sounded
an
very
agnostic.
different.
Yep.
Wait. So what would an agnostic believe?
An agnostic in and of itself is not a thing. That's what I'm saying. It's a modifier for either a theist or an atheist. Right. So it gives more information about that person's position. I went way over time. Yeah. So like I said, there's basically like this spectrum you can be on, right? And on the farther ends of it are Gnosticism. You're Gnostic theist on one and Gnostic atheist on the other. And then in between those, as you get closer to the middle, but there is no middle per se because the belief is binary, you have agnostic atheists and agnostic theists. You believe in a God and you believe it by faith. You can't prove it or anything, but you believe it to be the case that this God created the universe. That would make you an agnostic theist.
Bash, I thought you were pinching your nipple to get your mind off of the pain.
I was just putting
When
down
you
like
did
this.
it. Oh.
I That's all very insightful. I agree up until the very end because I I get believing in the possibility is a level of belief. I know, but I just can't.
Well, do you believe in the possibility or the thing?
I believe in the possibility, I guess.
Okay, but if you believe
Give
in the
me one
possibility, that
second.
means. Okay, go ahead.
Emir says with the $5 super chat, gentle nihilism, no grand scripts. We write very small meanings, kindness, curiosity, play, and let the rest drift by without guilt, drama, or grandeur. Second $5 super chat, he says, meaning isn't found, it is made. Choose ethics as a habit, not a mandate. Show up, be kind, stay curious, laugh often, and let go of cosmic certainty. And then the $10 super chat, also, I didn't forget you, Pinkbeard.
Hey, that's
All
cold
right,
blooded, brother.
go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, well, it seems like okay. So if you believe in the possibility, that means you don't, and not the thing, right? Then you would not be a theist. You are not convinced that there's a God, right? I understand, like, as you get like the more agnostic you get, like there's kind of this
Yeah, I'll go on.
amorphous area, right? But you either have the belief or you don't. Like that's the binary.
So
So
I guess right now I'm just in a state of a journey, and I
yeah, I
can't
mean, like
describe a
like
label of that.
I could believe a God's possible, right? but that doesn't mean I believe a God exists. And that's what theism is.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm an agnostic atheist then.
It sounds like it to me.
Yeah,
That's what it
that's
sounds
what
like.
it sounds like. I wish I could be a theist. Like, if I could choose to be a theist, I would, because I think it would give me comfort. But
Yeah, I think you're stumbling on something interesting there, which is like you can't choose your belief, right?
yeah,
Like
I don't think so.
you're either convinced of something or you're not. A belief is something that happens to you. Right. So you said like I wish I could be right, but you can't because it has to make sense in your mind for you to accept it.
Yeah, I guess I just seek out experiences that could make it click, like this, which it's pretty much in vain. I mean, I know that human interaction cannot give you cosmic certainty. That's stupid.
Yeah, I don't think certainty should be anybody's target for something like this because it's impossible.
Yeah, you just need to be content with yourself.
Yeah.
Kind of have to be, yeah.
All right. Well, good talking with y'all. Thanks.
Oh, thank you so much, Brian. I hope you
All
have
right,
a
man.
good
Have a good
one.
night.
You too.
You're welcome. Also,
To the
fellas,
two
don't be
people.
afraid to get up.
Oh, I'm
Go
finna get
ahead,
up right
Pastor.
now because I got to go put some paint on my face. I got to go dye my beard, so y'all gonna watch me do this too.
To the two people in the guest request box, are y'all believers in the God of the Bible?
Before
I'm
you go,
only
Bash.
allowing believers up today on Saturdays. It's believers in the God of the Bible and 21 and up.
God, why would you do it when I'm walking?
They said walking's better for it.
Oh, it's not. It's not. It's not.
It's not. Why don't you give it a try, man?
I'm going to in a bit. I got to take my dogs over to the
Ooh.
park.
Marcus, are you a believer in the God of the Bible?
I think he heard that. He did hear it.
Marcus? Okay. I'm like, that's accidental. Promethean trading cards. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Is Promethean a believer or?
I don't think so. I think because that's who I was going back and forth with about the belief thing. So it's just more of
Oh,
that. I
okay.
think.
Okay. You're in the guest request. I'm gonna take you out. Okay.
Ah, ooh.
Oh, y'all getting free handed now.
They scared today. I don't know if it's having to talk about the God's voice. I don't know.
I've been running a question very similar to this recently, and people are really afraid of this question. And I think one of the reasons that it is such a frightful question is because, like most of our conversations, people get to run into their imaginations and like just tell you what they believe. But this particular question gets to like how you formulated that belief. And I think people are
Mm-hmm.
afraid to say that. I think they're afraid to just say, I don't know how I formulated it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but like,
So profound.
if they expect right to be able to tell people, that like right now they're saying that they should have tested the spirit that the prophet Joshua was talking to him, right?
Yeah.
How are they doing that
Yeah.
is
How
the
would you do that?
question.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing is I don't think they even know. Like they have to, it's a
Mm-mm.
gamble, right? Because these people fasted and prayed for 3 days. They fasted and prayed, and they said that Jesus answered them, and they were 1,000% sure.
It's gonna be the worst dye job ever.
I,
You
like,
dyeing
why
your
Might
didn't
shit.
turn into
Jesus
an
protect
unalive job.
them?
Not that kind of died. Oh,
No, I agree with you, Thinker, because that Dre guy. That had to be on my live. I don't think that was on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But the fact that he was talking about how, yeah, it was because Bash talked to him for forever. Um, how he, fasted and prayed and he got that dog. Like that's the same metric that y'all say people are supposed to use for deciphering these things. But like y'all never want to uh, use that metric in real time. Like y'all never want to use that and be able to like reliably give us the truth about something. Like it's always, well, maybe I just misheard it, or maybe that was a demon talking to me, something like that.
Who was that?
Dre.
No, it was a woman. She had the prophecies, but then was Satan? God gave her the prophecy, but
Jaleesa.
Satan
Oh,
gave her the
girl.
time. That was
Jaleesa.
Yeah,
Jaleesa. Yeah,
Jalisa.
yeah,
Jaleesa.
Yeah, that was Jaleesa who said that.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, the new
Oh,
date is October 7th.
Uh-huh.
Because
I'm ready.
now there is another guy who's saying that God is telling him to tell Joshua that Jesus didn't tell him he was coming back on the 25th to rapture uh, people. He was telling him that the Exodus was going to happen on the 25th. So there's somebody else that's like reinterpreting the prophecy.
So
Somebody
who
else did the math and said that the date was wrong. It's supposed to be October 7th.
for the rapture?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
What,
so
Matt?
who? Where? What Exodus happened?
I guess the exodus of God's people who had been in under slavery, under captivity for 400 years. But this guy is from Jerusalem.
That just happened like a few days ago.
It happened in
That's
the
what he's
spirit,
saying.
man. It happened in the spirit.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. See this is the exact same thing that happened during the Great Disappointment. The exact same thing. The moment that it didn't work, they started reinterpreting it, saying,
Mm-hmm.
"Oh, we got the date wrong," and then Ellen G. White said, "No, we didn't get the date wrong. It happened in the spirit. Jesus came back. He came into the second heaven instead of the first." That's what
Mm.
the Adventists come from reinterpreting the Great Disappointment.
Wow.
Don't talk about cum right now. I got a headache.
Oh, you have a headache.
Mm. I don't
Them
want to be
period
touched
headaches
right
ain't
now.
no joke.
Should
Them
stop for
period
some
headaches
Midol on
be
the
the
way home.
worst. Like Tylenol don't even take them away. Like
That's
they're
okay.
like migraines damn near.
It's true. It's like a residual, like pulsating thud. I should probably turn this down now. Actually, now I think about it. Oh, that's so much more better.
What's the tea?
I like men.
Me too.
Good.
That's weird because that makes those men criminals.
Right. And that one is getting blocked.
Okay.
Like that is ridiculous. Little girls. Like what the fuck? Like where are their parents? Like that is the most dangerous shit. And this like when I was their age, there like never in my mind did I think to do no shit like that.
Yeah,
Like what the fuck was that?
Yeah, that was weird.
And they'll swear up and down that their parents are atheists, but 9 times out of 10, they're not. I didn't do prank calls like that. I don't even think I ever did prank calls when I was their age, but I wouldn't have played around like that.
Yeah, no. I do some prank calling, but nothing like that.
Yeah, we did prank calls to like 800 numbers and ended up a lot of times just ended up like talking to the person.
To be that young talking about hi, I like men,
Yeah,
that's
no,
dangerous
yeah.
as fuck. Like that's not a that's
that's
the
not a
modern
prank.
day prank call. That is fucking dangerous and diabolical as fuck. Like For somebody their age to be like, let's prank them and be like, "Ooh, I like men." Like that is
Whose baby's that?
diabolical.
Is that your baby? Like babies.
Like their bio says, "I'm trying to get to 50 or 60 followers to go live and trade in Sab."
Sam.
Yeah, listen,
No.
listen to how young their voices are.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like we need those commercials again. Like it's 6 o'clock. Do you know which app your child is on? Like we need those commercials again. Have you checked your child's phone lately? Like they sound like they're in elementary school.
Yeah, that kids.
Mistress said the Lord said stole them kids. That is crazy. Yeah, we used to do shit like that. Is your refrigerator running? Like stupid shit like that. Like
Yeah.
what the fuck?
You better go catch it. Oh, there you go, Bash.
Oh, come on, man. I'm trying to get my. Oh, so you could act like you didn't see it, bro. You saw I wasn't looking. You could.
Huh?
You could
Well, if
just.
I didn't say nothing, then that would be me losing integrity. We don't want that to happen.
Yeah, man. Standing up make it so much worse, bro.
You do, because now my headache is
Oh,
crazy.
it make it so much worse.
Oh, I hate that you have a headache. That sucks.
Yeah. You want to fish me some hot tea and
Oh,
some eggs with some ketchup and some honey on it.
You need some chocolate and some ice cream.
it's pulling a part of my groin that I didn't even know I had. Like it's doing
Think
this.
about it, Bash. We're
It
going to be able
hurts.
to
You
dunk on 12-foot rims tomorrow.
put an ozone. That sucks.
Hmm.
Aww.
Ah! God, dog, come on.
It's gonna be okay. It's almost over.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Especially if we don't get no more Christians. Where y'all at? Y'all scared? He's cramping. Official. He's having period cramps.
That hurts. I think the placement made it just that much worse.
No pressure, no. I can't right now. Please don't. No, no, no.
Not you pushing pressure off.
No, because he's going to jump on me and assault me. I can't do it right now.
Flo.
Hi,
No,
good
please,
evening.
please, please.
How are you?
Hi. Good. How are you?
I am well. Thank you for asking.
Are you a believer in 21 and up?
I am a believer and I'm 26.
All right. And what are your thoughts on the topic?
So, my thoughts on the topic is I think the only way you could know for sure if it's God speaking to you would be if He gives you information that only He would know. So, for
Has
example,
that? Do
if
you
He
think
gave
that's happened?
you.
Do you think that has happened even in the biblical scriptures?
So, I could be wrong, but in my opinion, I think it's happened severally in the biblical scriptures.
What information do you think the biblical scriptures has given that only that person who wrote it knew?
So I would say an example, this is not the only example, but one example would be if the voice gave you information about the future and then the information it gave you came to pass exactly the way it told you it would. And an example I would use is Prophet Isaiah when he heard about King Cyrus freeing the Jews and allowing them to go back to their land to rebuild their temple. And the evidence of this would be the Cyrus cylinder in the London Museum.
Do you know when that was written? When I think that came from Isaiah 45, so that would have been third Isaiah. Do you know when third Isaiah was written?
So, from my understanding, that was written 800 years before King Cyrus was born.
No,
So how many years before King Cyrus was born was it written then?
it wasn't written before. It was written after. The second and third Isaiah was written after the fact. It wasn't written before. The Isaiah is broken down into three different authors. You have, I think, from chapter 1 to chapter 29, it is believed that the actual ancient prophet Isaiah wrote chapters 1 through 29, 29 through 36, I believe, or 29 through 40 was written by second Isaiah, and they're not sure who that author is. They actually think that there's multiple authors. And then you have third Isaiah. How many chapters are in Isaiah? Is it 46?
66.
It's like
60.
63.
Okay.
66. Yeah,
So it
I
would
think 1 through 39 or
1 through
40 is
39.
first,
Yeah. Yeah.
and then in the
One
40s and through the
one
50s is second Isaiah, like
yeah. So
55 or
1
something.
through 39 is actually first Isaiah. 40 through 55 would be second Isaiah, and then 55 through 66 is third Isaiah. And the scholars don't know who wrote second and third Isaiah, and they actually think it was multiple authors. And so second Isaiah would have been written sometime between 540 BCE,
Hmm.
and third Isaiah would have been written after that. I think during the Hellenistic period, when after they were came back into the Levant area and they were under Greek rule.
Yeah, wasn't
Are
the
you there,
exile
Flo?
wasn't the exile like 586 or something?
I thought it was in the 700s
Well, the exile was. Oh, okay.
when they went to Babylon.
Yeah, maybe I thought it was maybe it's the
I
fall
might
of
be wrong. Hold
Babylon.
on.
That could be the fall of Babylon. I would think it of.
But
Mac made
did
him
he
leave.
leave? Like, this is interesting.
I came up and they run.
You're a pretty man, Mac. You're a pretty man.
That's not the
No,
angle
he's
I was
back
going
in the
with, but
box.
Oh, sorry about that. My internet was acting up for a sec. But
Did
you
you
said
hear
Isaiah was.
everything he said?
I heard the last thing I heard was Isaiah was written 540 BC.
No, there were three Isaiahs.
Okay.
Like the book of Isaiah is broken down into three authors, three time periods. First Isaiah is chapters 1 through 39. That is believed to have been written by the ancient prophet Isaiah.
Mm-hmm.
40 through 55 is believed to have been written by a different prophet around 540 BCE. And they actually
Mm-hmm.
believe it's multiple people. And then third Isaiah is believed to have been written by Zerubbabel by some scholars. Is written after they are released by King Cyrus back into the Levant area.
Mm.
yeah. So
Can
the
I ask for your source?
Sure, you can. Well, there's a lot of sources. Dr. Joshua Bowen's book, the handbook, the Atheist Handbook to the Old
Mm,
Testament, the Biblical Archaeology by Israel Finkelstein,
mm,
and then just multiple biblical scholars as well.
mm. Because I just googled it, and I could be wrong, but I just googled it, and it told me Isaiah existed 740 BC. So
We're
I
not
haven't.
talking about when Isaiah existed. That's asking when did Isaiah exist versus when was the text
right.
attributed to Isaiah were written are two different things.
Yeah, it's a span of like 200 years.
Fair enough, but then how would they age his existence? Wouldn't they use the text to age the time he existed?
What do you mean?
Like, how would they know that Isaiah existed 740 years ago? Wouldn't they use something from Isaiah's time to date him, to date his existence back to that time? So I'm guessing they'll probably use an inscription on stone or the text written by Prophet Isaiah to date his existence to 740 BC. That's probably the only way they could have, figured out Isaiah existed 740
Well,
BC.
again, as I stated, it is believed that Isaiah wrote chapters 1 through 39? Like, I guess I'm confused by your question.
So my understanding is, and I could be wrong, maybe I need to do more research on this, but my understanding is that they would have used the text Isaiah and dated it to know the existence of Isaiah. So I'm guessing they would date the text, and then from that they would, figure out how long ago he lived.
We're not asking when did Isaiah live. You realize that, right? We're not talking about when Isaiah lived. We're talking about when chapter 45, 47, like when it talks about King Cyrus, when that was written.
Okay, all right, and it says that was written 540.
Around 540 is estimated,
Mm.
around
Okay,
540 BCE.
And so
can
the
you?
dates I pulled were so Babylonian exile was 597, and the fall of Babylon was 539. That's historically speaking.
Okay, so I'll need to pull this up just because if you give me a second to just Google this, just because when I Googled Isaiah,
You're not trying to help me, y'all.
I think that there were three deportations. I had to pull up my notes. So the first deportation was 597 BCE.
Mm.
The second one was 586 BCE, and
Yeah,
then the third was 582. And then they returned back into the Levant area in 539.
there must be something to that 586 one because that's the number that was stuck in my head. I don't have the context for it, but I know it.
Nice.
Yeah, but there must be some significance to it beyond just being one of them.
That's just definitely going to be an outro
because
tomorrow.
my argument was Isaiah lived 700 BC, and then the Cyrus cylinder in the London Museum is dated 500 BC. So my argument was basically if Isaiah lived, over
But
100 years before King Cyrus,
what you're missing is
100
that
to 200
Isaiah
years before
Isaiah
King
did
Cyrus.
not, but Isaiah did not write that chapter.
So I would say, what's your evidence for that? That's like the question. How would you come to that conclusion?
I mean, that's a good question that I don't have the answer to. I know that Assyriologists know it, like Dr. Bowen could explain it, I'm sure, but I don't know. Thinker, do you have anything on that?
Yeah, it's the language used
Mm.
during that time. It refers to Babylon's gods, and some of the gods that's mentioned were not worshipped until that specific time period. So there are cultural things that I that
Can you name any of the
I'm
gods?
sorry, can you
Damn, dude.
not? Right. There's a
Sorry, my
god named.
apologies.
Let me ask you a question. If I do name the gods, would you know them? Like, would you know which gods I'm talking about?
Can I respond? I
Hmm.
would research into it and then I could learn more from it. Because if the claim is that certain gods are being claimed to be worshipped, then in order for me to verify that that claim is true, it's important to know the name of the gods so that I can check and see, is this claim true or not?
Which
Right.
gods are these?
The Babylonian gods that are
Oh, okay.
mentioned in the
Mm.
text. So Baal, spelled Bel.
Oh, someone got me.
Twice.
Oh boy. Okay. Well, I'm here on the track, so I'll be walking it
Nice.
off. Holy shit.
It hit different.
Who lied about walking? No, I know who it was. The Chaos Agent Xena.
I told you walking makes it so much worse, man.
Mm,
I saw it.
yeah.
I
Mm.
saw it.
All right, halfway. All right.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
And this thing's like it is the
So
size of like an
I just did
iPod.
a
It's
quick
smaller than a
Google
Nano,
on.
but like the damage it
I
does
just did
is
a quick
crazy.
Google on Baal, and it said Baal existed 3000 BCE, worshipped by the Canaanites.
Not Baal. That's Baal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why I spelled it for you. But again, like
BEL.
you going back and like doing the Google searches, right? You can do that on your own time. The fact is that you're making a claim, right? That which the Bible does with a lot of these stories. The reality is when they were conquered by Nebuchadnezzar, right? Nebuchadnezzar destroyed a lot of the Hebrew texts. And so when they came back into the Levant area, they had to rewrite a lot of this stuff from oral traditions. And in fact, Nehemiah and Ezra talks about this, about them losing their culture while they were in Babylon. Right? That's history.
Do you have any sources for these claims, like Nebuchadnezzar born in the Hebrew text and the Jewish people losing their culture in Babylon?
I just quoted two people from the Bible, Ezra and Nehemiah states,
So
right?
what
That
chapter and verse?
I'm sorry. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Like I feel like I'm having to teach you your Bible. Like I like having
The
to
Bible
the
doesn't
things
say
that
that.
I'm talking about. I'm sorry. Can you not do that? The things that I'm talking about, you don't know, and it's real frustrating to have to teach you your Bible at the same time, right? Like you don't know the history of your religion or even just the text itself. So how can you say a God is talking to you? Are you there, Flo?
Yes, I'm there. I mean, again, I could be wrong, but I feel like you haven't disproved my initial claim that Isaiah existed
You
740
that's
BC.
fine. I don't care to do that. That's fine. I don't care to do that. The question is, how do you know a God is talking to you? Like you barely know this book. You barely know the history of it, the history of the people in it. You barely know the history of the God. So how do you know a God is talking to you when you don't even really know the book?
So, should I give you like my personal experience or historical evidence, or
I want to know how you know a God is talking to you.
okay? So, from my personal experience, there are multiple occasions, but I could say one. There was a time when I was struggling with this mathematical
Okay,
problem,
Flo,
and
I'm not asking for a testimony. I'm asking for the mechanics of it. How do you know? Not tell me about a time a God spoke to you. How do you know it is a God speaking to you?
so there's two reasons. One is the historical evidence, and then two is evidence from my own life. So I would say
Hold
everyone
on.
has.
Historical evidence of something that you don't know. You don't read this text. You don't know the history, right?
Well, Isaiah existed
I'm sorry.
740
I'm sorry.
BC.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You had to Google that. So you don't know it, right? You just had to Google it. So you're not using historical evidence of anything. And even if you were saying that Isaiah existed, does not equate to a God speaking to you.
Can I speak?
I really
Okay.
hate when y'all do that. I really do. Like, I don't know why, if you are talking to a God, why this God hasn't taught you the proper way to have a conversation. Like, dang near every believer that comes on stage does not know how to have a conversation.
So if Isaiah existed 740 years before Christ and the Cyrus cylinder is dated to 500 years, and Isaiah makes a claim that's written on the Cyrus cylinder, then it points to the fact that how would Isaiah have known that? that claim that Cyrus would release the Jews and allow them to build their temple back where it
That still
originally
doesn't
was.
mean that God is speaking to you.
But it means that God spoke to Isaiah.
It doesn't mean that God is speaking to you. And I can point out prophecies that Isaiah prophesied that never happened. But I am asking, how do you, Flo, know that a God is speaking to you?
Could you point out one prophecy that Isaiah made
No,
that never happened?
no, no. How is it? How do you know a God is speaking to Flo? Flow, Flo, the brown skinned guy with the red vest on wearing glasses.
I know that God is speaking to me because I pray and my prayers are answered.
How do you know?
Must not have prayed for nothing
What
important.
like am I speaking a different language, or does how do you know not equate
Yeah,
like
the language you're speaking is direct
Hmm.
I mean, like, I've
to
prayed for
translate.
a woman who had cancer and she was healed. So I don't know how to explain it. It's just, when you pray for something crazy and it happens, it's difficult for someone to tell you that is a coincidence. I don't know. Maybe it is a coincidence. I don't know how that would happen. You
did you
know,
just say you don't have to explain it? Did you just say that?
no, I said I've prayed
It,
for a woman who had cancer and she was
What did
healed.
you say about
So,
explaining it? What did you say about explaining it?
You said no
so
how
if
to
doesn't
explain
know
it.
how.
Oh,
like if I told you like I've prayed for someone who had cancer and they were healed, and that's proof for me,
did
it
did
might
they go to
not
the
be enough.
doctor? No. Did they
Yes,
go to the doctor? Then no.
yes, they
That
did.
means the doctor. That means the doctor healed them. That means the medicine that
The
they
doctor healed them.
that yes, the doctor healed them. Their chemotherapy, whatever medicine, whatever surgeries they had, healed them.
Why'd they go to the
Okay.
doctor if it wasn't for the doctor to heal them? If God could do it, why would they seek medical treatment?
I mean, I'm not saying the doctor didn't have a role to play. I'm just saying if it was that easy, then the doctor would heal everyone.
Take the doctor
No.
out.
They
No,
are
doctors
your
aren't
God.
perfect.
If it were that easy, then your God would be healing everyone.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fair point. That is a fair point.
Yeah. And take the doctor out of the equation. We've seen what happens there, right? They don't get healed, right? There is such thing as spontaneous remission, but it's very, very rare, right? The truth of the matter is, when you have someone like Steve Jobs, for example, you know who Steve Jobs was?
Yes,
The
sir.
Michael Jordan
Okay,
of cell
so
phones.
he had a very treatable form of cancer that he decided to take a spiritual approach and do like raw foods and all that stuff, and it got to the point where it wasn't working. And they decided to go with medical treatment, but by that time it was too late. Right? When you leave these things, into the hands of a God who may or may not do something, the results aren't there. But the results are much more positive outcomes when you do seek the medical intervention.
Thank you for your explanation, Mark Losto. I mean, that does suffice. I guess the question I would ask is, what evidence would be enough for you?
Like we're not even asking you for
Yeah.
evidence. We asked you, how do you know? Go ahead, Bash.
I'm sorry. That's what I was about to say because we're not asking how do you know that a God exists or any of that. The question is specifically how do you determine if a God is speaking to you? That's literally it's not how do we know that a God exists or if a God exists or whatever. Specifically, how do you know that a God is speaking to you?
Okay, then from my life, I would just say testing the claims, praying and seeing the results. That has worked for me. Again, everyone has their own journey and belief system, It's only when we go to the other world that we'll know who's right or who's wrong. I'm
No,
not even like
no.
100%
So
sure
what
I'm right.
you said testing the claim. What claim?
So let's say you have a dream about something that's going to happen in the future and you believe that this dream comes from God.
Mhm.
That is an objective claim that you can
Wait, hold
test.
on. Before we go, again, let's do. How would you know that the dream came from God? Let's start there. How would you know? Because just because the dream comes true doesn't mean it came from God. Plenty of people, you get what I'm saying? Like you might have a dream and that thing actually does come true. That doesn't mean it came from God. It could not come true. The question is, how would you know that the dream came from God? Let's start there.
In fact, doesn't
That's a
this
good
God
point.
say in this book when people make a claim that he's sending them dreams that they are lying?
Does it in
No,
Isaiah? Didn't Isaiah say that? Oh,
I think
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah said it.
Jeremiah. Yeah, yeah,
no.
yeah.
It says if the dream contradicts the Bible, then
No, it
it's not
doesn't. There
true.
was no Bible back then.
What? I'm just
There
saying.
was the Torah, wasn't there?
Yeah.
It does
Yeah.
not say that, and the Torah wasn't in a Bible.
Yeah.
But the Torah was a collection of scrolls and text. So it was available.
I think it's Jeremiah. Is that Jeremiah 31? Wait, what is it? Jeremiah 21?
31. I know that's for like the
I think it's Ezekiel
covenant.
23:20.
Okay, but so how do you know that? That's but back to the question. How, if you got a dream, right? How would you know if that dream was from God? And how would you separate it from just a dream that you had? Like, you could have a dream.
I mean, that's a good question. And your point about even if the dream came true, it doesn't mean it came from God. I think that's also a good point as well. I would say if you've had multiple of these dreams, then what is the chances that you're just having dreams that are coming true versus
You got
there
lots of
might
people
be
doing
some spiritual reality?
I'm saying, let let's say a person who doesn't believe in your God has dreams that come true, right? They just have dreams that come true, like you know what I'm saying? Like, uh, I'm asking, how would you know? Okay, this dream specifically is from God.
Then I would say for such a person, the best way to validate it is to just speak into the universe and say, if there is a God, could you reveal yourself to me? I'm tired of being confused and not understanding where these dreams are coming from.
I'm not saying
You
that
know,
that's
I'm
what you're saying.
tired.
I'm saying to you specifically. You had a dream, right? You wake up in the morning. How do you know if that dream was from God? Let's say whatever it was you dreamed about is like something that happens after you die, right? Like, let's say you dream that one day, I don't know, the Walmart or the petrol station down the street from you is gonna be turned into another store, and you dream that today, right? And that doesn't happen until, I don't know, 2099. It does happen, but how would you know that that dream was from God?
I would say, like in my own personal life, just times, for example, I would dream that I'm going to meet a person. I'll forget about the dream totally, and then a few minutes before I meet the person, I remember the dream exactly how I dreamt it, and then I see the person, and then the person asks me a question about God, and I'm like, just like, what are the odds that I'm gonna meet this person that I dreamt about, and this person is asking me about God, and now I'm here speaking with this person about God, this person I've never met before, and answering their questions on God. It's just like very, I don't know, weird. Like, why would this just happen randomly?
Think about the
You
fact that
know,
randomly, like right now, randomly, you just talk to some people about God, right? Like right now, right? People talk about God lots. That's not an abnormal conversation. Right? Okay. So I'm asking specifically about that dream. When you woke up that morning, right, before you met the person, right? That's why I put the gas station turning into something, or the petrol station turning into something else way down the line. When you heard the thing, or when you, right, like right now, you know you're talking to me. Right this minute, you currently know that you're speaking to me. Right? Okay. In that same way, is that the one? Oh
Yeah.
yeah. What chapter was that? Because I was looking for it.
Chapter 23.
23. Yeah, I
That's
see it.
23.
It says, I have heard what the prophet said that prophesy lies in my name, saying, I have dreamed, I have dreamed. How long shall this be in the heart of the prophets that prophesy lies? Yea, they are prophets of the deceit of their own heart, which think to cause my people to forget my name by their dreams, which they tell every man to his neighbor, as their fathers have forgotten my name for Baal. The prophet that hath a dream, let him tell a dream, and he that hath my word, let him speak my word faithfully. What is the chaff to the wheat, saith the Lord? Is not my word like as a fire, saith the Lord, and like a hammer that breaketh the rock in pieces? Therefore, behold, I am against the prophets, saith the Lord, that steal my words, every one from his neighbor. Behold, I am against the prophets, saith the Lord, that use their tongues and say, He saith. Behold, I am against them that prophesy false dreams, saith the Lord, and do tell them, and cause my people to err by their lies and by their lightness. Yet I sent them not, nor commanded them. Therefore they shall not profit this people at all, saith the Lord.
And we would assume, well, I mean, it is fair to think that a person like you who say, "Hey, man, I had this dream," like you believe that God is talking to you. Jeremiah is saying, "Hey, don't fall for that." But when you told me about it, I don't think you were trying to lie to me when you said that, right? Although Jeremiah said God said that, that ain't how he talked. But to you, you saying it is, right? And I'm trying to figure out how, like, the morning you wake up post dream, how did you deduce that?
This is a very good question. It's making me think a lot, and I appreciate your logical, standpoint, Pink. I would say an element of it, unfortunately, I hate using this word because I think you should use logic and reason as much as you can.
Okay.
But I think after hearing your questions, Pink, unfortunately, I got to use the F word.
Okay.
Okay. An element of it would be fake. And I know that might not be the answer you want to hear. But,
that is, I just want to hear the truth. And if that's how you're doing it, then that's fine. I don't. Now I have one question about that F word. Okay. When you say faith, what do you mean by faith? Right? Like, okay, so let's lay it together again. You had a dream. You wake up in the morning. When you say by faith, this was from God. Like, what? Say that to me in another way.
So I would say believing something based on prior evidence. So I would say obviously yes. So I would say obviously we come from two different axioms. So we have two different assumptions about the way the world works. So I would say, for example, I believe there's historical evidence for like Daniel's vision and Isaiah's prophecy and Jesus's resurrection. So those things kind of act as axioms for me.
Okay.
And then from that,
okay.
when I see things that reinforce my belief, I kind of have to that prior evidence.
Let's say it is true. Let's say it is true that a God really did do all the things in the Bible, right? Let's say that's true. But that's not what I'm talking about, right? For right now, let's assume that every word in the Bible is 100% the truth, okay? All right. Mm-hmm. Now, back to you, specifically you, right? Because whatever's been said in the Bible has been said in the Bible. That wasn't God talking to you. That was, at best, we can say that was God talking to them. Now, I don't know for sure that if every word they wrote, God actually said, right? Because how would I know? Okay. But to you, you get to make a decision, right? Or you are making a deduction here. And you're saying, I'm deducing this because God spoke to somebody else?
I would say, how would I even? Okay, let me give an example. Let's say there was a lady I was dating, and she was a good girl. She was a white girl. But I wasn't as interested in her as I should be, and so I was at a difficult point because I didn't want to break up with her, but I thought this is not going to go to marriage. And so I prayed to God about it. I was like, see, I don't want to hurt this girl's feelings, but I don't know. We need to resolve, like, I want the relationship to come to an end, but I don't want to be the one who has to initiate it.
Okay.
And literally the next day after praying about it, she came up to me and she was like, oh, I feel like we're not as close as we should be. I would like us to just take a break. And I was like, whoa, what are the odds of this happening?
Question.
Oh, go ahead.
Was she in a coma?
No, she wasn't in a coma.
Do you think it's a fair thing to guess that she was picking up on signs of your disinterest?
Flow play
or that she was disinterested first and she didn't want to hurt him.
He's reverse engineering that.
Yeah.
That is possible. That's possible. But I just thought, like, what are the odds that it will happen the next day?
Okay.
Y'all got the
Two
dumbest
max
stories.
point though. Two max point. Right, people pick up on things. Right, if you lose an interest, she might have noticed that. Right, that you weren't as into her as she wanted you to be, or she wasn't as into you as she thought she would be. Okay, all right. But I mean, the timing is conspicuous. But that would just be you prayed about a thing and the thing happened. Cool. I'm talking about specifically hearing the voice of God, right? Because God didn't say, or unless you skip the part of the story where God said, "Don't worry, Flo. I'm gonna have her break up with you tomorrow." Right, right, and you didn't put that part in the story. So if that wasn't a part of the story, then that wouldn't necessarily be God talking to you. That would just be, "Hey, I prayed about a thing, and that thing happened." Right. So, but specifically speaking, that's why I keep wanting to go back to the. But okay, now I want to deal with the faith part. Okay, if by faith you're saying, "Hey, I heard this thing, I'm just going to believe that it's God." Right? Like by faith, I just believe that that was God.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's what I wanted to get down to. Back to you. I got
God
some
made my
secondary questions,
girlfriend
but
break
back to
up
you.
with me.
Huh?
God made my girlfriend break up with me.
Because I didn't have the balls to do it myself. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
But Pink, I would say,
Only the
God,
don't
look,
you?
Bible.
there's a shitload of children dying in the hospital, but God is protecting Flo's balls.
Hey man, hey.
Put
I
you a
care about
tens
that
unit
man
on it.
balls, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I mean, he
He
did
must be
say cut
David or
her bitch
something.
hand off if she grabbed him,
That's what
motherfucker.
I'm
So,
saying, bro. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
true.
Don't worship Baal, worship the God of the Baal. Heck!
hey, somebody send Bash a ball. Hit them motherfuckers
Send him
real
something. He
hard.
got too much energy. He got
I'm
way too
feeling
Yeah.
much
better, man. I'm
energy.
feeling better. On the low, I can handle it on the low. It's when you have to crank it up and get horrible. You know what I'm saying?
He got it
The
on the
full,
off. Don't you
I
let
can
him
make
lie
it.
to y'all.
But Pink, wouldn't you say you have some beliefs that don't have logical evidence per se, or would you say all your beliefs have logical evidence and reason behind them?
What's so wild, bro, is this is crazy. I just talked to my mother about this particular sentence last night. Okay. I said, "Ma, I know that no one has completely 100% logical beliefs, right? But I try my best. Right? Like if I run across a belief of mine that I don't think is logical, like if I'm like, oh, that don't make sense for me to feel that way or for me to think that way, then I try to. You see, like my mama, she attested to it. We just had this discussion. I try my best, or maybe it was 2 nights ago, but really recently, it was either last night or the night before. I try my best to comb through my beliefs and figure out if they're logical or not. If they aren't logical, I try to figure it out. Right. So the reason that I'm asking all these questions about how you know if a God's speaking to you, I use an example. You know, the rapture was supposed to happen this week. So say somebody. Now we can laugh about that now, right? We can laugh about that now. But the people who believe that
That's true.
believed
That's true.
wholeheartedly that
That's
God was
crazy.
speaking to them, right? They was finding confirmations. They was seeing it on license plate,
Fasting and praying.
fasting and praying, selling their car. Like these weren't people who were out here just, you know, right? They believed it, and they believed it with the same mechanism you just gave me, which is faith,
Mhm.
right? Okay. So I'm saying, I think the problem with having an assumption like that is that the Pastor Joshua or Brother Joshua, whatever his name was, he heard a thing, he believed it, you know, right? He heard a thing, he believed it. He then shared that. People believed in the word of the prophet, right? And was just as
Mhm.
wrong as the day is long,
And I'm strong.
right? So then it's like, okay, well, that means that he didn't have a way of determining, and neither did any of the people that listened to him. They had no way of determining whether or not God was speaking to him or not.
That's true. Damn.
And there's people who really it's a guy. There's one guy on here who gave away his life savings, his car, and a bunch of things. Because he was like, I'm not gonna need this where I'm going. He had like $60,000 in cash in his savings or something like that. Gave all that away. His car, blah, blah, blah. And he woke up this morning, bro, with nothing.
That's good.
Right. But he had faith. And if you really believe it, bro, you get it's like if you tell me something that I really believe, then I'm gonna move towards that thing. Right. If it's real, if I really believe God said that to me, then I'm moving on it.
Mm,
Right. Because I'm sure you got some non-believer friends. I'm the scripture says, Jesus said this, make for yourselves friends of unrighteous mammon. Right. He says that. Right.
mm.
And in other words, like you gonna have some non-believer friends. Cool. I'm hoping that if the rapture coming, that all my believer friends keep me in mind. Right? Because you're not gonna need that. And it's gonna get tied up in court till the cows come home. Give it to me. I'm not gonna make it. I'm telling you right now. I ain't going. Right?
Me
And you don't
neither.
want to get you can imagine if 2 billion people disappear off the earth, the court system gonna be fucked. We'll never get there. Right? So write me in right now and say, hey man, in the event of a rapture, and you can put this in your living will and testament. Swear God. In the event of the rapture, I leave all my worldly possessions to me. And if you really
Yeah, that's
believe that
great.
that's real, you know what I'm saying?
I feel you. 100%. I mean, the way you put it, it sounds ridiculous. But okay. I guess the question I would ask is, how would you know your non-faith beliefs and your faith beliefs? Like, if
We don't have beliefs. We don't have faith.
I don't think I have any faith. I don't think I do.
I
Right.
have faith
So
that I don't have any.
Yeah, I
for
don't
the
have.
most part, the things that I believe, like if you ask me, do you? I'm trying to think of something that like, I either believe it or I don't know it at all, or I don't believe it. Right. So I'm trying to think of something that like what
let's say, is anything good? Does good exist?
good exists
How do you know?
because I experience it.
How do you? Because some people would define what you call good as evil. Some
Yeah.
people would define your experiences as evil. So is that an objective standard, or
No,
is it just subjective?
no. Good is definitely an experience, and no one can experience you but you. Right.
100%.
Right.
But
So
let's say to you, sunlight is good, and to someone else, they see sunlight as bad.
yeah,
Who is right?
we're both right. Right. Because it's the
How?
experience. Good is an experience. Right. So like there are people who are allergic to the sun in real life. Right. Like
Yeah.
it breaks them out. Right. Okay. Then the sunlight is bad to them. Right. The sunlight is good to me because my experience is good. And my experience is true. You get what I'm saying? So good. There is no objective good. Like a subject has to experience good. Good does not exist without subjects. Right? Like a rock there's nothing good to a rock or bad to a rock. Right? Because a rock is an object, not a subject. Right? So rocks have no opinions about what's good or bad.
Mm.
So good is subjective. There is no standard for it.
But would you say it's ever good to steal candy from a baby?
Yes.
give
In
me
fact, Bash
an
Bash said that
example.
like he has said it and like he has done it.
I'll
You
rob a
have done
baby
it.
any day of the week. I'm just kidding. No.
If the
Okay.
baby's attracting ants.
Yeah, I know, right? No, there could be several reasons to take candy from a baby. If the candy is poisoned, if they just don't need it, if they're allergic to it and they don't know it, there's lots of reasons for me to steal candy from a baby. There are lots of good reasons for me to steal candy from a baby, right? But that baby that's missing the candy, that is bad, and I can't take that away from the baby. Like to that baby, that is bad, right? Even though to me it was good. Right, I did what I thought. That baby don't know that the candy gonna hurt them, right? So they're just experiencing their world of experience. So they go, "Oh, that man with the pink beard stole my candy. He's a mean person," right? No different than if your mother takes some away from you that you know you about to put the keys in your mouth or something. You know how babies do. You about to put the
Yeah.
keys in your mouth and your mama snatched the keys away from you. She just took away my shiny things, right? That was
Mm,
mean, right? And the baby is right because that's that baby's experience, right? You just having a different experience. You think that I did something good, right? And
mm,
eventually the baby will learn, oh, okay, that was good.
mm. But let me give a scenario. What if the candy isn't poisoned, it's not attracting ants, it's not causing any evil to the baby? Would
Then
that
I do
still
something
be
wrong.
objectively good? Then that
No,
would be wrong.
but that's subjectively.
Not
Again,
just an objective.
yeah, that's still not objective. It's subjectively wrong. My experience now, I know, and here's how I do this. Am I causing unnecessary harm? Right. That is my standard. Am I causing unnecessary harm? If this candy is not going to hurt this baby, and it's already in the baby's possession, they've had their dinner for the night. The things. This is not going to hurt this baby at all. Me taking that candy is causing a harm to this child for no fucking reason. Okay, that's not the right thing to do. Right. But if I'm causing overall well-being, then that's the right thing to do.
Mm,
So, but again, I can't take candy from a rock. Like the rock that don't have no feelings about that. Right. So that's how I know it's not objective. Right. If I can't, if it don't matter to a rock, it don't matter. Right? Well, it's not objective, I should say. Right. Gravity is objectively true. That affects a rock.
mm.
Right.
I guess why I'm asking is because let's say societies like the Taliban in Afghanistan, they would have a different definition of good as opposed to probably most of us. So they would think that women going to school is bad.
Of course.
But obviously you have Thinker, who's a very intelligent woman. You wouldn't get that kind of intelligence if the person doesn't like educate their mind. But then you'd have people who thinks that like a woman educating her mind is a waste of time, or even some people would say is evil.
This is true. And they, in as much as they have determined, first and foremost, somebody said something just last night I thought was beautiful. Good or bad is really should be determined by the person that's the victim, like the person that experiences it, not the person that's causing it. Right? Good or bad. So if it's causing harm to the women, then it's bad. If it's good to the women, then it's good because it's what you're doing to them. So they get to determine if it's good or bad, not the person doing it. Right? The person that's on the receiving end of it are the people who determine if it's good or bad. Now, there are some societies that will do that where the people doing the thing are saying this is good, but the person doing the thing don't get to do that. It's the person that's on the receiving end that gets to do that.
That's a fair point. But what if the person on the receiving end is so brainwashed that they don't see the evil in what's being done to them?
That's a good question. It's not my. Let me say it this way: I can't make a person live a different experience. Right? For
Is
example,
it?
okay.
I just want to add: is it evil for women to wish that men could feel period cramps?
Yes, objectively.
Yes, yes.
It is.
Yes, that's
Flo, is
objectively
it
evil.
evil? It's evil for women to want men to experience period. Are there any women
Yes.
in the chat? Are there any women in the chat that like being evil?
Don't be evil. Listen, man. Listen. Listen. I'm gonna sing y'all the song.
It says
Don't
yes
listen
should be
to
bad.
Faker. She trying to send you to hell.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like
And a
that's kind of
preach right
dried
there.
up.
Don't follow her down, man. But you get what I'm
I
saying.
guess because I get you, and I agree with a lot of what you're saying. But I guess my argument would be if any objective morality exists, then that would come from an
Allah.
eternal being. That would have to come from a God.
But the problem about morality is objective means it affects a rock. Like that's the easiest way to think about objective things. It affects a rock. Do morals affect rocks? No. There has to be a subject around to experience morality. There must be a subject. Thus, this cannot be objective. You're just saying it came from somebody else. Okay, cool. But that don't make it objective. That would just mean this is God's opinion. This is what God likes or God doesn't like. That's his subjective opinion. Even if right, that wouldn't make it objective.
How would you say objectivity has to affect a rock? Like, how did you come to that conclusion?
Okay, okay. Think of it this way: a thing that is objective, a thing is true objectively if it doesn't require a subject. So, it is objectively true that the sun exists. In other words, if there were no human minds if there wasn't a human anywhere to see the sun, it would still be there because it is objectively there, right? It is objectively there. Outside of my mind, if I'm alive or if I'm not, that doesn't change the fact that that exists. Morals only exist because we exist, right?
But can't you say it's objectively true that murder without a reason is wrong for all cultures?
When you're using the word objective to mean like it is true. Yes, it is true, but it is subjectively true. Okay, we make some goals. We all have decided because we have empathy. I don't want that to happen to me, and so I don't want that to happen to anyone else. Right? Okay, but that's because we don't want that to happen to us. But if there were no humans on the planet, then murder wouldn't exist. Like it's not like murder exists in the like there is some real thing that exists called murder. We called it murder. We made it that, right? Because we don't like it. And we collectively don't like it. Because why would we like it? Right.
Yeah, I see your point. But would you say that concepts exist irrespective of human minds? So the concepts of a human being killing another human being would still exist even if no human beings existed?
No, actually, no. The concept of a human, if there, who would think the concept?
So that's where we have two axioms. I would say God would think the concept.
Okay, but you jump into a God. I'm saying you don't know God's mind, so it's not fair for you to do that, right? Okay, you can't tell me that God would think the concept because you have no access to God's mind. You just don't, right? So I'm saying the concept, as we know a concept, a thought in a human brain, that would not exist if there were no humans to think them.
Do you think before we discover concepts that exist, kind of like Platonic principles?
Like what kind of concept? What do you mean by that?
So let's say if we haven't found a cure of cancer, but it exists, the cure of cancer exists conceptually. If no human mind,
it doesn't exist conceptually, it exists. So let's say the cure for cancer is banana peels, right? We don't know that yet, right? But banana peels exist. Objectively, they exist.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's use a chemical that is formed in a lab, like a chemical compound that's formed in a lab.
THC.
That chemical compound only exists as a concept before someone creates it.
Well, okay. It doesn't even, okay. I think of a thing, right? Let's say I'm trying to make a new element or something, right? Like, okay, or some chemical compound. I think of the thing. Now it exists as a thought, right? Then I go try it. It may not work, right? That may not even be possible. It may be something I just made up, right? Okay, but it exists as an idea now that I've thought it up. Yes, but I have to think it up.
But before you thought it up, would you say it existed, or would you say it never existed?
It didn't exist. Cars didn't exist till cars existed. Wheels didn't exist till wheels existed.
Existence didn't exist until it existed.
Yeah.
So I guess the question would be, what prompted the initial existence?
Existence.
How in the hell was that? What a jump. Okay. You remember how I told you there's some things I know, some things I don't know, right? And suffice it to say this time, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
I think it was existing. Existing caused it, I think.
Yeah,
I feel sorry for you, Oso.
What?
Yeah,
well, thank you for the conversation. You know, I could do this all day, you know, but I know you guys are busy and you guys are very, obviously, you know your stuff. And I probably need to do more research and come back and probably be more equipped to debate you guys. But thank you, Pink. Thank you, Thinker. Thank you also. Thank you, Faye, Yahweh.
Wait,
Thank you, McLaughlin.
have you been calling him Pinker?
No, Pink.
No, Pink.
Oh,
I like the beard,
by
by the way.
Pinker.
Pinker would be kind of hard.
Thank you so much, man. I've been working on this beard for 3 years.
I'm gonna go with Pinker for a minute. Thinker, thinker, kind of hard. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
I want to say something really dumb, but I don't want to.
Oh, why would you do that? I'm having a good time. Why would you do that?
Just to let you know, Flo, like you saying that it's evil for women to want men to experience period cramps, like I don't necessarily think
Double
that it's
dose.
evil. Like, don't you like? Do you believe in free will?
Bash, did you see that second one?
Yes, yes, I believe in free will.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry. You believe in what?
That's no
I'm sorry.
I
What did you say,
mean,
Flo? You believe in what?
flag on the play.
I believe in free will. Yeah, I believe in free will. Yeah.
So, don't women have the free will to hope and pray that men experience period cramps?
Of course, women have the free will to do that, but as I would rather they didn't use their free will in that way.
One
Why
in the
not? Like,
pinker, two in the
why is it
stinker.
okay? Why is it okay for women to experience period cramps but not men?
That's a, you know what, that's a good question. I feel like the biblical answer would not suffice. So,
What
in
would you
order
say
to
that it
avoid
needs more context? Like, it needs more context to it.
with period cramps, I mean, if I was God, I wouldn't let women have period cramps. But again, I'm not God, so I don't know
But
why
your
he
God did
did
give women
what
period
he did.
cramps, right? Like, so that means that your morality is higher than your God's, right? Or unless
Not
there's more
necessarily.
context to that.
No, 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 no.
oh, it's not. It's
Not
not. It's
necessarily.
not.
Not necessarily. Because morality requires understanding. Perhaps there's a higher level of understanding in terms
Like,
of
what would be the higher
what
level? Like,
period
you
comes from.
you as a human wouldn't wish this horrible pain on women. You see it, you think it's evil for men to experience it, right?
Mm.
Like, what would be the
Mm.
context behind your
I
God doing that?
I mean, that's a good question. I guess like what Pink said, if you take candy from a baby that's poisoned, the baby will look at it as though you were doing something incredibly evil to them. But with more understanding, they would realize that you're trying to save their life. So
What,
perhaps
so
there
your God
is.
is trying to save our life with period cramps?
So the thing is, we don't have the set of all possible realities. Perhaps there's a reality where women don't have period cramps and promiscuity is
But
increased, or
what?
single motherhood is
What? What
increased.
did you
This is
just
to
say?
ward off promiscuity.
What did you just say that
I'm
women
just
have
saying.
period cramps? Hold on. Did you just say that women have period cramps? So they're not promiscuous?
No, no. So my argument would be in a diverse reality where there are no period cramps. Maybe it's objectively true that women would sleep with more men.
And that's a bad
But
thing.
why are you saying
Well, if,
you
if
think
it
women are
leads
not
if it
sleeping
leads
with
to higher.
wait, do you think women are not sleeping with more men now because they have period cramps?
It is possible that period cramps might reduce, the level of promiscuity in society. Again, this is
Man,
just an
So
argument I'm
so
throwing
then
it off the
why
top of my head.
so then it would make sense, like if your God is a fair and just God, it would make sense for him to give men period cramps because men think about sex more than women. Men fuck more than women. So
Perhaps it wouldn't have the
why
same
not
effect.
give the men the period cramps? Would it have the same effect?
Perhaps it wouldn't have the
Also,
same effect.
would it
oh,
have the same
that's a
effect?
double
Do
entendre.
you feel like fucking right now? Also,
Honestly, yeah.
so
Also,
look,
still down, shit. Still down. Also say, come run this red light.
even
Said,
even with your
get your
headache
wings.
and your shitty bubble guts, you feel like fucking
He
right
said,
now.
No,
Also,
obviously I'm joking.
you can barely play with pressure right now.
And I'm
You feel like
fully
also
joking.
fucking.
also wants to know who's into electrode play.
Also said, Moses part of the Red Sea, come see by me.
So at
That's
the
cool.
men on the panel flow have flow probes on, period
We've been
stimulators
wading in the
on.
water.
And every time I very sneakily got you to say free will, they had to turn up their period stimulators. And so the pain that you saw them in just a minute ago was them having period cramps, a simulation of period cramps. Also has been
Damn.
doing this all day. And also don't feel like fucking. So if men had period cramps, they probably wouldn't fuck as much.
But again, maybe not to the same degree. Maybe not to the same degree. Maybe it has a
Hey,
higher
motherfucker,
effect
you
on
strap
women.
up and then you tell me that.
Again, this is just an argument. I could be wrong. It's just we don't have all the facts. We don't have all the possible realities.
It's a
So it's
cute
very
way of
easy,
saying I'm just
for
saying
us.
shit.
I feel like, for example, you have a lot of atheists who say, why did God send King David to wipe out the Amalekites or the Canaanites? And then you look at history and how the Canaanites used to sacrifice their babies to Baal and put their babies on a molten idol. And
What
they did that
history?
for
What history
400
did you
years.
see that in? What history did you see that in? That the Canaanites did that?
I
Plus,
mean,
y'all
I
skipped
think a
over a
quick
few
Google search will
chapters.
show you that the Canaanites
I'm
did
sorry. Say that again.
sacrifice their babies to Baal.
Where did
So,
you
like,
read that?
all right, so let me just Google this 1 second.
Okay.
It's getting so bad that now even when I turn it down, it's like just cramping on its own.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Yeah, that sounds about right.
I got a tingle in my spine. It ain't going away.
Aww. Blame Yahweh.
No, this is on Thinker. Yahweh, Yahweh let us get out. This ain't God
This
doing.
this is this is Yahweh's doing. Not mine.
This is your idea. This was clearly your idea.
I'm talking about the period cramps.
But
Like
he didn't give them to
it,
me.
it ain't like literally the reason why this is happening is because of a man on Deborah's live claiming that women had weak vessels, and that came from Jesus. And then the period cramps came from Yahweh. So this is all Yahweh.
I'm not supposed to be experiencing them. Yahweh had my back on this one.
Hey, he may not come when you want him.
Right on time.
Yes, sir. Uh,
Yes, so from quick Google search, I saw that one of the sources is the Hebrew Bible. You probably wouldn't like take that into account, but then there's a Greek writer, Greek and Roman writers, Diodorus, Zechulus,
No,
and
tell me in the Bible
Plutarch.
what scripture says that the Canaanites sacrificed their kids to Baal. Which scripture in the Bible says that? I hate
All
when
right, give
people
me
tell
one.
me what I won't do. Like you don't even know me like that, homie.
who said what you want to do?
He said I wouldn't take the. He said it's in the Bible, but I wouldn't. He said, but you won't
Oh,
take that into account.
okay,
Like
okay.
what?
Sure, leave me alone, dude. It hurts.
Tap that screen, don't blame me. God said they die, but they still breathe. Facts. Men still twisting up the story with these, but the liar in the garden wasn't Eve. Blame me. They say the woman fell, brought in the man, but read the text close. That ain't the plan. God said the day you eat, you gon' die. But Adam still lived. Tell me who told the lie. Eve saw the fruit, said it looking real good. Took a bite, gave Adam. He ate like he should. If she's the villain, then why he ain't say no? Men been scared of women since the garden, no. Tap that screen, don't blame me. God said they die, but they still breathe. Men still twisting up the story with ease, but the liar in the garden wasn't Eve. Blame me. Now every sermon got even the dirt. Call her weak, call her curse, make the woman the hurt. But the snake just offered knowledge, open up her mind. While Yahweh played games, keeping humans blind. So keep tapping, keep sharing, flood this live with truth. We gon' clap back hard, yeah the nerds got proof. Eve ain't fall, she rose, that's the part they don't teach. Wisdom in her hands was the fruit she reached. Tap that screen, don't blame me. God said they die, but they still breathe. Facts, men still
Oh,
But the liar in the garden wasn't Eve. But we got in trouble for that shit.
shout out to E.
You still looking for that scripture flow.
Honestly, shout into Eve. Why she do
Leviticus
that?
18:21.
What is it?
Leviticus 18:21. So it says, "Do not allow your children to pass through the fire, as
No,
they
no, no.
do to the god of Molech."
No, no, no. I'm asking for the scripture that says the Canaanites were sacrificing and the Amalekites were sacrificing their kids to Baal. And it was the Israelites. Like your book explicitly states that it was the Israelites who built the Tophet to Malek and were sacrificing their children to Malek. What I'm asking you for is the statement that you made that the Amalekites and the Canaanites were sacrificing their children to Baal.
So the verses I saw didn't say explicitly that it was the Amalekites. It said Molech, the god of the Ammonites. So I could have been wrong on that.
Does it say that the
What?
Canaanites were sacrificing to Molech?
No, it doesn't. It just says
It
the
doesn't.
gods of the other nations.
It says don't copy them, right? But the book explicitly
Yes.
states that it was the Israelites sacrificing to Molech, and that it was the Israelites who built the Tophet to Molech.
Could you quote the chapter and verse that says that?
Jeremiah 7.
Jeremiah 7 verse.
14, 15.
It's verse 69.
Oh, shut up. Oh, so
68. I owe you one.
no.
62. I'll be back in a few. Finish up later. Anyways,
71. He thought it was done.
It's on the screen, Flo.
You did that man Tophet?
I almost called him
For,
Tophet. Tofi.
for the people of
Japheth.
Judah have done evil in my
what's
sight,
your
says the
name,
Lord.
Tophet?
For the people of Judah have done evil in my sight, says the Lord. They have set their abominations in the house that is called by my name, defiling it, and they go on building the high place of Topheth, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I did not command, nor did it come in mind.
That was messed up.
That's all you got to say. Like just a minute ago, you were saying that the Canaanites and the Amalekites deserved to die, and your God given David and it wasn't
Saul.
it wasn't David.
He did say
but
David, yeah.
yeah, but in your God given David the command to go and kill them, it was because of this. But now that it is the Israelites, it's just messed up.
So I would say that if it was the whole entire Israelite nation doing that, then they deserve the same. But I'd argue it probably wasn't the whole of them.
What?
It probably was maybe a significant minority, or at
Sounds
Prove
pretty.
that.
most.
Sounds pretty goalpost shifty.
Fair enough, fair point. But I would also say you have to consider the time period as well. Did the
Why would the
Israelites
time
do this
period
for
matter here,
400?
Flo?
Bro,
Like what?
he
The
already
Amalekites
said
were in a
niggas be
different time
bullshitting.
period.
He
No,
already
I'm
said
talking
niggas
of
be
the length,
bullshitting.
the length of them doing it. So I would say the Israelites probably didn't do this for 400 years. You know, maybe there were a few people who were doing this for like, I don't know, 5-10 years. You
How are
know,
you making
but
these
Not like
determinations?
right now.
And I'm being dead serious. Like, how are you coming up with this?
so obviously this are assumptions because like God would be a hypocrite obviously if he didn't treat Israelites the same way. So I'm literally making assumptions, just
Okay.
to save face
Where's that
because I'm
one
looking
verse
at
in Ezekiel?
like
Huh?
What's that one
Ezekiel,
verse in
is it
Ezekiel?
20? Is it Ezekiel
I
20?
think it is 20.
18. Oh,
Wait,
is it
which
The
one?
twenty-two?
where he said he calls them to pass their kids through the
Uh huh.
fire. Is that Ezekiel
Oh,
20?
25, 20
25?
verses 25 and 26.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Ezekiel 20:25. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What that say?
Remember what you just said, Flo. Remember that.
It says, I am the Lord your God. Walk, wait, 25, my bad.
Uh huh.
Wherefore I gave them also statutes that were not good, and judgments whereby they should not live. And I polluted them in their own gifts, in that they caused to pass through the fire all that opened the womb, that I might make them desolate to the end, that they might know that I am the Lord.
Okay, so this would be the Calvinist argument of whether we have free will or not, because it basically
What?
Fucking
How did
what?
you
Whether
get
they
to
have
that?
what? Hold on. Whether
let
they
me
have
It's
what?
time to sync up, fellas.
so let me
Hold
finish
on.
my point because
You don't have
Wait,
to
no, no,
push
wait.
for
basically
Say,
more. You
hold
don't
on.
have
I
to
didn't
push for
hear you. Wait,
more.
I didn't hear you. What did you say they had?
so the Calvinist argument is it argues whether we have free will or if free will is an illusion, and it's basically like how would I even explain this? Like, if God can influence you to do something, did He cause you to do it, or did He just influence you to do it?
You know, you were cool till
He
a minute
says that
ago.
he says that his statues that he gave them caused them to pass their children through the fire.
So, and I polluted them in their own gifts, in that they caused to pass through the fire, or
What
that
version
opened
is
the
this
womb.
thinker?
So,
This is
if
the
you
King
read it,
James. We can do
it's basically
the
saying,
NRSV.
It sounds like is he
it's
reading the
basically
NIV?
saying,
I hate when people try to give me context when they didn't
okay,
even know
all
this
right.
fucking scripture existed. Like, don't do that because that make me cuss a motherfucker out.
All right.
Hold on.
Well,
It says, moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good, and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts in their offering up all their firstborn, in order that I might horrify them, so that they might know that I am the Lord.
so He allowed them to sin so He could punish them.
What? That's not what that says. Read it again. I defiled them. What does that mean?
He caused them to be defiled.
Oh, so it wasn't like he gave them an option. He made them do it.
He influenced them to do it.
No,
I
he made
defiled
them.
them. What does that mean?
So it's a this is a because I defiled them. It's like if I say I defile a virgin lady, I manipulated her to sleep with me, but she still has a free will. I don't know if that makes sense.
It didn't.
How does she? What the fuck does you having sex with a virgin have to do with free will?
It don't have nothing to do
So
with it.
no,
Can we
but it
move
does
on?
because I can defile
Oh, he
her
did
into.
say it. Fuck.
Twice.
So I can defile her if I do not intend to marry her or have a long
What
relationship
does
with
that have
her.
to do
Nigga,
with her
what
free
is
will? What?
But she still has her own free will. So I'm saying you can
fuck you,
influence
bitch?
someone to
I
do
mean,
evil. You can influence someone to do evil, and they can still have their own free will. For example, I
Mother.
can influence Pink to dye his beard blue,
What's the drop gift?
but he still has his own
There is
free
one.
will.
I don't drop. I don't pay to drop anymore. Hey, can you do evil without knowing that you're doing evil?
If you're manipulated to, yes.
But even if you're not manipulated to, can you do evil without knowing that you're doing evil?
Yes, 100%. I mean, Boko Haram, the Islamist terrorists kill people and they think they're serving God. You know, you can do
No,
evil.
I said without knowing it. Like you can be oblivious to like the very fact of that, right? Like Adam and Eve in the garden, what they didn't have the knowledge of good and evil. So they could have still done evil even though they had no knowledge of good or evil, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Why would your God not want his creation to know when they are doing evil? Like, what don't you think that makes a person
Because,
evil themselves? Like, if they, know that evil can exist and they manipulate or influence a person to do something evil, and that person is oblivious to them being manipulated or influenced to do evil, right? Even though free will is, the people have free will, but they don't have the free will to say no because they don't know that they're doing evil.
Yeah, 100%. But I would say there has to be a reason that happened. I don't think it just happened out the blue. Perhaps that person has hardened their heart to the truth such
No, I'm
that he
talking about
gives them.
Adam and Eve. They didn't have the knowledge of good and evil, and your God did not want them to know when they were doing evil. Just them not having the knowledge doesn't mean they couldn't do evil. As you just stated, a person could do
Yeah,
something
100%.
evil without knowing that they're doing something evil.
But knowledge comes with responsibility. So the burden of knowledge is responsibility. So once you know something, you have a responsibility not to do it. So
Right, but
if you
if I
know,
don't want
yeah.
you to know, if I don't want you to know that I have you doing an evil thing, right? I'm not going to inform you on what that evil is. I'm going to keep you in a place of a lack of knowledge.
But sometimes keeping someone from in a place of a lack of knowledge protects them. For example, if I'm paying the bills and
Like, do you
they're very
understand?
expensive.
We're talking about evil, right? We're talking about your God not wanting Adam and Eve to know when they are doing evil. That's what we're talking about.
Because
Not paying bills, not paying bills. We're talking about
yes,
your God
yeah,
not wanting Adam and Eve to know when they were doing something evil.
he didn't want them to bear the responsibility of that knowledge. Just like a mother who's trying to take care of her children, don't want them to bear the responsibility
so,
of knowing
so
that
not
I might
bearing
not
the
pay the bills this
responsibility
month.
doesn't stop. Not bearing the responsibility of the evil act does not take away the effects of that evil thing. Like, a person is still experiencing the evil thing, right? When a human uses their free will, right, to do something to another person, right, and they don't know that they're doing something evil, it does not stop the other person from experiencing the evil of that person's free will.
Yes, what you're saying is true. However, you're assuming that just because someone doesn't know that they're doing evil, that they have a propensity to do that evil, even though they're unaware of it. Perhaps there is a world where someone doesn't know that that evil exists and they never do evil.
We're not talking about, no, you keep trying to change the subject, and we're not talking about whether they know evil exists. We're talking about them not knowing that they are doing evil because they lack the knowledge of evil. That doesn't stop them from doing an evil thing just because they don't know the thing they're doing is evil. And your God did not want Adam and Eve to know when they were doing evil.
So my arguments would be, where did Adam and Eve do evil within the book of Genesis?
Did your God want Adam and Eve to have the knowledge of good and evil? Yes or no?
No, to prevent them from
All
assuming
right.
the
Okay. Okay.
responsibility.
Cool. Does that mean that Adam and Eve could not do good or evil?
They could do both. They could do good or they could do evil.
Right. So that is the point. Your God did not
Yeah,
want them to know when they were doing good or evil. So Adam
yeah,
and Eve, right? Adam and Eve could have done evil things and not know it. The same way today, a person could be doing something evil today and not know that they are doing something evil.
I agree. But your question assumed that Adam and Eve already had done evil.
No, it doesn't. It's talking about the capability of them and the fact that your God didn't want them to know when they were doing evil. That's what I'm talking about. And
So
bringing that
give me an
into today. A person could do something evil, right? And not know that they are participating in an evil thing.
yes. And so you're saying God is evil because he didn't want Adam and Eve to have the knowledge of good and evil. So
He
what I'm
didn't
saying is,
want them. He didn't want them. You stated that the reason he didn't want them to know that when they're doing evil is because he didn't want them to bear the responsibility of their actions. Right?
yes,
That
100%.
does not stop the victim from experiencing the evil thing just because they don't bear the responsibility. That's a lack of
Yes,
accountability. That means that
but
people don't
effect is
learn.
different from
Stop
effect,
talking
though.
while I'm talking. That means that people don't learn from their actions, right? They just continue to do harmful shit and take no accountability and say God told me to.
That's not necessarily true. So just because they are not aware of good and evil, if they did do evil, which I don't believe would have been possible in that world, but if they did do evil, there is a possibility that God could correct them and they would change, despite not having the knowledge
If
of good
God
and
is
evil.
the one who told them to do the evil, if God says go over there and have sex with Eve, and without even asking Eve whether she wants to have sex, that is an evil thing. But they don't know. Adam doesn't know it's evil to touch Eve in places that she hasn't given him permission to touch her.
But you're presuming that God didn't ask Eve.
No, I'm saying in this
What?
situation, like why is this hard? In this situation, they are in the garden, they're butt ass naked. Your God brings Eve to Adam, is like, hey, this your toy. And Adam starts touching Eve in places that she doesn't want to be touched.
But so you're presuming.
Adam
So I
doesn't know
guess
that it's evil.
so the question I would ask you is there any context or setting in which Adam and Eve could have had coitus without it being evil?
I mean,
What?
when she had Cain, like it doesn't say Adam asked Eve to have sex with him. Like Adam could have
But
forced
I'm just
himself on
saying.
her. Hold on. Adam could have forced himself on Eve, and she got pregnant. We don't know,
Yes, but we don't know if he asked her as well. So, like, my question
right?
to
And
you would.
I'm giving you a fucking hypothetical, and it is so hard for you to deal with that. What I'm saying is, your God did not want the humans He created to know when they are doing good or evil, and your God, they had the free will to do whatever, right? Even if your God doesn't command them, and they could have done evil then, and then your God could have commanded them to do something, which we see how genocidal your God is. Your God could have commanded them to do something, and they not know that the thing your God commanded them to do was evil.
So, this is the question, thinker. If Adam abused Eve, is that objectively evil?
What?
If Adam abused Eve,
Did
is
you
that
just say that
objectively
if
evil?
Adam? Did you just say that if Adam violates Eve's body against her will, you just asked me if that is objectively evil?
He's trying to pivot
Yes.
to objective morality.
Oh, my
Like
cluster.
the crazy
Am I
thing about
wrong?
it is
You're right.
the
Sorry, go ahead,
But
Thinker. Sorry.
I
and
went to that to
this
answer
is
the
the hold
question.
on, and this is the issue with believers, right? Y'all ask yourselves these types of questions. You have no empathy and no respect for humanity. The fact that you have to ask yourself, is it objectively evil to violate the personal autonomy, the body, the space of another human, right? And you think that that is something that can be debated. This is why y'all don't have morality, and the fact that you lean on
No,
your
I agree
God's.
with you.
I'm
It is
sorry, stop talking
objectively
while I'm
evil.
talking. And the fact that you lean on your God's morality, this is how you all do evil shit and justify evil shit and participate in evil shit without you being able to acknowledge that it's evil.
You may agree with Thinker, but that means you don't agree with your God.
I wanted to bring up an example of this quick, where we talked about when Saul went to go and get off on the Amalekites. That's how we even got into seeing if the Bible said that they had done that evil thing of sacrificing kids, right? But God commanded Saul to do that, right? Genocide is evil. Sacrificing babies is evil. But we see over in Ezekiel, God calls them to do that, right? That's an evil thing that he calls them to do, right? Now, and out, that's not moral. And I don't think you think that's moral. I don't think that you objectively or subjectively, like I think under any standard of what morality would be, right, that would be immoral. Do you agree?
For the people who did it, yes, it would be immoral.
Who would it be moral to? I'm asking you, is it immoral to you?
So I would say it's immoral for, so there's certain decisions no human can make. So, for example, murder is one of those decisions. But if God chooses to end the life of a human being, then it isn't murder. He's just, because every human is going to die anyways. He's just expediting the point of them leaving this physical space. And then if you believe in the concept of the soul, then no one really dies anyways. We just move to another reality.
Okay,
You
but
know.
here
So
what
when
I'm
I do
asking.
it, it's the same thing.
Here what I'm asking. Okay, even if God told you to do it, you still had to make the decision to do it, right? Like if God told you to do a thing, you still have to go. Okay, you'd have to agree or disagree, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you're saying that that's not a decision that a human can make, right? Okay,
Oh,
so
I see
what?
where you're going.
Huh? You see where I'm going with that? Okay, so
Yeah, yeah.
no matter what God says to you, that's you still have to choose to do it. And if you're saying that it is immoral for a person to choose to do that,
Mm,
right, then it's immoral, right? That means that God had them do an immoral thing, even if they agreed, because that's you said that that's not a decision a human can make. That
that's a
that's
fair
always
point.
immoral.
Then I guess the argument would be that if God commands it, then you have to do it,
No, that's not true.
regardless.
That's not true. Think about what's happening. As a matter of fact, I use Ezekiel. One time Ezekiel made some doo-doo bread, right? And he cooked some bread over some doo-doo, right? And God told him to cook the bread over human doo-doo. And Ezekiel said, no, God, I'm not doing that. And then God said, okay, cook it over cow doo-doo. And he said, okay. Right? He didn't have to do what God said do. He didn't have to do that, right? There's another time when Peter had a dream where the scrolls rolled down and God said, hey, Peter, get up, eat that. Peter said, I'm not eating that. He said, rise, Peter, slay and eat. He said, I'm not eating that. He said again, rise, Peter, slay and eat. He said, I've never put that in my body and I never will. He didn't have to do what God
Mm,
said do. Right? You don't have to do what God said do. Okay. And neither one of them was punished for not doing that either. Right? I just don't do that. I'm not into that. Right? Okay. So you don't have to do what God says do. Right? I'm sure
that's
there's
true.
things that if you believe that God speaks to you, then there may have been some things that God told you to do. Maybe God told you to give some money to a homeless person and you didn't do that. You don't have to do that. You still have a choice in the matter. And I brought this up to my mama yesterday too. For some reason, whenever it comes to murder, people feel like they have to do what God say do.
Mm.
Any other time, they be like, I'm flawed. You know what I'm saying? I'm flawed. I'm not perfect. But y'all be perfect on murder. Y'all be betting 1,000 on murder. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't get that. Okay, so if God could command you to do something, and you're saying, "Hey, this is not a decision that a human being can make," right? Then that means that God is commanding something that, by all accounts, is immoral, right? And then, secondly, the reason that I bring it up is because you would have no access. You personally would have no access to what God told me, right? Right. So, how would you know if it was moral? Because God could have told me to do it, right? And if what makes it right is that the fact God told me to do it, well, then you don't know if it's right. You would have no way of knowing if it was right.
Mm. Yeah, those are fair criticisms. I would say if God did tell you to do something like that, then there should be a high evidence. Like it
Okay.
should be in a way where he provides evidence for me to know that he told you.
Okay. What?
Um,
Okay.
Hold on for a second.
Okay.
Hold on for a second. Also, when you do your misogyny lives, we need to add interrupting women, and then letting men speak, like being quiet and letting men get their thoughts out,
mm,
and not showing the same respect to women, because Flo has that very bad. I don't know how many times I had to say stop talking while I'm talking, but when Bash speaks, he
Mm.
listens.
That's a fair point at the end. Yeah.
Did you
I,
want to say
Go
something?
ahead,
Did I
Flo.
interrupt you?
Huh?
Did I interrupt you?
No, you didn't. He
Okay.
did.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's not.
When it was your turn to converse with him, he did not interrupt you at all,
Okay.
but
Okay.
he
Yeah,
did continually thinker.
fair. Yeah. Yeah. We'll definitely bring it up. The reason I'm bringing this up to you though, Flo, is because if in a situation, if you can't know what God said, kind of going full circle, how do you know? Right? How would you know and you asked us this earlier about this. This is a guy you asked, what evidence would you accept? So, hey man, swap is fair game. So what evidence would you accept to say, okay, that's definitely God telling me to go and kill somebody? Like, what would be that standard of evidence for you?
So it would be a revelation that only the divine would know. And the only example I can think of is let's say given a revelation of something that's going to happen in the future before it happens. So for instance, saying I'm going to meet a woman, giving me her name, giving me what she's going to wear and what she's going to say to me. So like something very
Okay,
matter of fact.
okay. Let's say that happened. For example,
Yeah, hold on, hold on. In that case, you would have, if God told you to kill your girlfriend that you wanted to break up with, and that was the way you was gonna get out from under her, and she came to you the next day to break up with you, you would have killed her because you believe God told you to.
No, I don't think I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't do something like that. No matter how
So
crazy the
you just lied.
revelation.
don't.
Ah, well,
No, it wasn't blatant. It wasn't blatant.
Yeah, it was a blatant lie. Like he just
No,
lied.
it
He
wasn't
just said
blatant.
he
No.
would do it. He just said that the criteria for him to follow God's command to kill somebody is if God gave him a revelation of something that happened in the future. So, like,
We going
if
clockwise or counterclockwise?
Oh yeah. Because I think it's your turn, Mac. Oh no, that's got to be also turn. I
So
feel
I
like
asked him which way we're going.
okay.
Looks like he's taking the turn. Good man.
No. I'm not gonna take it.
No, no, no. Oso's
Also
taking it
turn.
right
Okay,
now.
good
I'm
man.
next.
Good man.
Yeah,
yeah, so
back to
maybe you
you.
want to answer Bash's question again because that one was a lie.
Okay, so in a what evidence? I'm starting. Go back to the evidence. What evidence would you accept to say, okay, that was definitely God telling me that, and so I got to do it? Which you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. But what evidence would you accept to go, okay, that's definitely God saying that to me, and I need to go make a move?
I think God will need to show me the evil He's trying to prevent by me doing that. He really needs to show me that this person is gonna like become Adolf Hitler or something.
Okay.
Like, because
Let's say
if
he
the
shows you.
evidence,
Let's say he
yeah.
shows you that this person is going to create a nuclear bomb. Oh, I shouldn't say the word, but an explosion, right? That's what he shows you. So in your head, you see this person, creating this thing that explodes and tears up half the earth. Okay. How would you know? Okay, that's definitely God and not just something I'm making up in my mind.
So if there is a pointer like, okay, this person is going to win the Nobel Prize for creating a micro explosion, and then they will go on further to create like a bigger bomb. So that would point me to the fact that, okay, I dreamt about this guy creating a micro explosion. He got a Nobel Prize for that. So he's gonna create a bigger bomb that's gonna rip half the earth. So in order to stop him from doing this, since my first dream came to pass, I would have to do the
But how do you? This is what I'm saying. Like, you could have just dreamed that the person was going to win a Nobel Prize. Fair, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that came from God either. But let's say, okay, the first dream came true. Does that mean that the second? Like, how do you know that means? Okay, I got to. Now you playing Terminator. You
Yeah,
get
like
what I'm
how do you
saying?
know when to act?
Yeah.
again, this is where I might have to use the F word, but I would say there'll be a pivotal point where you would say, okay, at this point I need to take an action, and then that would depend on the F word.
Well, why wouldn't you just call the authorities?
Because if the authorities are not going to be able to prevent this, then it might be a thing
What
that
make you
I
think
have
you
to.
able to prevent it if the authorities are not?
But like, what is he gonna say to the authorities? Arrest that physicist?
Yeah, yeah, I guess you're right. Like, I had a dream that you get what I'm saying. Like,
Officer, I'm a precog.
yeah, like again, this is what I mean by evidence. Because if you know what, you make a good point. If you call the authorities and said, authorities, the man who just won a Nobel Prize, I had a dream that he was gonna blow up the world. You should go do something about that. They would laugh at you.
Maybe if he said God said.
That would make them laugh even harder. God told me to tell you that person.
I
Right.
wonder how many of those calls they get.
Probably a billion. Probably. They probably get so many calls about CERN. I can't.
Oh yeah.
Because you know that's their one, CERN. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill Gates probably got a CIA file long as the moon. Right. Okay. So I'm saying to say, like, if you told anybody else that, they would call you insane. Right. So, but how would you determine? No, I'm not insane. This really came from God.
Oof, it's a
Hold
good
on,
question.
Prince Judah. Are
I
you a
think it's
believer?
in-
Oh, hold on, Flo.
I'm sorry.
Are you a believer?
I would say no. I believe in the Great Spirit, the creator of all year, but I don't believe in God like that. Or I
Oh,
wouldn't
okay.
say I don't worship God like that.
Okay, I'm gonna take you down because that spot is for a believer. Okay.
I
You
believe in the
have a.
creator, though. I'm saying I don't.
Yeah, we're not talking about that God. We're talking about the God of the Bible.
Okay, I guess.
All right. Thank you. All right. Have a good
Peace.
one. All right. Go ahead, Flo.
I mean it's a good question, because how would you know that it's your mind isn't the one making it up? So I guess at some point you would need to have faith. At some point you need to have faith.
Yikes.
Think about the gamble that you're taking now. Okay, now I really want you to think about the faith gamble that you're taking. Remember, just this past week, these people had faith. They were getting all these confirmations. They were seeing 923 in license plate. They showed the pictures of it. He didn't just say he saw this. He literally showed the picture that said 923 fly. He showed the picture. God told him, we getting out of here, 923. Right? There's a confirmation to him. He praying, he
That's
fasting, he believing. Okay? He still wasn't right. So you get what I'm saying? So if you just taking it on faith and now you up and moving and you done yacked off a physicist, how would
mm,
you know?
mm. But I guess my counter argument would be that everyone takes certain things on faith.
Not whacking off a physicist.
Whoa.
You know what I'm
What?
saying?
Not
Like,
what?
you heard what I said.
I'm afraid I did.
Yeah.
Yes, not whacking off a physicist, but if you believe in determinism and there's no spiritual reality, then how do you even trust your own mind?
First, let me tell you something. If my mind told me to go and get rid of a physicist, I don't trust it. Right? I don't. Okay? My mind has never told me to do that. Okay. So what I'm saying to you is, no matter how you believe in determinism or what, however you place that, at some point you have to make a decision, right? And you have to, and what you said earlier about taking this on faith is you are taking on faith that was the voice of God. But you have no way of verifying that is the voice of God. That's what the faith came in for, right? That's just what I believe. But clearly, a person believing a thing and waiting for it was a lady that said her baby started speaking Hebrew, and that was a sign. And people getting all kinds of
Oh, yeah, I
stuff,
saw that.
right? Okay,
Yeah, I saw that one too.
but none of that means that it was true, right? So it seems as if faith can be deceptive.
Yeah, you're right. There is confirmation bias. So I understand what you're trying to say. There is, humans tend to find evidence to support what we already believe, and this is all people, not just religious people, even atheists as well.
Right.
So that is, I understand that is a reality, and faith can be biased and deceptive to some extent. So I get your point there. But my argument would be there are also certain things you take on faith.
Yes. Okay. There are things I take on trust. For example, I trust that the FDA inspected my food before they put the cereal in the box. I trusted that, right? And the reason that I trust that is because, well, I know the FDA exists, right? I know the standards that they move by, right? Okay, they're supposed to do this. This is what they're supposed to do, right? I pay tax dollars for that to happen. Okay. But if I had never seen or heard of the FDA, or but never seen, right? And I didn't know what they were supposed to do, and I couldn't say what they would or wouldn't do. I don't have a standard to hold them to, right? And then I wouldn't trust that. I wouldn't take that on or any amount of trust. There are right, like if I go to McDonald's and they sell me a Big Mac and the Big Mac makes me sick, well, I can hold them accountable for that because I trusted them, right? But if you go out, if God tell you to go and get rid of a physicist and you do it and find out that you were deceived, there's nobody you can hold accountable for that. Right. So I that faith ain't the same. Like these ain't the same two things. Right. Yeah. Now you just done got rid of a physicist. You didn't
So
pray.
I would say if you look into determinism, either there's a spiritual reality where concepts exist and your mind taps into that reality, or all concepts within your mind is just an illusion. It's just chemicals moving in your brain. And so I would say that in a materialistic, deterministic universe, every thought you've had was preordained the moment you were born.
Maybe
So how
so.
can you trust them?
Well, if it's already preordained, that's all I got to trust. That's all I can trust. Right. Okay. But what I'm saying to you is
But that means you don't even have a choice.
it don't matter. I don't need one. It just is what it is. I don't care. I don't get to choose if I get a choice. Okay. So the what I'm saying to you though is if you are hearing this from back to my question, how would you determine in whatever word it is, let's say in my word it's got to be deterministic or whatever. Okay, cool. It just is what it is, right? In your world where it's not deterministic, right? Where there is a spiritual realm that you tap into and all this, okay? How do you determine if this was the voice of a God? Because faith can be deceptive.
The again, it's just evidence of information that is hidden in terms of showing me that this person is extremely evil in the case of murder. But even that is like the evidence has to be high, and then I probably fast like crazy. I probably fast for like 20 days
Let's say you did
because
all that and you still here. Hey, go over there and get rid of that guy. How would you know that you weren't just going crazy because you ain't ate in 20 days? How would you determine that you just not having a hunger hallucination and that this is definitely the voice of a God?
Right, because that guy that believed that Jesus told him that he was coming back on the 23rd fasted for 3 days, fasted and prayed, and did all the rituals of reading the Bibles, all of that for 3 days, and
Yeah,
he believed that Jesus 1000% told him he was coming back on the 23rd.
yeah. He told somebody made a joke with him and said, "I see you on the 25th." He said, "I don't think you understand that won't be a 25th." Yeah, ain't gonna be no 25th, and was wrong, right? So he wholeheartedly believed. He fasted, he prayed, he saw the confirmation signs, right? Okay,
He got a Bible notification for Mark 9:23, and just knew that was the God saying that he was coming. And then after that, he started seeing 9:23 on license plates and stuff.
yep, yep. All that to
okay.
say, with all those confirmations, with all of
Mm,
that faith, with all of that prayer and fasting, with all of that,
mm,
still wrong, right?
fair point.
So one more time, since it ain't praying and fasting, it ain't waiting for confirmation. How would you know that? Okay, that was definitely from God. It's time to go get rid of this physicist.
Ah, man, you guys are asking great questions. Maybe there is an answer. If there's any Christian, yeah, I'm sorry. This guy's very intelligent. I'm trying my best, but it's difficult. I would just have to say fate. So because I'm thinking there is nothing that you can use because you can, even if like Jesus appeared to you, you can argue that you're hallucinating. So there is like ultimately nothing that you can use to say that you're gonna be 100% sure
You could
that
take a
that
picture
voice
with
is from
Jesus.
God.
You could take a picture with Jesus. If Jesus appears to you here in the physical world, right? You could take a picture with him. I mean, when he came
That's a,
back after he died, Thomas touched his hole.
but people would,
So
but you're right, you're right. But people would argue that's AI though. People like if you did that today, people would argue that's AI.
mm, mm,
But you'd be able to
mm.
prove otherwise, right?
Not if he disappeared again. Not if he dipped off or sent it back in the heavens.
I mean, walk him down the street, hold his hand, go to the next door neighbor, knock on the door, and have your next door neighbor take your picture, eat dinner with him.
He will eat dinner with you. He did with Abraham.
100%. But you know, like, do you guys know Richard Dawkins?
I do.
Not
So
personally.
Richard Dawkins, yes. So Richard Dawkins once said that if Jesus appeared as like a blue alien in the sky, he would believe. But recently, he recanted that statement and said that even if Jesus appeared as a blue alien in the sky, he probably just tell himself that he was hallucinating. And so I believe that for most people that think if Jesus appeared to them, they would believe. I think a lot of people would just tell themselves they were hallucinating.
Okay. So
Because
okay,
one
maybe
person said that.
okay. Well, then again, I'm asking if you're saying, "Hey, I'm just gonna believe it regardless of if I know." Like think about what you're saying. Like, and I want you to really hear what you're saying. I'm just gonna believe that regardless of if I know it or not, and then I'm gonna move on it as if it is the word of God. And maybe and then there's a high propensity here that I got this wrong. That I got this wrong. And now some father or mother, some sister, brother, son, or daughter, or non-binary relative, or whatever, right, is no longer with us because faith.
But Pink, wouldn't you argue even the conversation that we're having now, you could argue that you're stuck in the matrix and we're all a figment of your imagination?
Hard solipsism is you know what? I could argue that. I won't, right? I could, but I won't, right? I don't. It doesn't feel like this is all imagination, right? It doesn't feel that way. Now it could be, that could be the case, but for all intents and purposes, it doesn't feel that way, right? So, and I have a way of justifying things. Like, I have a way of saying, okay, what goes up comes down. Like, this has always been true. This is true. Like, you ever seen the movie Inception?
Yes. So you're saying based on your experience of reality
Yes,
that
and
you
that's the only reality I know, right? But you're right, it could be another way, right? But I'm saying that's not how you think that life works, and that's not how I think it works either. And for all intents and purposes, that's not how it works. It could be that way, but that's not how we know it. So,
how do you know that? Can you prove it?
no, I can't. Right? I'm saying it could be that way, right? And I can't prove to you objectively that it's not that way, right? But in the reality that we believe that we are sharing, right, you're adding an extra belief of another reality that we don't believe that we're sharing. Like we both agree that in your reality and in mine, and this could all be a figment of my imagination and yours, but we both agree that right now we're talking to each other, right? So we're sharing this part of reality. The difference between what I'm saying and what you're saying is you're adding another separate reality that I don't have access to. And you're saying that in that reality, that you can't verify a thing in that reality, right? But you heard this that affects this reality, not just that reality. It would be different if he told you to get rid of them in the spirit. So in the spirit realm, you did some karate kicks and whatever. Okay, cool. That's in the spirit realm. But in this reality that we're sharing, right? You something that you can't verify, you bring over into this reality and act on in this reality. That's different. You see the difference?
I see the difference, but I would say that you have access to that spiritual reality. You just don't believe you have access to it.
Okay, if let me say this right. Oh,
Hold
go
on,
ahead.
I got a question right quick. This ain't about the topic, but have y'all noticed that the porn bots that come in here always say "check my pussy" and it never say "check my dick"?
Because they be the latest. They be the latest.
But do you think that's really like a lady behind that? I think it's men behind that account.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Definitely
But
somebody that doesn't experience cramps.
Yeah.
like they know that men, like to me that says that men are more, focused on sex than women are, and they ain't got shit to do with period cramps, like Flo said. But like, never ever do these bots come in here and say, "Hey, rock my cock."
No, they probably ain't gonna say that.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
never.
they're far less likely to get takers, but
yeah, yeah.
It's
I don't know
interesting.
how many takers the check my pussy ones get either.
I mean, that for them to keep coming in here, they get blocked and muted.
Yeah.
Like the little seconds that they get, they somebody is clicking on that shit. Somebody in here got to be clicking on it because they keep coming back.
Yeah, it's got to be worth it on some level.
Yeah, but go ahead, Flo.
Yeah. Okay. So, Pink, I guess. Okay. So, this is one question I'll ask you. Do you think mathematics exists, or do you think mathematics is created?
the let me see. Mathematics
Like
is a
mathematical
language.
principles.
Mathematics is a language. We created the language of mathematics. What we're
But the
describing
principles
exists.
exist without the language.
Say it again for me.
So, I would say mathematical principles exist in concepts without the language.
Yeah, yeah,
So, for example, if there were two rocks on Earth and no human minds,
yes. There
one
would still
rock
be two
plus
rocks on
another
Earth.
rock would equal two rocks.
Yes, that's true. But what I'm saying is that the rocks exist. We categorize them as one and two, right? So we have a language to describe what exists, right?
But even if you categorize it as A and B, the concepts behind the language would still exist. The
Yes,
truth.
yes, those rocks would exist. The fact that we have to separate those rocks and say, okay, this is one rock, this is another. That's our language to describe what exists, right? So the mathematics is the language that doesn't exist. The like words, you know what I'm saying? Like the fact that we're calling it rocks, it's no different than just any language. We're calling it a rock. Those things would be here if we were not here. Language is just how we describe what's here, right? But so those things would be here whether we call them rocks or not. They would still be here, right? And
Yes.
and they would be here whether we called it two rocks or not, right? So any language, mathematics included, is just how we are describing what is here.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
But so my arguments would be that where do those concepts exist before we create a language to describe them? Because you can say two rocks in base 10, or you can say 10 rocks in base 2. But
Yeah.
the underlying concept behind it still exists, even before we created a language to describe it.
Okay. What I'm saying, okay, those things existed in reality, in this reality, and I want to make sure that you stand with me on this. In this reality, there are rocks. They can be numbered, right? So we're describing rocks, right? But they exist in this reality. I can agree with you on that. And perhaps the concept of that is something else. I don't know. Okay. But I'm saying that we can agree that that language began here. However we discuss them, that language began here on earth with everybody else. Okay. What we're talking about here is, again, you having access to some other reality that we cannot verify. Like if you told me there were two rocks here and I went out there and did not see two rocks and there was only one rock, then I could say, okay, objectively, you're wrong. There's one rock. Okay. I have no way of verifying if this God said a thing to you. I cannot verify it. And again, you're telling me that you can't even verify it, but that you would just go into that realm and just believe something in that realm and bring it back on this realm where we can verify things and then do a thing. I'm saying that sounds, well, I'll let you figure out how it sounds. Right? Like,
I'm loving the way he got away from the whole "yo God didn't want humans to know when they're doing good or evil." Like we far away from that.
oh, well, I don't think he know if he's doing good or evil. Now we can get right back to it. It's a good segue because he wouldn't know if that was good or evil. So maybe his God was right because he back there now. Right?
But
Like,
That's what
the
I'm
thing
saying. I think that's what the God wanted. The God wanted people like Flo who would just obey what he say, not push back, And I'd be like, I don't want to hurt another person, or I don't want to take another person's land, or I don't want to convince people to give all their money to me. Like he wanted people like that.
But
Guys,
evil wouldn't exist without
I'm about to
God. It
come
would
back up
just
in
be
a minute. The
subjective
baby just got home.
opinions. Like evil
What'd you
wouldn't
say?
exist without God. Evil wouldn't exist without God. It would just be subjective opinions.
That's what I said. That don't mean that a person can experience evil just because they don't know they're doing evil. That's the point.
Yeah, but there would be no evil without God. It would just there wouldn't be experiencing evil if there was no God. It would just
Who
be
in the
what
hell
they
is talking
experience.
about whether there is a God or not? I literally said that's what your God wanted. When your God created these humans, your God wanted humans that just did whatever he said, regardless of if it was evil or not, because he didn't want them to know whether they were doing good or evil.
Okay, but why would that be wrong?
Because just because you don't know if you're doing good or evil doesn't mean that you don't experience it.
Is that a bad thing?
What the fuck do you think? Let me come slap you in the face 50,000 times.
All right, okay. But if you see my argument is that if that is bad, then they must be your God. By whose standard we define it as bad or good? I'm
Would
not
you
even
find
saying it
it
is
good
the
if
God
I
of the
shoved a
Bible.
broomstick up your rump? Would that be good to you, even if you didn't know the difference between good and evil? Would you think that was a nice thing to do if I shoved a broomstick up your ass?
No, that would be evil. But then that is
Exactly.
because
But you wouldn't know it because you wouldn't have the knowledge of it. But you would still be hurt by it.
yeah, 100%, 100%. I agree. But is that a bad thing? That's the question. Because if there is a bad thing,
I
then
mean, we
it's
can
not.
test it out and see where you live. I can come shove it up your ass and we can test it out and see. Since you have that type of a question, let's test it.
But the so if that
No, let's
is
test
evil,
it. You're asking if it's a good or bad thing. I can do it to you, and then you can tell me if it's good or bad.
yeah. But
I approve.
so that would point to the nature of God as the source of that, as the source of that moral existence. If not, it's just a subjective reality where you think
Well,
shopping
You're not
okay.
shopping
even
I,
shopping.
making any sense.
I want to
Like
test it out.
like even like saying that it's the source of God, that like, well, I don't even know why you went there. Like, we are talking about the fact that your God created two humans and did not want them to know the difference between good or evil. And the fact that it does not stop a person from experiencing or being harmed by those actions. Like, I don't know why you are pretending like you don't understand that.
No, I do understand it, but I think the presumption is you're thinking if you were God, you would have a better way of doing it when you don't have all the possible realities.
Motherfucker, I have a better way of doing it today. And your God lives in your damn head. According to you, you don't fucking know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing to violate a woman's body. You need to ask that question. I don't.
So, Thinker, if you were God, how would you have done it?
I wouldn't harm another person. I would inform people. I would teach people. I would learn from my actions. The fuck?
So, when you teach Adam and Eve,
The
what
same way I
good?
raised my kids. The same way I raised all four of my children to be respectful towards other humans, to not intentionally cause harm on other humans, to not allow other humans to intentionally cause harm on them. To if they mess up, learn from their fuck up. Don't keep doing the same stupid shit over and over again. The same way I raised my children, the same way I corrected my actions.
So, the question I would ask is, have you ever given your children knowledge you regretted giving them?
No,
There's no knowledge you've given your children
no,
that you're like, I wish they didn't know this.
no, no.
Oh, wow. Um, Well, I don't have kids yet, but I have given like my nephews and nieces knowledge that I wish I never gave them.
Okay, cool. That's you. You asked me, and I said no.
Fair enough. I could give an example. So I taught
I
my
don't need an
nephew.
example. I don't need an example. That's your question. I don't have any questions about that.
But don't you think it's possible to give your children knowledge that you would regret giving them in the
It's
future?
possible, but you asked me if I have, and the answer is no.
So
But
if that
how
is
in the
possible,
hell is giving someone the knowledge of good and evil a bad thing? Because
so
having the knowledge is not what makes you do evil or makes you capable of doing evil. You can still do evil. You can still experience evil if you don't, even if you don't have the knowledge.
yes, but the effect and the responsibility are different. When you experience evil, you're experiencing the effect. When you know evil, you have the responsibility of the action.
Why
So
is that a bad thing for you to be responsible for the shit you do?
it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just that if you're responsible for something, let's say you know evil and you're responsible for the consequence of your action. Now you bear like a great consequence for lying. You bear a great consequence for stealing. And
Why
so
is that a bad thing?
because if Adam and Eve had sinned, then they would have totally been cut off from God, because they would have known what they were doing and they would have done it on purpose, which means they would never have a relationship
They
with God.
did sin, and that doesn't make any damn sense. They could
That
still do evil, even though they didn't know they were doing it. Go ahead, Fee.
I would also say you have a greater propensity of doing evil if you don't know the difference between what's
Yes.
good and evil. Like how this doesn't make any sense at all.
Like that's what I was thinking the exact same thing. Like if you are
But that
Me
doesn't
too,
logically
Kevin.
follow though.
if you're walking by somebody and they're standing at like the top of a set of stairs, right? Pushing them down those stairs would be evil. But if you didn't know that, you're much more likely to push them down than if you did.
That's a fair point, but just because you don't have the knowledge of good and evil doesn't logically follow that you have a greater propensity for evil. That's a logical fallacy.
No,
It
the
doesn't follow.
propensity is that you would avoid it. You can make informed decisions and you can avoid doing evil.
That doesn't logically follow as well, because
Yes,
there's
it
evidence
does.
that no one,
If you
well, there's
don't know,
evidence,
You gonna
there
argue
is
the
evidence.
opposite that you just got ready to argue against? Like, do you see what you're doing? You about to try to argue the opposite now when you were just getting ready to say the opposite. Like, you're just
He
arguing for
been
the sake
yeah.
of it.
He
the
been
fact
said that's what he doing.
the fact that we exist and keep growing as a social species is evidence that we don't have a propensity to do evil en masse. There are people who do, but they are the outliers, and that's why you know about them. But most people
Wait,
don't. Go
you
ahead.
been up here just saying random shit just for the sake of it?
So, McCluster, would you say we do
Answer
less
Sorry, did
evil?
you
thinker.
not hear me
Answer the
talking?
host.
Sorry, I didn't hear your question. What was the question?
You've been up here just saying random shit just for the sake of it?
No, I don't believe I've been making random arguments for the sake of it. I think all my arguments have a target. We could disagree though.
Well, what did he say, Oso?
He's just been saying for the sake of argument and like because he'll concede at the point that Bash or Mac or whoever makes is valid. He has no argument for it, but he'll just start saying stuff about it anyway, or he'll just pivot to something else. Like he's just up there to talk.
So I think all my arguments are coherent. We could disagree on it, but I think my argument for mathematics existing regardless of the human mind and the mind of God.
And what does that have to do with anything?
So what I would say is I believe everything I've said has a point to it, whether you agree with it or not. You know, whether it's
What
morality
does
or
math have to do with
mathematics,
what we were
or
talking about?
because that points to the mind of God, my good sir. It points to the mind of God. If math exists outside of your mind, then it points to a mind that's eternal outside of yours.
The
No, it
things
doesn't.
math describes. Go ahead.
Right.
Math is a
Just saying
language.
shit. This means nothing.
But there's a concept behind the language. It's
Yeah.
not. How would I even explain? Like, just because you say it's a language doesn't take away from the fact that there are conceptual realities without the language. Like, I can say 1 + 1 = 10. That's true in base 2. 1 + 1
Do they
equals
call
to
it
2.
10 in base 10?
1
Or
+
base
1
2?
is 10.
In binary,
Yeah.
do they call it 10?
Well, 1 0, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
But
So
the
it's not. So
language
it's not
isn't.
10.
The language isn't as important as the concept.
It's still derived by people and minds.
Yes, but that concept exists regardless of people or minds.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Okay. All right. So we created that concept.
Yeah.
So the reality that
The
was
definition of a
functioning.
concept is it's from a mind.
No, that's not the definition of a concept.
The
Concepts exist
object,
in a
the
mind.
thing the concept is describing is different than the concept itself.
Yeah, but minds do not create concepts. Concepts exist within minds, but minds do not create concepts. So I'm not talking about the language. I'm talking about the conceptual reality undergirding the language.
Point to a concept outside of a mind.
All concepts exist outside of minds. 1 + 1 = 2 exists outside of minds.
How can it exist outside of a mind if it?
The number 1 doesn't exist outside of a mind.
See, separate the language from concept.
1 doesn't exist outside of a mind.
Separate the language from the concept.
That's yes.
The only way we can describe
the one
concepts
that you're
is
talking about in 1 + 1 and plus is from a mind.
the only way we can
the thing it's
describe
describing
concepts.
is the objective thing.
The objective thing is what exists outside of minds. That's what I'm trying to say. Forget the language.
No, because you're talking about concepts. You're talking about language. You're talking about things that are products of a mind.
No. A language is different from a concept. The concept
Hold on, let's
exists
see talk.
regardless.
A concept is a mental construct which requires a mind to exist. So how are you pointing to a concept outside of a mind?
I was just looking for the dictionary definition of concepts because concepts are not mental constructs.
An abstract idea, a general notion.
Concepts exist regardless of minds. They're not mental constructs. So an abstract idea.
An idea can't exist without a mind.
But that's not an abstract idea. Is not a mental construct. It exists regardless.
Fuck this guy.
What I don't how can it where does it exist?
Define
Tell me,
abstracts. Define abstracts.
Where does the concept exist?
It exists in the mind of God. That's my entire argument. The concept exists in the mind of God.
You're making a claim that you can't substantiate.
You're also making a claim that
positing
you can't substantiate.
No, not even.
No, I'm not though, because I don't even know why we're having this conversation.
Oh my god, dude! Abstract, existing in thought or as an idea, but not having a physical or concrete existence.
You can't have an idea outside of a mind.
Craziness.
All ideas exist outside of minds. Your point is that minds create these ideas, and you can't prove that. You can't prove that any mind creates any idea.
Ideas exist outside of minds?
All ideas exist outside of minds. All ideas.
What ideas were happening before life was on Earth?
Idea that life could exist happened before life was on Earth.
Who held that idea?
Just saying shit.
Who held that idea?
I think
the mind of God.
He's just positing the mind of God.
This is bad. This is your worst.
Well, what's your evidence for your argument?
Worst stuff yet. The God hasn't been proven to exist.
So that's your evidence that God hasn't been proven to exist?
That's all the counter argument I need.
Then I can say my argument is that God has been proven to exist.
No,
good, but that'd be stupid. That'd be a long line of you just saying.
What's your evidence that God hasn't been proven to exist,
bro?
The lack of proof that God exists.
I'm not hiding.
So I would.
Do you have proof that God exists?
Yes, of course. The death and resurrection of Jesus.
That's not proof of anything.
That's
you can't substantiate. You can't substantiate the resurrection.
But there's historical evidence outside of the Bible that
No, there's
substantiates the
not.
resurrection.
Where?
No.
Well,
There's not
there's
a single
Pliny
thing.
the Younger,
No,
Josephus
no,
Flavius,
absolutely not.
Suetonius,
Those are at best, and I'm
Phlegon.
being super fucking generous here. They talk about a crucifixion. They do not talk about a resurrection.
Well, they talk about his disciples being willing to die at the claim that they saw him alive again.
Oh, so Heaven's Gate is true. Jim Jones is the Messiah. David Koresh is the Messiah. 9/11. So I guess Islam is true because of 9/11.
Well, it's not the
I
same
guess your
thing.
God
So
is
when
true because that lady killed her kids a couple of weeks ago because she said God told her to.
that is wrong. May their souls rest in peace.
No,
That's
no,
whoever did
no,
that.
no. You said that the disciples being willing to die is proof that your God exists. This lady was willing to kill her kids because she said God told her to. So that's proof that your God exists.
Yeah, take the
Well,
dump.
it's different being willing to die versus, taking someone else's life. I
Versus
think
being willing to kill. Your God says in this Bible to kill your son, your daughter, your sister, your brother, your close friend if they try to worship another God.
well, from my understanding of the claim, it says you should have a hatred. So
You don't
your
even
love
know
for
what she's
God.
talking about. You're
Exactly.
talking
Like,
about
I
Luke.
hate
She's
when they
talking
do
about
this.
Deuteronomy.
So
You don't even know what you're rebutting.
so there is a place. You're saying there's. So can you pull up that verse that says you should kill your family for God?
Yeah, Deuteronomy 13:6-10.
That's
Like,
crazy.
I
I've never
swear,
read
you
that.
don't
Because you've
you
never
have
read the
a
Bible.
belief in a faith and a fucking God that you don't even really know. Like, I don't know how many scriptures we've had to show you out of your own book.
Please, could you pull up that Deuteronomy
If anyone
6?
secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son or daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, saying, "Let us go and serve other gods," whom neither you nor your ancestors have known, any of the gods of the peoples who are around you, whether near you or far away from you, from one end of the earth to the other, you must not yield to it or heed to any such persons. Show them no pity or compassion. Do not shield them, but surely you shall kill them. Your own hand shall be first against them to execute them, and afterward the hand of all the people. Stone them to death for trying to turn you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, the house of slavery.
So yes, so that says if they turn you away from God to any false god. So within that context, then that is understandable. But that is the Old Testament,
Is
not.
it?
What?
It's understandable to stone a person if they introduce you to another God. Like,
You're
Your
presupposing.
own kid. Like, this is what I mean when I say your God did not want his humans to know when they were doing evil.
Mm-hmm.
that way they can say things like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like, what? I don't, there's
You're
something.
presupposing you know what is good, but you have a limited set of realities. You can't see all possible realities and make the judgment that you know better.
I don't need to
This
see
is
all
what your
possible.
God wanted.
And
Motherfuckers like you that would harm another person and think that it was godly.
because I don't need to see additional realities to know that it's not okay to hit somebody with a rock until they're no longer alive. I don't need to see all realities for that. The one that I live in is enough for me to know that that's not okay.
It's easy to say this when you have access to only one reality, because you presuppose that your understanding of reality is the only one that could, that exists. You
Did it
cannot
stop?
believe
Did it
that.
stop people from worshiping other gods, killing their family members? Did it stop other gods from being worshipped?
I'm pretty sure it reduced the probability
Did
of.
it stop? Did it stop them from worshiping other gods or anybody? Period. Do people still worship other gods today?
Yes, people still worship other
So,
gods
so
today,
it did nothing. It did nothing.
but perhaps there's an alternate reality where more people
No,
would
I'm
have
not talking
worshipped
about
other
no
gods.
fucking alternate reality. I'm
What?
talking about today. And it doesn't matter. It didn't stop people from worshiping other gods.
It reduced it though. It reduced the number of people that
How much
worship.
did it reduce it by?
Just saying shit.
Yeah.
I don't have access to other
Thousands.
realities, so I
Exactly. You
wouldn't
just
know.
saying shit like Fee said. You're just saying shit.
Well, he quoted me.
I did.
I'm the triplet.
And I
What
DM'd
I
him.
know is Ethiopia has a rich history of Christianity because of the Bible.
Did he
And
say
if
utopia?
laws like that did not
Ethiopia.
exist, places like Ethiopia, Egypt,
Oh,
other
Ethiopia.
parts of North Africa, Carthage would not have had the rich Christian history that they had. So I think it's
What's
easy
that
to
worth?
look and judge and say that, you know what, we know the
What's that
best
worth?
reality. What's that worth? Was that what?
Yeah,
Christianity brought the end
having
to
a
the slave
rich
trade.
Christian history.
Because Christianity brought the end to the slave trade, and Arabs still buy and sell people
No,
today
Christianity
the
because they,
brought
fuck
in
it
the slave
didn't.
trade.
No, it didn't.
well, we can disagree on that history, but the fact is, people
Well,
like
there's history that says that the majority of Christians fought to keep it.
Mm-hmm.
America is the only country that fought a civil war to end the slave trade.
They
My
didn't
people,
fight
the
the
Yoruba
Civil War to
people,
end the slave trade.
my people, the
The
Yoruba
Civil War
people,
was fought because the South wanted to keep the slave trade.
my people, the Yoruba people, King Kosoko, refused to end the slave trade. The British brought military to depose them of their government and install another king and force the slave trade to end. And slavery still goes on today in the Middle East and North
White people
Africa.
It
came to
wasn't
Africa to
Christians.
force the end of slavery.
They fucking started it.
Christians like John Wilberforce sacrificed their lives to end the slave trade. People like
Christians
Cassius
like
Clay.
Pope Nicholas V wrote papal bulls.
I don't know who Pope Nicholas V is, but John Wilberforce and
I'm
Cassius Clay
telling
and
you
a
who the
lot
fuck
of
he is. He wrote papal
did he
bulls.
fight it?
He wrote
Okay,
papal
did he fight
bulls
it?
telling them that they could make slaves of Africans because they're against the Catholic Church. That's
Well, he
where it
went
starts.
against Jesus. He went against Jesus because Jesus said there is no slave or free, all are equal under
Jesus
Christ.
didn't say that.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Show me where he said it.
Okay, 1 second.
Show me where Jesus talked in Galatians 3.
He said, "Woe unto you, although I'm using Paul as a vessel, you can rest assured this is me for real."
Type shit on God.
He's like,
Mm-hmm.
Jesus was like, oh, I'm Paul.
Hey,
There's no slave or free, male or female. I don't know why they're so convinced.
Galatians 3:8. There is no Greek or Jew, there is no slave or free, there is no male or female, all are equal under Jesus Christ.
And who said that?
and Jesus said that?
I made a mistake.
Jesus
Yeah.
talks
No
in
shit.
third person.
Yeah, you did.
He was influenced by Jesus.
I mean, if we can even believe his story.
So I would say if you look at the historical contributions of Christianity in terms of Cassius Clay,
Let me ask you a
freed his
question,
slave.
Flo.
He said Cassius Clay.
Let me
He
ask you a
said
question,
Cassius
Flo.
Clay, bro.
Yeah. The Muslim.
Muhammad Ali was named
the
after
Muslim,
Cassius Clay.
He was
So
named
Google,
after him?
look up Cassius Clay.
He was named after him?
So Muhammad Ali was named after Cassius Clay, who was an abolitionist, who fought hard to end the slave trade around the world. He got into like 100 duels.
Who gives a shit?
Just Google Cassius Clay and learn a little bit of history about him. He's a very fascinating character.
Who gives a
he was
shit?
a white man.
Can
Who
you take
gives
a
a
long walk
shit?
off a short pier for me?
Educated them
Who gives
and
a shit?
spent his entire
Who
life and wealth to
gives a
fight
shit?
against the slave trade.
Who gives a shit? Because I promise you're just spinning now. You're reaching so hard. Yeah, there were people who were Christians who were against slavery, right? But they couldn't actually appeal to the book. They had to appeal to vague notions of like love your neighbor, and there is no slave or free, right? Let me ask you a question though: are there still male and female?
Yeah, there is still male and female.
And are there still Jews and Gentiles?
Yeah, there is still Jews and Gentiles.
Okay. So what are you talking about?
So that statement,
the same verse you cited says there's none of those. And you know that in reality, they all still exist. Even slave and free still exist. All right. So whatever in Christ Jesus, right? That's just that's spiritual, metaphorical gobbledygook. It doesn't matter.
I believe the statement implies that there are no class distinctions between men and women, and there are no class distinctions.
So in the same by the same author in the same book, when he talks about slaves obeying your masters, what was he saying?
So
like spiritually,
a class distinction between slave and owner. What the fuck are you talking about?
He's just saying shit.
And it's in the exact same book. Like, I don't get it.
So in soul, everyone is equal.
Why
However,
does it say they're not though? They're not. In reality, they're not. Maybe in heaven,
our souls are
maybe
all
once
equal.
everybody's dead, they'll be equal. But we're talking about life.
So let's say if you have an employee that's working for you, you'd want the employee to obey you. Back then, they had indentured servants, people who couldn't afford to take care of their
Bro, he
basic
just
needs, who
jumped
had to
from
So
sell
is
one
this just
themselves.
you
stupid
lying
thing to
now?
the other, bro.
You just decided to go like full liar?
Would you say the Jewish slave trade was the same as chattel slavery?
Certain aspects of it were. Like the fact that
I
they could
would.
own people for life and beat them, yes.
And pass them down
Well,
property. It says it in your
And
book.
they own their children, yes.
Yeah.
arguably, we have that today. You know, it's just a different form of slavery. There are people who pass their debt down from themselves to their children. So you could,
We're not talking
they would
about debt.
always.
We're not talking about debt. We're talking about human beings. You can own them as property and pass them on to your children as an inheritance. That's what your book says. It's not debt that's being passed down, it's people.
Would you say debt steals your life energy, your life force?
Oh, I'm so done with this dude.
No, that's just a bullshit concept. So no.
There is always a form of slavery. You could argue that 9 to 5 is a form of slavery.
No, you
However,
couldn't.
it's
No,
just,
you couldn't.
well, there
Can you
is an
walk away from
argument.
your job? Can you walk away from a 9
No,
to 5?
no, you can't. You would
You
die.
can't?
You
You
need to
can't?
You would
feed
You
die
yourself.
if
can't
you
go
walk
somewhere
away
else?
from a 9 to 5, bro.
Well,
You
you
just
need to
faced
feed
it.
yourself.
Can your boss beat you?
I
Can
eat
your
every
boss
goddamn
pass you
day.
down to
As
their
a matter
kids?
of fact, I just ate a roasted chicken from Cracker Barrel and cornbread and sweet
Yeah.
carrots and broccoli, and I don't have a 9 to 5.
Inka, you're a very exceptional person. You're not the average individual. The average individual
There
needs a
are a
9 to
lot
5.
of people who don't work 9 to 5s and eat.
And it's
The
not
average,
slavery
the
because
average person needs a 9 to 5,
walk
and
away.
No,
without a 9 to
children
5,
don't even work 9 to 5s and they eat every damn day.
Can your boss pass you down to his kids?
Some do.
I don't know why you guys are so fucking desperate to lie about shit.
What
It's
what
crazy.
about Butler, the butler Alfred from Batman? He was passed down to the kid, to the Bruce Wayne.
Was
So
he
there are
paid?
places where,
You're
Was he
just
paid?
dumb, dude. I could
of
not
course, he
do
was
this.
paid, but I'm just trying
Could
to say
Alfred
that
have
it's the
left?
same.
I know you're just saying dumb shit to keep the ball in the air. Could Alfred have left? Or would he be hunted down? You
No,
gotta
Alfred
think
would
about the
not be
stupid shit
hunted.
you say
Alfred
for like
would
half
have
a
left.
second before you
Well,
say it. It'll save you some embarrassment.
but this is the question: the Jewish slavery, as described, the indentured servitude. Every 7 years,
That's not the only kind. They had
they
chattel
were forced
slaves.
to release. They were forced to release
Slaves.
the slave.
They had chattel slaves that they could own for life and pass down to their children.
So, what's
And
your
they're
evidence of that?
This was
your
read to
fucking
him. I don't
Bible,
even
you
know
dumb
how long
asshole.
ago.
I don't think the Bible says they could pass, like, own their slaves for life.
It
My understanding of it
literally,
is,
it quite literally
What
does.
you don't know about the Bible could fill a Bible.
could you, Marcos? Well, thank you for your knowledge, but could you share the Bible verse that says
Leviticus
that?
25, 44 through 46.
This
We not
motherfucker
already
would.
go
This
over this with
motherfucker
him?
Not
would.
with him.
No, it's not with him. He would kill somebody if he thought
Yeah.
God told him to, but he don't
He
know shit
would.
about the God.
Or if he thought they were trying to lure him away from God. Apparently that's fine.
But this is the mind frame that the God wanted the humans to be in. He didn't want them to know the difference between good and evil, so they could be like Flo.
I need to look up that Leviticus verse that you said.
Yeah, there you go. It's right on the screen. KJV.
Because KJV uses forever.
Oh, okay. I think I had those up. I had a bunch of the English language up. Because one of them says they'll be
Fair
in
points.
permanent possession.
Lo-fi, take your ass to bed. Don't nobody feel like hearing you yawn and shit.
You know what, Marcos? That's a fair point. I'll do more research into that. That seems a bit wild, but it is what it is.
That seems a bit wild. Hitting somebody in the head with a rock until they're dead doesn't, just because they,
But did you hear
what?
him say it is what it is?
I think I could. I think because I did want to like get into this when Bash was talking about it, but I think it's like things like slavery and grape. They are what they are, no matter what like what you're doing. Right? It still is that thing.
Mhm.
But with murder, like the definition is like an unjust or an unlawful killing. But if God tells you to do it, it's no longer unlawful or
Mhm.
unjust.
Yeah.
So it becomes like the nature of it changes, which is different than the other things.
Yep.
Which is the lack of knowledge of good and evil.
And you just do what you're told.
My cluster, if God doesn't exist, will murder be evil?
Here we
Yes.
go.
Yes.
Jumping all over the
What
place
would,
here.
No,
what
he's
would your
been
justif-
dying. He's been dying to go to objective morality.
what would your justification be?
It causes unnecessary harm.
Same shit, bad shit.
Well, we could argue that I want to get your property, so to me that is necessary harm.
Yeah, that's why we have societies. That's what morals are for. They're for
The the
You
societies.
know,
the crazy thing is, let me ask you this: would you say that it is more moral to like if you caught your spouse committing adultery and your God says to stone the person that's committing adultery? Do you think it's more moral to forgive that person and spare their life, show them mercy?
I think you can only make that statement if you have all possible realities and know the consequence of
The
each
Motherfucker, I
fuck
society.
are
asked
you
you.
talking about?
So I would say I don't have the access to all
I
possible
asked you,
realities.
would you want your wife stoned or would you show her mercy?
So me personally, I would want her to be shown mercy, but my personal opinion doesn't affect what's best for
Yeah,
society.
okay. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, that's
The
weird
Code of
because
Hammurabi law says that if a woman commits adultery, the law says that she is to be stoned. But if the husband wanted to forgive her, he could execute the mercy clause and save her life. And by proxy, the man that she committed adultery with, his life would be saved. Your God does not have that mercy clause built in. And the fact that you would show mercy as a human shows that you have more compassion, the ability to forgive for fucking than your God does. And the fact that we as a society today do not stone motherfuckers for fucking shows that we have more compassion and in more morality than your God.
Would you say it's okay? So let me ask a question, thinker. So in China, they kill people who commit some corruption. Do you think that's moral? Because if the Chinese think it's moral for them to kill someone who stole money, maybe I don't know,
I'm
a
starting to
hundred
see why
thousand,
Oso is saying that he's sick of his ass.
because I would say adultery is worse than someone stealing money. But in the Chinese understanding of reality, they believe that is worth killing someone who's stolen money in order to preserve an integral society.
Then don't move to China, right? Morals are set by the people in cultures, in
They said for one,
societies.
two,
Oh,
one,
Mama Bass, did you mean to
two.
come up?
No, I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
okay. That's
Hey, Mama
okay.
Bash. I apologize. Hey, everybody.
hey,
Hello. Have a good night. Sorry, Key,
Yeah.
go ahead.
No, you're good. Like I don't think that it's moral, no, but I don't live in China. There are certain laws that are in place right now in the United States, the way decisions are made. I don't agree with them. But our morality is not objective. It's determined by the people that make up the society.
So if it's not objective and is determined subjectively, how does it hold any weight? What's the truth? Like, what is stopping? Like, does it really have any truth to it, or is it just
This is why I
perspective?
hate Phil Bros. And
mm-hmm.
he's a fucking Phil Bro.
Just not
Yeah,
a
not a
Should
good
be
one
one.
though.
Jinx twin.
You are the triplet.
because in one light we're saying that God is evil for saying stone adulterers. In another light,
I
we're
didn't
saying,
fucking say that. So don't put words in my mouth.
my apologies. But in one light, okay, so that means it's subjective. That means it's not really evil that,
Nobody said it
adulterers.
was evil. Like, you don't listen.
It's also
Nobody
Okay,
said
so
subjective.
anything about it being evil.
It's
all
subjective
right,
for
but
you too.
yes, but someone said my morality is better than my God's. Well, there's no really
That
better.
doesn't mean that it's evil.
Well, but there's no better if it's all subjective.
Sure, there
Motherfucker, do
is.
you realize that you are saying you wouldn't do it, that you would execute mercy, that you would rather show her mercy than to kill her?
But what's the standard that you're
You
using to
set that
judge?
standard for yourself. You did. You set that standard.
But I didn't say I was better. You said I was better.
I said your morality is. I didn't say you.
So if my morality is better, what standard are you using to measure what's
You
better or
set that
worse?
standard. You did.
So can I say my morality is worse?
If you fucking want to.
Would that hold any weight?
For you, it would.
Does anything hold any weight apart from the person who prescribes it?
Shut the fuck up, Flo.
Does
You are getting on
anything you
my
say have a
goddamn
meaning at
nerves.
all? You just say shit, bro.
Like these
Is
can't
there
they?
is there another believer in the comments? Because goddamn.
I mean, it can go from worse to worse. Or looking at the queue.
I just
Oh,
want to
low
say,
life ain't coming up here.
Oh, okay.
you guys are awesome. To be honest, I could do this all day. You guys are
Because
intelligent,
it means
and
nothing, bro. You're just
Yeah,
I
saying
that's true.
appreciate.
You
words.
don't
That's why
actually
you can
have
do
any
it all day.
positions.
What? Okay, all right. Okay, maybe this should be my final question. What
Maybe you should just
evidence?
leave.
Love you, Eloso. What
You love that.
Hmm. What evidence do you have of your own existence?
Like, I can't
You
take
just
no
lost
more.
some.
Holy shit.
Like, I
I'm
think he
already
just
going
likes to
through
hear
it.
himself talk.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was just mental masturbation.
I can do this all day.
Yeah, that's why he kept saying that.
Yeah.
I don't think this person is going to connect. All right, y'all. Is there any other believers in the comments? 21 and up. We never even got to any of the things that we wanted to talk about. Like, all that feel bro bullshit. Like, it
Hmm.
just feels like I don't even know, not even gaslighting, but just like fluff. Like filibuster bullshit. Just to hear
Yeah.
himself talk.
Yeah. Filibuster for sure. It's like,
Yeah, and I said it like I don't know, over an hour ago when he was talking to you. He was trying to talk to us. He's just trying to get to objective morality. Like
hmm.
that was really like where it was all going for him. Which you don't even have from the God. Like I know it's like a not the discussion for this
And they never
live.
know their Bible. Like, they never
Mm.
know the shit in this book, but they will argue up and down that everything this God did in this book was good or just. Like, ew. And then, like, literally, he always say, what holds the weight of that? Like, they really think just saying, it was good, 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 holds weight just because you just keep asserting that something was good.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's believers only. I'm gonna do to 9:30, y'all, to see if a believer comes up. What was you finna say, Oso?
Believe that.
Is your headache gone or you still got it?
It's still there.
Do you need to go rest?
You should move the electrodes on
Hmm?
your temples.
So my temples is insane. Hmm.
That's sad.
It's either gonna get a little better or really bad.
Unfortunately, period headaches be the worst. Yep, you're gonna experience that. Ty said, "Can I come up just to say free will?" It has to be a believer though.
You're gonna have to
And then
accept
what
on
I was trying
stage.
to show him, is that a person can do an evil thing and not know that they're being coerced to do an evil thing if they lack knowledge. Because he said that hoping that a man experienced period cramps was evil, and I kept goading him into saying the code words for them
Hmm.
to have to experience it, and he didn't even know that he was being used to do that. Hey, baby,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like his whole argument was being debunked. He was being used to debunk his whole entire argument.
Right. I could concede the point, but just still want to argue just for the sake of arguing. I don't think he
It's
actually did, but I mean, even if he realized that, he would have just said, "Oh yeah, that's a good point," and then just kept arguing just for the sake of.
then turn a light on, Lori. God damn. If it's dark, turn on a fucking light. Or either call Jesus and let him be your light. Shadow Slay.
Um, hi. Hello?
Yes. How are you?
Oh, sorry, I'm not a believer. I'm just a really big fan, and I just wanted to say hello and just give you some good vibes, okay?
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Of course. I'm not going to take up too much of your time, but yeah. Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, later.
You're so welcome. Thank you so much. Have a good night. What you laughing at? Do you know him?
No, it's just like the that was like stage fright setting it or what? Which is like thank you.
Oh,
It's just funny. It was cute.
he had a pretty cool logo.
Yeah, that was
Lord,
nice
Jama,
looking.
it's dark in here. The
Yeah, it's
fuck?
dark sided.
Like, don't come in here then.
Be the
The
light. Come
fuck?
on up on stage.
She says she has a spiritual light.
Cool.
I need it right now. I need a heal.
You say you
Solar
need a
powered.
healing?
Yeah,
We should have had what's his name to pray for you while he was on stage since he healing cancer.
I need a curse reversal.
Is there a believer with the healing power of Jesus to come and pray El Oso's headache away? You really look like you're suffering, friend.
Joy cometh in the morning.
How you doing, Mac?
Uh, Not bad. I don't think I really went through it like also. I mean, this thing, I think different units have different shit. Like this one, really like once in a while, the peak will like really get me, but like the steady state, like 50% is not so bad.
Maybe
So
you gotta also do it for extended long periods of time.
Do what?
Just leave it on overnight. Hit me back in the morning.
I'm gonna go ahead and pass on that.
So, what
Hitting
advice
dingers all day.
would y'all give to men who downplay period cramps?
Mm.
I mean, honestly, I don't know if it changed much for me. Like, because I was like, I never assumed that they were like light or you know what I mean, or not what women said they are. So like, it's a thing to like accept somebody's account of it and then like experience a degree of it to yourself,
Yeah.
and like I don't know, like, because I was asking about this the other day. I was like, how close does it get? And somebody told me, like, yeah, people who have done it said, women who have done it have said, like, pretty close. But I don't know. I don't know how it could be. They just seem so different to me. Because it's not really. It's not cramping. I mean, it is cramping, but it's not like if I like hurt my back or something, you get like that kind of cramp where it's just like a heavy knot, as opposed to this, which is like the pulsing, and it's like there's like you get like a cramping feeling, but it's not. I don't think it's of the same nature.
So women have different levels of cramping. There are some women who only experience like really light cramping, and then there are women who experience really bad cramping to the point to where they can't get out of bed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I mean, does it tingle, or is it just like the pain, like a wrenching pain?
No, it's not a wrenching pain. It's kind of like that pulsating. Sometimes it can be dull. Sometimes it can be sharp. Like it really just depends on if you're passing clots. Like if there are clots forming.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're contracting.
Mhm.
Yeah, it really just depends. Yeah, on the heaviness. Some women have really bad flows, and some have light ones. So it really depends, and especially like if you have fibroids, it's worse with fibroids. If you have endometriosis, it's worse with that, or like cervical cancer or uterine cancer.
Like if you had to compare, not like the overall, but like a very isolated sensation of it to like some other kind of pain or like impact, or like what would the best like
I mean, it's like having really,
non-menstrual
really bad bubble guts. Like if
Okay,
you
so okay.
have you ever had bubble guts and like put that
Yeah.
on like 10 or 20 or something? It's like really bad, painful bubble guts.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because this to me like feels electric. You know what I mean? Like I could feel every little like jittery
You
and
need
I feel like
analog.
it's only doing so much. It's only getting so much and like or so close in the way of like replicating.
Next time, just use like a softball bat.
Like imagine like okay, so like when women who have like the fibroids or endometriosis, like their cramps are really, really bad. Imagine having to have sex like that and something poking you, and that shit is very painful. It's very painful.
That's a great question, Zena.
I thought he was. I'm just confused as to why he requested.
Oh, you might be up here checking on Fee.
He's spoken for.
Did you come to check on Fee?
Fee is arguably, if not one of the best people on TikTok. So shout out to Fee, and obviously appreciate the fact that she's able to sort of navigate, because it's not difficult. Like representing
Yeah, it
all of you guys.
really wasn't an invite for your thoughts on Fee, if I'm being honest.
What
Huge apologies for that, man. So I think we could all agree that the scripture, very, very important, right? Bible, super duper important.
So why did you come up?
No, we got 10 minutes.
I came here. Okay, so now here's because I think we've only got like 10 minutes left, right? So what we're gonna quickly do is we're gonna focus on the second topic, right? And it reads, how do you know a God actually spoke to the writers of the biblical scriptures? Very, very important. So the question is, how do you know a God actually spoke to the writers of the biblical scriptures? Right. So that's what we're all going to draw our attention on, right? How do you know a God actually spoke to the writers of the biblical?
What is this thing you're doing?
I'm sorry.
Why are you reading the question for a third time?
No, see, the more I say, the more powerful it
No,
sounds.
no.
Is he talking about the wind up?
It's literally a question. It doesn't get more powerful with repetition.
No, it creates the effect of like, you know what I mean?
No.
At this point, I don't think you know what you mean.
I swear this is the first time that I've ever heard McCoy go silent.
Oh, sorry. No, I was like giving you guys a
Oh,
chance.
that wasn't a
Okay,
problem.
can I just quickly make a submission? Right. So, and this is very and this is a very good outlook like to have on like how do you know? So I believe that we obviously know that God did actually speak to the writers of the biblical scriptures. So we can actually verify that by studying who these writers are, how these writers actually navigated life, and the type of words that these writers used. We can verify that it's God because it's too accurate. It's just too precise. That it can only come from God, right? So, case in point, if you study the personality of Paul, right, throughout like his whole the way that he navigates everything, it's it can only come from God, because human beings are obviously people that have a lot of flaws, right? Human beings are usually subject to like
McCoy.
mistakes and
McCoy.
oh, sorry.
What question are you answering right now?
The second question, like, how do you know God actually spoke to the writers of the biblical scriptures?
Okay, so how can you answer that question? Because everything that you said thus far is not an answer to that question.
No, what I was trying to do was like lay a foundation so that I can execute, so that it becomes clear.
But you want to do
You're
it
gonna
in
have to,
6 minutes.
yeah, you're gonna have to do it in 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh. Because after that, we're shutting down. So can you kind of get right to how you know?
Okay, so the reason why we know, right, and the reason why we can actually verify this, it's because there is historical accuracy, right?
Oh.
So this is actually so there are obviously like prophecies that were given post these people existing, right? Post your Paul, post, and then it's just too precise, just too accurate.
What prophecies are too precise?
If you study, like for instance, what is it called? Is it the high? So if you so this and
So
this
you
is
didn't
gonna
have anything
happen.
in mind when you brought this up?
No.
You just thought, oh, they'll accept this.
No. What I'm trying to say is, for instance, they tell you, okay, we are awaiting this is gonna happen, right? So these prophecies were made maybe like thousands of years post the actual event, right?
Have they been fulfilled?
All of them have
Which
been
ones?
fulfilled.
Oh my goodness.
Give me some examples.
So the only thing that I believe is, like, for instance, like what's currently happening right now with this AI and all those things, right?
AI was prophesied and it was too accurate.
No. What
What's
I'm
the
trying to say
accurate
is
AI prophecy?
no, not AI like specifically, but if you
Rock.
look at the book of like Revelation, right, how things are actually happening right now, and
Such
then it
as,
sounded crazy, but
such as.
I think we can all agree that like 10 years ago, right, it would have been very, very difficult. It would have been like what's currently happening right now, like with this AI algorithms, with this thing, that Neuralink and all those things, right? So 10 years ago, it would have been very difficult to actually predict like what's currently happening right now with AI, like
The movie
with all
AI
these
came out in
things, right?
2001.
Yeah, but like what I'm trying to say is
I've never seen that a biopic.
in terms of like the actual thing actually happening, right? I agree that it's like it's something that's out of the ordinary, right?
No,
The
you're
way that
just
it's
saying
happening.
bullshit. Give me the accurate prophecy.
Mac, okay, Mac, let's try to stay
No,
away
don't
from
worry about
certain
me and what
words.
I'm doing.
Okay, no, what I'm trying
You
to
know
say
you
is
came
like
up here with nothing. You came up here to fucking bullshit everybody.
no.
Then give me an accurate prophecy that has been fulfilled.
For instance, people, Microsoft chips, right? With Microsoft like chips, right? Being able to put something in a person's body, like with this neural link, etc.
She's
So all
saying
those things,
microchips.
like Revelation, obviously, you know, this thing with like Neuralink and all these things that these guys are currently doing right now, like technology and being able to put something in your body, and then like even if you were, for instance, even if you were born with like a disability, so those
Dude,
things.
what Bible verse says this?
He's trying to get to the mark of the beast.
No, what I'm trying to say is, it, the Bible, like the Book of Revelation, like during
Where
the
in the book
end
of
times,
Revelation
right?
does it talk about chips in your body?
It's not it. The Book of Revelation is very clear, right? These things are gonna
If it's
happen, and
clear,
then
Where does it
then
say
cite
it?
it.
it's the Bible is obviously like I don't think it's fair to expect the Bible to mention like neural link specifically. It's obviously gonna give you like a
And it's not a
holistic.
clear prophecy.
No, it's
That
very
is
very
that is
clear.
you using
It doesn't even.
confirmation bias. No, it's not.
It doesn't even talk about the same kind of thing.
So does the Book of Revelation not speak about people that we could view as God and people that are able to sort of like override like the law
What in the fuck
or
are
the
you
natural
talking
order
about?
of things?
You don't know.
What in the fuck are you
The
talking
natural.
about?
McCoy got
Mac,
a
please
crush on
listen
Fee,
to.
and that's the only reason why he came up here. He's just saying random shit, so the corner of his box could touch the corner of Fee's box.
You want to switch? You want to switch with me?
I'm good.
Not very triplet of you. I'll switch with your fee. I actually care.
Yeah,
That
but
would not be good.
I think if you look at the Book of Revelation and what the Book of Revelation tells you is actually going to happen, some of these things
Such
are
as
actually such as you've heard of this like company like Neuralink, like the fact that like we are
does
all speak.
Neuralink brand people with a mark on their hand?
I think we can all agree that we are very close to that actually happening, right? We've seen
To people getting branded like cattle? Because that's what Revelation talks about.
I think we can
Then
all
you know what's so
agree.
crazy is that the early Black Christians were branded by their slave masters with I think it was SIC on their chest. Like, why the fuck wouldn't that have been considered prophecy? Like, why would y'all go to chips in your fucking hand and ignore the fact that humans were branded in history by their slave masters as their property? And they
No, but
did
like,
business. They did business for their slave masters. They went out into the cities, bought stuff, grocery list, supply list, and their brands told the merchants who they
Charge it to.
worked for. Yeah, who to charge it to, who they belong to. Like, why the hell wouldn't y'all consider that prophecy?
no, that's very that that was like it's still like the law of like human. It's like what's currently happening right now is something that is out of it's
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 not.
almost like
It's not.
no, for real. That's
No, for real,
literally
it's
like
not.
no. What I'm saying is
I know what you're
it's
saying,
yeah.
and it doesn't connect to what's in the book or reality. You're trying to make a match that's not there.
No, it's literally. I think we can all agree that
Is
it's
Neuralink
definitely there.
branding people?
But it's very clear that it's definite. If it isn't happening yet, very close to happening,
They're going
or
to start
probably gonna
branding
happen.
people?
What color is it going to
Oh,
be?
looks like we're over time.
Yeah.
No, I think we are definitely gonna have to stretch it, give it 10 because this is very important, right?
You are
We need to.
bringing dick
Nothing.
to the table.
Absolutely nothing, McCoy.
Not
Like,
even good dick.
yeah, not even good.
No, no, no. I,
Like hooked
we
and
gotta we have to give it 10 more
Like
minutes.
pencil
Like
dick.
yeah, like a thin,
Pencil dick.
like a crazy
no, no,
straw.
no, no. Like we gotta break it because we just touched.
You
We
haven't
just
done
scraped the
shit.
surface.
You haven't done anything that you think is happening.
I haven't.
Praise his space.
No,
Are
no,
you
no.
a
But
believer? Praise his space.
Hello?
Oh,
Oh, my bad. Come back up if you came up on purpose.
no, but I didn't get a chance. Okay, can I please just get to land?
no,
Let's give.
no. You said you had a prophecy. You have not given one.
Back. Sorry.
Are you a believer?
Oh no, no, no.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna take you down. Have a good one, okay? Somebody said Jesus looked like a pencil.
I can see that.
Said Jesus like a number 2 pencil.
McCoy looked like a pencil with an aftermarket eraser on it.
McCoy, we getting ready to go to bed, homie.
I saw
No,
somebody.
I gotta. I have to. No,
I
like
saw
No,
some
I
Christian
no,
need
in a
to.
video the other
no.
day, and they were talking about how if you stretch out your arms, that's a cross, and that's like a divine shape. I'm like, or maybe that's why they made the cross in that shape.
Wait, if you if you stretch your arms out, like, oh
Yeah.
wow.
If you stand and like put your arms up, that's a cross. It's like, yeah, maybe that's where they got the idea for the shape of the cross.
Oh my gosh.
Just so dumb. They don't think for a second.
They don't get
Well,
paid to do that.
No, but
well,
realistically
we're
speaking,
gonna
like
let
how can you
also go
predict
rest because he has
something?
a period headache.
Okay,
And I
now
definitely think everybody is tired of McCoy. Only
Yes.
believers today. This today is only believers. If you're not a believer, you have to wait until tomorrow night till we go back to our regular show. But I do appreciate all of y'all. Thank y'all so much for participating in the tens and mens. Today was a really cool day. Also has a period headache. Mac didn't really get to feel it, but hopefully when we get the other ones, it'll be a more ramped up
Hmm.
feeling, and Mac will get more of a taste of what we go through. Um,
I think I definitely felt it. Like, and I don't want to like downplay it. Like I didn't feel anything, but it was just like it doesn't seem like it's the most accurate representation just based on like
Yeah,
physiology. But
your machine
oh,
could be a little
it
weak.
could be light work, light duty. I
yeah,
don't know.
we're gonna make sure that
But
y'all get the right ones.
it was getting me pretty good.
Yeah, somebody said to get a labor machine. So we're gonna look into it to see which ones are gonna be a lot better, but making sure that it has app control. We got some good emotes of Bash. And also we got some good pictures of all three of y'all. There's gonna be new emotes in the space
No.
for
I couldn't
yeah.
find any that were like smart or Wi-Fi. I found a bunch of wireless, but they're all like a Bluetooth connection.
No, the one that I was gonna originally get had app control, but it was out of stock. So
But
I
I
gotta
mean,
try to see if
does
I can
it
find it.
connect to the app through a Bluetooth or through Wi-Fi?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing to look for because like it could definitely be app controlled, but it's like a Bluetooth connection. That's only going to be that's still going to be in the same room or whatever. You know what I mean? So yeah, just make sure because I haven't seen one yet. That's what I'm saying. Like I was looking for them while we were going through
Oh,
it, but
I'm pretty sure there's something out there. I'll keep looking and see.
there's definitely sex toys that are like that. But
Definitely.
Yeah, I
it
saw
doesn't help
those. Yeah,
this
I saw
situation.
those. Yeah. But yep. We'll be back live tomorrow night, y'all, at 11 p.m. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. I appreciate y'all so much for a beautiful Saturday. I hope y'all have a great rest of the weekend. Zena May goes live early in the morning at 7 a.m. Eastern. Hop on over to Zena May. And I hope y'all have a good rest of the night. Love y'all so much. Thank you to the YouTube fam. We'll see y'all tomorrow night.
I love you all. Good night.
Thank
Good
you
night.
guys. Play my scrub.
Get some rest. Also, take some Midol.
Heat.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.